Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Ndali Young, whereas Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Acting Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndali Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 16th of May 2023 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of the said Senator, the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown. To Ms. Karuna Bisram Singh, whereas by instrument dated the 11th of May 2023, I, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of Opposition, appointed you as a temporary senator with effect from the 12th of May 2023 and continuing during the absence of Senator Anil Roberts by reason of illness, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, do hereby revoke with immediate effect your appointment as a temporary senator. To Mr. Dominic Smith, whereas Senator Anil Roberts is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Dominic Smith, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 16th of May 2023 and continuing during the absence of Senator Anil Roberts by reason of illness, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, the 16th day of May 2023. Honorable Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Ndali Young,
having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
I, Dominic Smith, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Petitions, papers.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honour to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Youth Development and National Service. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service to the 7th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, NETCO, for the financial year 2017 and a follow-up on the implementation of recommendations in the committee's 10th report from the 11th Parliament. Thank you.
Reports from committees. Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Given reports of a ruptured Heritage Petroleum oil pipeline resulting in a major oil spill and emergency evacuation of 4 families in Faizabad, what measures are being taken to treat with the oil spill and prevent future incidents?
Acting Prime Minister.
Also filling in for the Minister of Energy. Mr. President, I am advised that around 6:40 p.m. on Sunday, the 14th of May 2023, Heritage responded to an oil leak observed on the Heritage Pipeline right-of-way in Masahood Village, Faizabad. The links were emanating from the 16-inch trunk oil pipeline. This is an in-service pipeline. The leak was located below a garage that was constructed by the owner between 2 houses over the pipelines on the right-of-way. The leaks were isolated and repairs within hours. The families that were impacted, approximately 20 persons, have all been relocated to the Paria Suites Hotel. The intention is for Heritage to provide for all aspects of their accommodation and care until the cleanup activities have been completed and the environment is safe. It is noteworthy that the family which was affected the most was repeatedly contacted by Heritage during 2022 to desist from constructing a structure over the pipeline along the pipeline's clearly demarcated right of way. To treat the oil spill, Heritage has pumped the line and repaired the leaks. The line will be subsequently hydro-tested to determine fitness for service. This cross-island pipeline network is approximately 30 years old, over 80,000 kilometers in length. A full pipeline inspection and replacement program has been ongoing for the last 2 years and will continue until completed. 800,000 feet of pipeline has already been inspected, and over 50,000 feet of pipeline has been replaced. Inspection of the above-ground pipeline is much easier to execute and very advanced using non-destructive testing techniques. But underground pipelines can only be inspected by excavation. This is particularly difficult when persons have built structures over the pipeline. The Heritage Incident Management Team remains on site, continues to manage the response, and there are several crews on site dealing with the cleanup. The EMA and the ministry have been informed and will continue to provide updates as required.
Mr. President, can I ask the Honorable Acting Prime Minister and holding on for Minister of Energy, whether he can share with us what measures or steps will be taken in the future by Heritage to avoid, through inspection and audit, a recurrence of such an incident.
Acting PM.
Mr. President, as I indicated, in this particular case, the residents constructed a garage on top of the pipeline. In all of these situations, one has to balance the rule of law with the effect on the community. But I would urge Heritage in the future to do their best to stop any person who is building a property or a structure on top of a pipeline in an unlawful manner.
Can I ask, through you, to the Honorable Minister? The Honorable Minister indicated, well, let me just put a question. Can the Honorable Minister indicate whether, as far as he's aware, Heritage Petroleum has conducted an audit of their pipelines, given the age of said pipelines, to ensure that what the Honorable Minister has defined as persons constructing homes over these pipelines, has an audit or is an audit being conducted by Heritage Petroleum to address this issue?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mark is famous for asking questions already asked and answered. Let me repeat. Over 800,000 feet of pipeline has already been inspected, and 50,000 feet of pipeline has been replaced. And I repeat again, a full pipeline inspection and replacement program has been ongoing for the last 2 years and will continue until completed. A full pipeline inspection and replacement program.
Questions on notice. Questions for oral answer.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, the government is in a position to answer all 4 questions on the order paper. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Question number 52 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the names of the cabinet ministers and public officials who represented Trinidad and Tobago as part of the delegation that attended the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Egypt are as follows. The Honourable Penelope Beckles, Minister of Planning and Development, Head of Delegation, Ms. Sandra Fraser, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, Mr. Terence Ali, Chemical Engineer 1, 2, the Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, Mr. Kishan Kumar Singh, Head, Multilateral Environment Agreement Unit, Environmental Policy and Planning Division, Ministry of Planning and Development, Mr. Daniel Sukram, Research Analyst, Multilateral Environmental Agreement Unit, Environmental Policy and Planning Division, Ministry of Planning and Development, Ms. Crystal Lawrence, Environmental Officer 2, Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment and Sustainable Development, Tobago House of Assembly. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Honourable President, can I ask the Honourable Minister of the leader, acting leader of government business, whether a report was generated out of this conference, as far as the minister is aware?
Yes, a report was generated and submitted to Cabinet.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate whether such a report will be made available to the public through the Parliament?
Acting Leader of Government Business.
That is not the standard practice.
Can I ask the Minister whether consideration will be given for such a report to be tabled in the both houses of Parliament?
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Consideration can be given, but at the same time, perhaps the question can be put for a written answer.
Can I proceed? Question number 53 to the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are 3 floodgates within the Orange Grove project. The first is installed on the Caroni River, the second is on the Aruka River, and the third is on the Densley River. The sluice gate on the Caroni River at the southwestern end of the project has been breached, and during periods of heavy rainfall, when the levels of the Caroni River rises, the water enters the lands at this end of the project. The other 2 sluice gates are functional at this time. Given the issues at this location and the unprecedented rainfall being experienced within recent times, the focus in fiscal 2023 will be on the part of the project which connects to the Caroni River. The issues that need to be addressed are as follows. 1, repair of the leaking sluice gate on the Caroni River. 2, accelerating the rate of removal of water from the project area. 3, repair of the broken cylinder crossing across the road that leads to the sluice gate. And 4, addressing the overtopping of the Caroni River embankment in certain areas. Mr. President, under the 2023 PSIP, we are replacing the single sluice gate that discharges into the Caroni River with a double 4 feet wide sluice gate system. The new system will also contain flap gates to restrict flow of water into the project from the Caroni River. It is also proposed to install a mobile pump to mitigate against flooding within the area. The Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries has also sought technical assistance from the Drainage Division of the Ministry of Works and Transport, particularly with respect to the low-lying areas in the Caroni River embankment. A technical assessment on the other 2 sluice gates will also be undertaken. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister through you as to when the new sluice gate, as he has indicated, will be implemented, particularly, Mr. President, given the dire warnings we have gotten from the Meteorological Office?
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, invitation to tender is expected to be sent out by the 16th of May 2023 and close on the 6th of June 2023. The award of this tender is expected to be completed by the 16th of June 2023. Thank you.
Can I ask the Minister, in light of what he has revealed, what measures are being taken to mitigate the possibility of heavy floodings and the consequential destruction of crops of farmers, given the dates that the Minister has outlined?
Minister in the Ministry.
Thank you, Mr. President. As indicated in my previous answer, during this time, Mr. President, it is proposed to install a mobile pump to mitigate against flooding within the area while the award and the tender process is ongoing. Thank you.
Mark.
I ask the Minister, through you, when will this mobile pump be effected, given the fact that the rainy season is upon us?
Minister in the Ministry.
Mr. President, within the engineering division of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, we have a cadre of mobile pumps already. But for this particular project, a new pump is also being sought. So in the event that a pump is required in the shortest possible time, Mr. President, we have pumps at the ministry that can be redirected to this location. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister, through you, Mr. President, is there a time frame for the acquisition of the new pump, Mr. President?
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Mark would know, the proclamation of the procurement legislation has taken effect, so that would be the guiding tool for the acquisition of this pump.
Next question on the order paper, Senator Mark.
Yeah, question number 54 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Mr. President, the Ministry of Works and Transport has been pursuing a strategic drainage plan with the Andean Development Bank, focused on the review and update of existing studies and the development of studies in new areas. As part of this process, stakeholders are consulted and feedback analyzed in the development of proposals. I thank you.
Through you to the Honourable Minister, what is the status of this particular study that he has outlined?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Mr. President, this plan is an ongoing plan with certain aspects of it having already been delivered. Several projects have also been identified and are being scoped for tendering coming out of this process. As I said, the process is made up and is an ongoing process. It has started. We already have boots on the ground in several areas coming out of this study. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Can the Honourable Minister share with the Senate the areas where projects have been completed consistent with this particular drainage plan? Can you share with this Honourable Senate?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Mr. President, over the last 2 years, I have indicated on several occasions to the Parliament here and the other House that the process for this plan was a study being done on all the existing plans that we had at the ministry. Over the last couple of years, we spent millions of dollars on plans, none of which had an operational plan. This program with the Andean Development Bank was to take all these plans, come up with an operational plan, and also continue the studies in the areas where no study was ever done, like the Western Peninsula and Deep South. So while those processes are ongoing, projects coming out of all the other plans that we did, things like the pumps and gate upgrade, those have started. There are several areas where we have new pumps, upgraded gates, and this program continues. Work on the Caroni River bank continues. Now, these projects came out of previous studies, but they were never analyzed in a way that we can have an operational plan to get boots on the ground. So yes, there are several. There are, I think, coming out of the last study, there are 41 projects that have been identified and are being dealt with as we speak. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, through you to the Honorable Minister, given the dire warning given by the Meteorological Office of impending extremely bad weather in the coming weeks, can the Minister share with this House what urgent measures in the context of those areas that are open to major flooding in this country would this drainage project be effected to mitigate? Can you share with us?
That question is not arise, Senator Mark. Next question.
Can I ask the Minister, out of the 41 projects that he has indicated to us, how many of them have been completed and how many are ongoing?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Mr. President, I try to simplify the answer for easy understanding. Let me try and make it a little simpler. Under the Ministry of Works, the Drainage Division, we have several projects ongoing. Coming out of this plan, we have identified several more projects to be done, and this will continue over the years to come. We got early warning of above average rainy season, and that is why we're here today to debate let me just get the exact word, the variation of appropriation for fiscal 22-23, where the ministry have been allocated funding, especially in the area of drainage. And the reason for that additional funding is to take care of the identified projects to help with the reduction in flooding in several areas. And as part of the debate today, you will hear from the Ministry of Works that we have targeted over 500 desilting programs. That is the most desilting programs ever attempted in the history, probably, of Trinidad and Tobago. We are also continuing work on the upgrades of pumps and gates, where we have, if you look in terms of the Deep South area, new pumps with capacity of close to 40,000 gallons per minute. So we have, the work continues. It's an ongoing process. We have work, the river banking and the upgrading of the river banks continuing on the Caroni River and several other rivers. So when you put everything together, you see that there is a total upgrade of the drainage infrastructure taking place in Trinidad. Everything can't happen overnight, but finally we have a plan to go forward for the country. And I hear some of my colleagues saying 8 years. I just want to remind my colleagues that some of the plans that were spent millions of dollars on, right? And when I say the Minister of Finance is correct, hundreds of millions, right? Those were just talk plans with nothing to put boots on the ground. What we have finally decided to do is to come up with an operational plan to get boots on the ground to finally deal with this flooding problem. Thank you.
Senator Diana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 104 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
1 second, Senator Diana. Members, Senator Diana has a question to ask for questions on notice. Senator Diana, could you ask the question again?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 104 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On 31st of January 2022, the Special Economic Zones Bill was assented to by the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the SEZ Act were proclaimed by legal notice number 16 of 2022. The proclamation of these parts facilitated the establishment of the SEZ Authority, which is the first step in the implementation of the SEZ legislation. The remaining parts of the Act, which include those treating with the designation and licensing aspects of the regime, will be proclaimed once all the administrative and regulatory steps are taken to ensure that the SEZ authority can fully carry out its statutory functions in keeping with the provisions of the SEZ Act. Work is therefore being undertaken towards the proclamation and implementation of the SEZ legislation as it relates to 1. The development of the SEZ regulations to accompany the SEZ Act 2022, and 2. The operationalization of the Trinidad and Tobago SEZ Authority. With regard to the policy and legislative brief on SEZ regulations, on March 22, 2023, the Chief Parliamentary Council and the Ministry of Trade and Industry completed the revised draft SEZ regulations. These regulations, together with a policy and legislative brief, were subsequently submitted to Cabinet on March 23, 2023, and following review by the Legislative Review Committee, which should take place in early May, and part of it has happened already, the regulations would subsequently be played in Parliament, subject to negative resolution. With regard to the SEZ Authority, on July 25, 2022, the Board of Directors of the Trinidad and Tobago SEZ Authority was appointed, and through a consultant, the Board is working to develop an operational framework and supporting organizational structure for the authority. This includes, in the first instance, the recruitment of a Chief Executive Officer and other key staff, as well as the development of an organizational structure and a strategic framework for the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Authority. The strategic framework includes the overall strategic direction, the mandate, the vision, the mission, and the strategic goals of the authority, the best practices for the special economic zones, and guidelines that are necessary to operationalize the TT's SEZ authority as a regulator of the SEZ regime. The SEZ authority is expected to be operationalized by September 2023.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Act 2022, be now read a second time. Mr. President, how much time do I have? Thank you. This is a finance bill, and it has been passed without amendment in the other place. The bill provides for two proposals with respect to the 2023 appropriation. Firstly, a supplementation of the appropriation for the financial year 2023 by $3,852,055,829. And secondly, a variation of the appropriation in the sum of $100 million. Purpose of the appropriation, the supplementation, is to fund urgent and critical recurrent and capital needs to the end of September 2023. The details of the proposed changes were circulated to all senators, and it is anticipated that during the course of the debate, proposals contained within the bill will be addressed by various members of the government. The supplementary appropriation affects 22 heads of expenditure, comprises recurrent expenditure of $3,496,694,796 and development program expenditure of $355,361,033. The variation affects just one head of recurrent expenditure and involves an increase to one head of, the variation affects recurrent expenditure only and comprises of an increase to one head of expenditure and a decrease to another head of expenditure. The source of the funds for the supplementary appropriation, at this time, it is contemplated that the source will be met from the consolidated fund, as well as from loan financing if required. I just want to stress that we have no plans at this point in time to make any withdrawals from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to fund this supplementation. In fact, I wish to remind honorable senators that the government deposited in excess of 300 million US dollars, or 2 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars, into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund in 2022. So the fund was augmented by that amount, and I'm also pleased to inform the Senate that the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, despite uncertainty in the global economy, despite extreme volatility in commodity prices, despite belief that there will be a recession in some of the advanced economies, despite banking problems in the United States, the Heritage and Stabilization Fund is quite stable and is at currently a little over 5.4 billion US dollars. The supplementary appropriation, 3,852 million, is required to cover liabilities on hand and meet expenditure as follows. For the Office of the President, I will just summarize, Mr. President, 10.8 billion. For the Auditor General, 1.5 billion. For the Parliament, 14.6 billion. Service Commissions, 3.6 billion. Statutory Authorities Service Commissions, 444,000. Office of the Prime Minister, 125 million. Tobago House of Assembly, 100 million. Ministry of Finance, 313 million. And I want to make it clear that that supplementation to the Ministry of Finance is not money for the Ministry of Finance. That is to supplement the Infrastructure Development Fund, and the Infrastructure Development Fund is the way that the government finances state enterprises. When the Infrastructure Development Fund was set up years ago, 15 or so years ago or more, it was set up in a way that it is to be used to finance a development program being implemented by the various statutory authorities and state enterprises. And just to give a little breakdown, of the $313 million that will be going to the Infrastructure Development Fund, the Ministry of Education will be getting $105 million for construction of early childhood centers, primary schools, secondary schools, also refurbishment, extension, and so on. The Ministry of Health will be getting $78 million for amounts owed to contractors, for construction work in various hospitals, and for the new admin building for the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Trade will be getting $9.8 million to deal with some costs incurred on the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. Ministry of Sport and Community Development will be getting $103 million for refurbishment works at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, now ongoing in preparation for the Commonwealth Youth Games later this year, upgrade of the Dwight Rock Stadium and so on, redevelopment of Spinner Park, and also for the construction of community centers. Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts will get $16.5 million for payments due to UDICOT for the construction of the Desperados Pan Theatre and the Arapita Avenue Enhancement Project. So I just wanted to make that crystal clear that this is not money for the benefit of the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance is simply a conduit by which money is deposited into the Infrastructure Development Fund and then transferred to various ministries for our development program, the country's development program. Pensions and gratuities, 1.6 million. Ministry of National Security, 128 million. Ministry of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, Office of the Attorney General, that is, 280 million. Ministry of Education, 69 million. Ministry of Health, $692 million. Ministry of Public Utilities, $508 million. Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, 600 million. Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, 160 million. Ministry of Works and Transport, you'll have heard the minister talk about the purpose of some of these funds just now, 300 million. Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, 40 million. Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, 100 million, and that is for repairs to existing vehicles, replacement of existing vehicles, and purchase of new vehicles by the police. Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, 49 million. Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, 348 million, and that money is to supplement expenditure on existing social grants, senior citizens pension, public assistance, etc. And the Ministry of Sport and Community Development will get 2 million, but as I indicated earlier, the Ministry of Finance is also getting a substantial sum of $100 million to send to the Ministry of Sport and Community Development for its development program. The various supplementations are in different amounts, but I will just highlight some of them. Senators have received all of the information. I looked at the Senate document before I approved it to go here, and I was quite satisfied there was sufficient information there. So I've already spoken about the Ministry of Finance. As I said, those funds are not for us. That's for onward transfer to other ministries for our 2023 development program. The Office of the Attorney General is going to receive, once this bill is approved by this Honorable Senate, 280 million, comprising 266 million under recurrent expenditure and 13 million under the development program. And the purpose of this 280 million is all spelled out. It includes dealing with vacant positions, paying arrears to TNTech, TSTT, paying for internet services, paying for rental accommodation, and also to hire persons on a short-term basis and so on, and also to settle outstanding fees to local and foreign attorneys. With respect, again, to the Attorney General's office, I want to highlight that supplementary funding in the sum of $14.2 million is being given to that ministry for the Legal Aid and Advisory Authority to meet the cost of filling positions of public defenders, among other things, for persons unable to afford their own legal representation. The Legal Aid Authority is getting $14 million from the supplementation. We're also providing an additional $1.5 million for the Police Complaints Authority. The Property Business Registration System, we are providing $8 million for that to complete the business registration system, and various other items of expenditure. It's in the detail sent to senators. With respect to the Ministry of Health, 692 million, of which 497 million is for recurrent expenditure. Part of the funding is to make a payment for the new administration building. You can see it around the Savannah, almost complete. And then there's outstanding payments due to UDCOT for building repairs at the Couva Hospital, and 71 million is required to pay outstanding bills for Global Medical Response, that's the ambulance service. And then in particular, we are providing funding to the regional health authorities who spend a lot of money, Mr. President, I must say. The expenditure on health by this government is substantial, billions, over 5 billion. So we are providing 321 million to deal with outstanding payments due for trade payables at the 4 regional health authorities. 54 million for persons who have supplied goods and services to the Northwest RHA, 25 million for persons similarly who have supplied goods and services to the Eastern RHA, 162 million for the North Central Regional Health Authority, where the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex is located, and I think, if my memory serves me right, the Cooper Hospital is also within the North Central Regional Health Authority, and 79 million for the Southwest Regional Health Authority. Under the development program, we're giving the Ministry of Health 195 million to deal with a number of different items, again, payments to suppliers, and so on, execution of a number of projects, and also to bring to account an advance payment provided by the World Bank in a World Bank loan. The Ministry of Public Utilities is getting 508 million to facilitate personal expenditure related to WASA. 79 million for salaries, 41 million for wages, 6 million for overtime, for daily paid, 15 million for overtime, for monthly paid, NIS payments, and so on, and 328 million contract employment. In fact, there are many contract workers at WASA. I do hope that at some point in time, we would be able to reduce the annual transfer to the Water and Sewerage Authority. It's in the region of $2 billion, and we're also saddled with a huge bill from DesalCot every year, which does not pay for itself. With respect to the Ministry of Energy, additional funds of 600 million are being provided to continue the payment of the subsidy due to the National Petroleum Marketing Company and the UNIPET. And I can advise honorable senators that last year we paid over $1.5 billion in fuel subsidy, in other words, 500 million more than we budgeted for. And this year we also expect to pay around 1.5 billion, because we put $1 billion into the original appropriation, and now we have to supplement it with another 600 million. And that is in part for payment of arrears from previous years. And this has nothing to do with the petroleum fund, which is in addition to, so that the total subsidy is actually that 1.5 billion, which is a direct subsidy by the government, plus hundreds of millions of dollars which come out of the petroleum fund, which is a fund created for oil companies to put part of their income to subsidize fuel. So if one looks at it in context, the fuel subsidy payments for last year, close to 2 billion, and this year, quite similar. With respect to the Ministry of Works, we are supplementing that ministry, and I want to emphasize that this year, for the fuel subsidy, we're paying arrears for last year. Supplementary funds in the sum of 300 million for Works and Transport, and this would be to deal with the filling of vacancies. And as the minister mentioned, the sum of 167 million is required to meet the cost of projects related to drainage, bridge repair, slope stabilization, road rehabilitation, and so on. And all of this is separate and apart from other funding that has been provided to the Ministry of Works and Transport. We're also providing almost 20 million towards the deficit on the operation of the coastal steamers, the Sea Bridge. And in fact, the last time I checked, the cost of the travel to Tobago on the Sea Bridge is close to $400 per person, and the actual fee is far less than that. With respect to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, we are providing additional funding of 314 million for Senior Citizens Grant, 14 million additional for social assistance, and 18 million additional for disability grant. And we are one of the few countries in the world, and I want to emphasize that provides senior citizens with an unfunded pension, where senior citizens do not have to make direct contributions. There are very few countries in the world that do this. Trinidad stands out in that way. Our contribution for disability grant is also one of the highest in the world per capita. The other supplementations are much less than the 200 million and the 600 million and so on, and everything is there. I would like to just, before I go into some other matters, Mr. President, I would like to simply look at another large one, 125 million for the Office of the Prime Minister, and this is to deal with costs of commissions of inquiry and also the 60th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, also for the recently concluded Regional Symposium on Crime, and in particular, and this is based on a meeting that I held with the minister responsible for the Children's Authority, the Honorable Ayanna Webster Roy, and staff of the Children's Authority. We agreed, the Ministry of Finance agreed after listening to them, that we would come to Parliament in the mid-year and give them an additional $62 million. And when you look at what is already appropriated for the Children's Authority, it's in the range of 90 million. So the total appropriation for the Children's Authority in 2023 will be in the range of $150 million. And when I look at what was provided previously under another administration, it was 1/3 of that. We are also providing some money for various aspects of that ministry, Office of the Prime Minister, to pay arrears. We're providing 100 million to the House of Assembly to deal with the cost of ongoing works caused by bad weather in 2022, mainly in eastern, northeastern Tobago, and also for major road works being executed by the Assembly in Tobago, a total of $100 million. National security is going to be given $128 million. And when one looks through what this is for, in addition to dealing with arrears to various public utilities, there is funding for the acquisition of firefighting equipment, medical supplies, safety helmets, and so on for the fire service. There's also money provided for the purchase of parts and servicing of emergency fire tenders and so on. And $7 million for prisoner transportation, as the public health restrictions are being relaxed and court is opening up, in fact. I have discovered that the new accommodation for the High Court in terms of civil matters at the waterfront is now meeting in open court, something that had not been done before. Prior to that, there were online, virtual court hearings and so on, but it's now taking place in open court. That's the civil side of High Court proceedings. And one expects that the criminal side will also, where required, also take place in open court, person to person. So $7 million is needed to meet the cost of prisoner transportation. And 76 million is being provided for the SSA to facilitate the upgrade of security software and for installation, training, and operation of a dedicated data connectivity solution for the CCTV network in the country. Ministry of Education is getting 69 million, and in this 69 million, this is for a number of routine items, payments of gratuities, payments for personal allowances and tuition fees for scholars, national scholars, and so on. The Ministry of Rural Development is getting 160 million, and I must say, the allocation, the total appropriation for the Ministry of Rural Development, not only in the original 2023 budget, but with this appropriation is now far more than it was in previous years and under previous administrations. And in particular, I want to highlight that money is being given to the Port of Spain City Corporation to deal with the recent wage increase of 4% and the back pay that flows from that. But the allocation that are distributed among the various corporations and the explanations are there. And I have some additional explanations which I can give during my wrap-up. For the police, we are giving 100 million for vehicles, 72 million for the upkeep and maintenance, and for the purchase of replacement vehicles and new vehicles. And a further 27 million for fleet expansion under the development program. With respect to the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, there were a number of issues at our various missions around the world, in particular because of winter storms and other problems. Refurbishment work was urgently required at a number of our missions, and this is to replenish funds that have already been expended and so on. With respect to the variation, this is required because of the realignment of portfolios with the transfer of responsibility to the Ministry of Works and Transport for the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company. Now, honorable senators will remember that the 2023 budget originally projected an overall fiscal deficit of 1.5 billion, or just about 0.8% of GDP. Overall surplus was projected for the period October 1st to March 31st, but we actually achieved a surplus of 766 million compared to our projected outcome for the first 6 months of the year. However, there was also decreased expenditure for one reason or another of approximately 500 million, so that the outcome for the first 6 months is more or less what we expected it to be when you balance those two things. Because of decrease in commodity prices, I mean, we can all go on the internet. I could do that right now. And I can tell you that the price of Brent today is $75. And Henry Hub is $2.44. Because of that, we have experienced reduced revenue collection, particularly from royalties, which is based on volume and price. So we have a lower revenue collection as compared to our estimated revenue collection for the first 6 months of the year of about $1 billion. $1,074 million is what it comes out at. It could have been much worse. And the reason why it is not that bad, even though the price of oil is now averaging in the 70s instead of the 90s, is because, and I need to re-emphasize this, is because of agreements reached between the government and the major oil and gas companies, gas producers in particular, with respect to how Trinidad and Tobago gets its revenue from natural gas. And it is a fallacy for people to believe that we get our revenue based on the Henry Hub price, the American price of natural gas. That is simply not correct. Because of a series of visits, travel around the world by the Honorable Prime Minister in particular, going to the energy capitals of Houston, Amsterdam, London, to meet with Shell, to meet with BP, and so on, together with the Minister of Energy, the substantive Minister of Energy, we have been able now to achieve revenue based on 3 natural gas benchmarks. In the past, before we came into office, the revenue was based on Henry Hub primarily. I can now report, which I've already reported, but it bears repeating, that we have an arrangement where revenue from natural gas is based in two ways, from LNG and also from the domestic petrochemical sector. And it's based on three benchmarks: the Henry Hub benchmark, a European benchmark called NBP, and a Far East benchmark called JKM, which is Japan, Korea. And in October of 2022, believe it or not, the netback price for gas, because the gas price that I quote in the budget is a netback price after you take account of transportation of natural gas, sometimes regasification as well. The netback price for LNG in the month of October 22 was a staggering $17.45, as opposed to the budget netback price of $6. In November 2022, and that is just because we were very fortunate in that month. In November 2022, the netback price for LNG was $7. Similarly, in December, $7. January of 23, $6.29. February of 23, $5.07. March, $4.15. And the average for the first 6 months of the fiscal for the netback price from LNG was $8.83. The domestic petrochemical price for October 22, $7.19. November 22, $6.71. December 22, $6.60. January, $6.10. February, $5.23, and March, $4.15, for an average for the first 6 months of $6 US per MMBTU. The monthly country weighted average netback price, taking into account LNG and petrochemicals, was $6.98 for the first 6 months of the year. So even though there has been a softening of oil prices, because of the formula negotiated by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, we are still receiving significant revenue from the natural gas sector. As I said, I want to repeat, members should not be looking at only the Henry Hub price. It's very misleading. We have also received significant revenue from areas not anticipated. We got lower than expected revenue from royalties, as I indicated. We have lower than expected revenue from value-added tax, and that needs to be explained. The value-added tax revenue figure is a net figure. So the more refunds we pay, the less VAT is recorded as being collected. So if we collected 10 billion gross VAT, we pay out 8 billion in refunds, the net figure would only be 2. So unless you understand what is going on, again, you could be misled. We have higher than expected profits on taxes on incomes and profits from other companies, $1.6 billion more than expected as a result of higher than anticipated petrochemical crisis in the first quarter of the year. So that when you balance everything out, the shortfall in royalties, the increase in taxes on incomes and profits, the decrease in value-added tax because of accelerated refunds, we have a revenue decrease of approximately 1 billion for the first 6 months of the year. I also want to repeat, because these things need to be repeated, that the government has agreed, the cabinet has agreed to issue VAT bonds in the amount of $3 billion. And these VAT bonds are priced at an interest rate of 3.15% with a 3-year tenor. And even though the debt management unit of the Ministry of Finance advised me, they had consulted with the commercial banks to make sure that this was an appropriate rate, I called them myself. And based on my own feedback and the feedback from the debt management unit, I am satisfied, as occurred with the previous set of VAT bonds, that these bonds can be immediately cashed in by anybody who wants to at a rate of 100 cents on the dollar, at par. Those who want to keep them will get a return that exceeds anything they would get on a deposit account in the commercial banks. And that is for refunds in excess of 250 million. Those persons who are owed money of 250,000, more than 250,000 as a VAT refund, they are eligible for the bonds. And anything below that will be paid in cash, and we've already started to pay that. We're going to clear off all the refunds of below 250,000 this month and next month in cash. And applications for these VAT bonds are available online. I'm also happy to announce that based on matters that arose during a careful examination of the Public Procurement Act, I have some information to advise honorable senators that in the Public Procurement Act, which is now fully proclaimed, Section 29(1)(d) of that act states as follows: a procuring entity shall ensure that suppliers and contractors have fulfilled their obligations to pay all required taxes and contributions in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, this was discretionary before. It was followed mainly. Most entities, state enterprises, etc., would require persons to provide a tax clearance certificate. But sometimes there was some discretion applied. There is no longer any discretion. So any supplier or contractor who wants to provide goods and services to Trinidad, to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, or a state enterprise or a statutory authority, public bodies, needs to take note of this fact. They need to take note of this. A procuring entity shall ensure that suppliers and contractors have fulfilled their obligation to pay all required taxes and contributions in Trinidad and Tobago. Having proclaimed the act and being aware of that, the cabinet decided that to allow businesses, especially small businesses, who are always having trouble with their accounts and so on, a further extension of the tax amnesty. I signed the orders this morning, and the tax amnesty is now extended to the 30th of June. But the particular purpose is for persons who will be supplying goods and services to the government or public bodies to make sure that their taxes are paid and they are up to date in terms of payment of their taxes, or they have made, the law allows that, suitable arrangements to clear off any outstanding taxes that they owe. I also observed that the central bank has published the annual economic survey for 2022. I noticed a newspaper article that referred to that this morning. And just to give you some highlights from what the central bank has said, and the central bank is an independent body, so independent that they did it in yellow. So when one looks at the central bank report for 2022, that if I go to the executive summary, the central bank has made the following statement. The Trinidad and Tobago economy was on a recovery path over the course of 2022, following 2 years of economic contraction. Official data from the Central Statistical Office indicates, and this is online, I've checked it myself, not Central Bank online, CSO online, indicates that gross domestic product, real GDP, grew by 3% during the first 3 quarters of 2022, and that's calendar 2022, by the way, when compared to the previous year. And we expect when the 4th quarter 2022 data is in, our estimate of economic growth, real growth for 2022 of 2% will be met or exceeded. And the IMF has also projected that. And the central bank has highlighted, which is also obvious if you go and look at the statistics, the data provided by the CSO, on the CSO website, they give you production figures for every sector of the economy, whether it's construction, manufacturing, oil and gas, it's all there. Everything is there, food and beverages and so on. And what we found in Trinidad and Tobago in 2022 was that there was a significant increase in output from the non-energy sector of 4.7%. And in the 5 minutes or so left for me, Mr. President, how much do I have?
7 minutes.
7. Okay. I just wanted to go into some of the data that's available on the CSO's website. The manufacturing industry in 2022 expanded by 16.5%. Let me repeat that. This is real GDP, eh? This is not nominal. Expanded by 16.5%. The driver of this outturn was the food and beverages sub-industry, which surged by 27.6% during the first 9 months of 2022. The textile sector also expanded. Also contributing to this very positive performance of the non-energy sector in the first 9 months of 22, as measured by the Central Statistical Office, was professional and technical services, which grew by 61%. Transport and storage grew by 27%. Accommodation and food services grew by 20%. And trade and repairs also grew. So, based on the data, what we are seeing is that our economy has fully recovered from COVID-19. And in fact, our GDP today, nominal GDP, is higher than it was in 2015. Our GDP today, and if I convert it to US dollars, our GDP today is 28 billion US dollars as compared to less than 26 billion in 2015. And you know, when people try to throw cold water on things, they're very selective. You know, we have commentators in Trinidad and Tobago. Firstly, when they see something good, they can't believe it, so that they pretend it doesn't exist. We have commentators like that. A particular commentator said, on reading the IMF report, which came out in May, that he saw in the IMF report a decline of 4% in the economy in 2023. But if you go into the IMF report and you look at the data tables, you actually see an estimated growth of 3% in 2023. But he saw decline of 4%. So you have people like that. Then you have people who just want to be negative. So if our nominal GDP is growing by leaps and bounds, and our nominal GDP has in fact increased by 25% since 2020, Mr. President. 25% increase in our nominal GDP. They say, oh, that's irrelevant. You should be looking at real GDP. Forgetting completely that our debt to GDP ratio is measured by nominal GDP. So as our nominal GDP goes up, our debt to GDP ratio goes down. And our debt to GDP ratio is a measure of our capacity to repay debt and to incur new debt. A very, very important indicator. In addition, our nominal GDP is the indicator used to measure per capita income. It's also the indicator used to measure money supply, because the nominal GDP of 28 billion US, or close to 200 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars in 2023, as I speak, is a measure of the amount of money circulating in our economy, which is far more than it used to be. So that when commentators see these things, some of them, it upsets them. Too bad for them. Because we on this side have been very forthright. When we get a bad report, we publish it. When we get a good report, we publish it. So, Mr. President, one of the other issues with these debates in the Parliament is that some of the observers do not understand that I only have 45 minutes. Somehow, it is believed that these mid-year review debates are similar to a budget debate, where the Minister of Finance has unlimited time and can talk for 4 hours if he pleases and touch every topic under the sun. But in 45 minutes, it is my duty, firstly, to go through the supplementation of appropriation that we are asking honorable senators to approve, to explain the various supplementations in the various heads of expenditure, and to do justice to the bill before the House. And having done that, and I must do that, it is my duty, there's only a few minutes left to talk about other matters, and therefore I have to be very selective in the few minutes that remain for me to speak about other matters. But I want to give honorable senators the assurance, as usual, my staff is taking notes, will send me summaries of the contributions of every senator, and I'll do my best to respond to any queries raised and points raised by honorable senators in this debate. I beg to move.
Honorable senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled "An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022 be now read a second time." Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the 8th consecutive mid-year review debate presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance in the form of an act titled the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year for this midterm review 2023. Mr. President, when this act is approved, the government would have spent close to 400 and maybe 15, but to be a little more approximate, over $400 billion in the last 8 years. Mr. President, by next year, we will be rushing towards close to $500 billion that this government has spent in its 9th year when that document is presented. And what do we have to count? What do we have to show for close to $500 billion if we go into next year's budget? Or over $400 billion if we take fiscal 2023. Are the people happy? The people are living in mortal fear in this country. So the question, Mr. President, is that spending and spending and spending without realizing positive outcomes and results for the people who matter, the ordinary working class man and woman. That is the issue. Who benefits? This bill is about paying bills and arrears. A little amount is going towards development, just about 300 million. And there's where you're going to get development. There's where you're going to get growth. There's where you're going to get, Mr. President, employment creation and generation in our nation. But, Mr. President, the minister has come here for an additional $3.952 billion. Round it off to $4 billion under 22 heads of expenditure. To deal with what? Arrears to suppliers and contractors. To pay outstanding gratuity and pensions. To pay and to organize salaries that they ought to have budgeted for WASA workers. So it is almost 98% recurrent expenditure. Because the minister deliberately understated, under-budgeted the 2023 fiscal package. So, Mr. President, the minister sometimes speaks from both sides of his mouth. Mr. President, we are talking about $4 billion, which will take total expenditure for 2023 to approximately $61.5 billion. But, Mr. President, how will this increase in expenditure affect the fundamental issues confronting Trinidad and Tobago? How will it address unemployment and underemployment? Mr. President, the reality is that close to 70,000 jobs have been lost under this regime over the last 7.5 years. If we take NIB contribution and the fall off of contributors, it is over 113,000 workers who have stopped contributing to the NIB. That is what we are dealing with. But the minister comes here and says what? The central bank has produced a report telling us today we are on the road to recovery. The train has been wrecked. The economy has crashed. And the people, Mr. President, are crying blood in Trinidad and Tobago. Only a few are benefiting. Mr. President, when we look at what is presented here under the various heads of expenditure, the question has to be asked, will the 128 million allocated to the police service, how will this sum, Mr. President, help to reduce the murder level in our country. The minister hasn't told us that. How will it reduce home invasions? The minister has not shared with us how this $4 billion will address these matters. Mr. President, as we speak, if you do a linear extrapolation, given where we are today with crime in Trinidad and Tobago, at the end of December 31st, 2023, we will have over 630 deaths, murders, Mr. President.
Members. Senator Mark, continue.
Mr. President, I am dealing with the allocation to the Ministry of National Security that deals with law and order. I am dealing with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service with $100 million allocated. And I am asking, Mr. President, through you to the minister, who is the acting prime minister, how will this sum of money allocated to these agencies help to reduce the number of murders in Trinidad and Tobago? That is what I'm asking. How will it stop, Mr. President, as I said, home invasions, where mothers are being raped, children are being murdered? Another word from the minister on this matter, as if they're living in Kukulan. They're living in a fantasy island. They are disconnected from reality, Mr. President. These are the real issues. And how will this $4 billion from the Lord of the Treasury help Trinidad and Tobago and the people of this country? Mr. President, people are living in fear. What about the people's safety? It is as if the government does not care. They don't care. Mr. President, and people are dying every second of the day. And Mr. President, we have to deal with these things before us. My heart goes out to the parents, Andy and Alana, Neil and Alana Knights, whose young daughter, Chantel Knights, left home April of this year, never returned. Her hand, a part of her body, was discovered recently in Tunapuna. 25 years of age. That is where our country has reached. She lived in Chagonas, went to Curep, and she disappeared. What are we doing, Mr. President? But instead, the minister comes here and gives the impression everything is hunky-dory, everything is okay, because he is okay. Because his billionaire friends are okay. But the people are not okay. The people are not okay. Mr. President?
Senator Mark, there's a point of order.
Point of order 46.1. Whilst I acknowledge that there is a line item for particular matters which deal with crime, I think that the Honourable said that the Senator is going beyond. This is not a crime debate.
So, Senator Mark, the point of order as it relates to relevance has been raised. As much as it is relevant, because there is the Ministry of National Security receiving funds in this bill, what I would rule upon is tedious repetition in that you've been on that crime topic now for a few minutes into your contribution. So I would ask you to move on to another point if you do have it. But
President, thank you.
Standing order and relevance.
Yes,
does
I
not
thank you
hold.
very much.
Continue.
Mr. President, the question is, the government has to pay attention to a very important matter that is impacting on output in our economy. And what is that matter? It is the decline, Mr. President, in the labor force participation rate. The labor force participation rate is standing, according to my figures, at just under 55%. We are the second worst in CARICOM when it comes to labor force participation rate. That is essential for output. That is essential for employment. The higher the rate of labor force participation is, the higher you have employment and the greater the output of production in our nation. How will this additional $4 billion improve the labor force participation rate, Mr. President? That is the issue that we are dealing with. Mr. President, these are the real challenges that we have to confront. Of course, Mr. President, I want to remind you that the Parliament approved a fiscal package where the revenue that was forecast was some $56.2 billion. Mr. President, we are now in a situation where the minister informed us that he collected for the first 6 months some $27.4 billion in revenues. Now, we have to pay attention to a matter I brought to this House on the 28th of February, when I raised the matter of falling gas and oil prices, and my matter was dismissed by the minister. Shortly thereafter, I recall, it was on March the 11th, the minister confessed at a meeting at the Hyatt that things were not rosy. He admitted, Mr. President, and I quote, "Commodity prices have gone down. It is not as rosy as 2022. So, Mr. President, we need the minister to tell the Senate what is the estimated final revenue figure that he anticipates for 2023. He needs to tell us, because the fiscal gap seems to be expanding given the low revenue levels that we have. And we may end up with a fiscal deficit of between $8 to $14 billion. The minister must come and tell this Parliament what is the projected estimated revenues for the end of fiscal 2023, and then level with this Parliament and the people as to how much the fiscal deficit would be for 2023. We need to get information on that. The minister, of course, over budgeted in terms of his assumptions. He overestimated the price of a barrel of oil at $92.50 US per barrel and $6 per MMBTU. Today he's crying because those figures have not been realized. But you know, Mr. President, who is hurting most? The people, because the rainy day fund called the HSF will not be provided with any injection of the revenues because the government went so high and the price has come down that there's a gap. So where are we going to put money into the HSF? And the minister must come clean on the HSF because Credit Suisse has collapsed. And we want to know if the HSF, our monies, was dancing up in Credit Suisse. We need to know. Tell us. Tell us what's the reality. That's a matter that the government needs to clear the air on. And Mr. President, all this talk about Japanese, East Asia, European, BNP, American, Henry Hub, all of that with the average basket for gas prices made no fundamental difference. The reality is that there are lower oil prices and there are lower gas prices, and the revenues are down, and the expenditure is up. We're going from 57 billion to 61.5 billion, Mr. President. That is where we are today. And thanks to Vladimir Putin, that we were able to get higher prices for oil and gas and petrochemicals without him invading Ukraine. I don't know where this country economy would have been. So let us be serious, Mr. President, when we are talking about the real issues affecting the country. Inflation at the end of December, close to 9%. Economic survey report now saying inflation is close to 6%. Purchasing power of the ordinary man declining. Fixed and lower income people, pensioners, they're bawling because they're on fixed income, fixed pensions. And Mr. President, as you know, when you come from the lower and fixed income categories in our country and classes, your first call on your salary or your wage or your fixed income is food. Food. And food inflation is over close to 20% in Trinidad and Tobago. That is where we are today. The people's quality of life and standard of living have collapsed under this government. Mr. President, would you believe that the reckless and irresponsible borrowings of this government has led to debt interest charges at the end of fiscal 2023 of close to 10 billion TT dollars? Would you believe that? Just in interest charges on loans that we have borrowed, we have to put aside $10 billion just to service interest. And it is projected that at the end of 2024, we will be paying some $15 billion in interest charges. You know what impact that is having on our healthcare system, on our education system, on generating employment opportunities for our people? Because of the reckless and irresponsible borrowings of this government, Mr. President. Our foreign exchange, our external debt is over $5 billion US dollars, the highest it has ever been. And Mr. President, whilst we are at that, our foreign exchange reserve is what? Down to 6.5, 6.7, the equivalent of 7 to 8 months coverage. When the UNC and Kamla Prasad-Bissassa was in office, we had the foreign exchange reserve standing, Mr. President, at close to $12 billion. We had a coverage of close to 12 months import cover. Today, we are down to about 7.5 months. That is where we are today because of this government. And Mr. President, may I remind you, this Minister of Finance, who is not here, the acting Prime Minister, he tends to play footsie with serious matters, you know. So he is here talking about nominal GDP to Mama Guy, you and me. So he's saying $200 billion is nominal GDP. Mr. President, let me deal with reality now, man. Reality tells us that Trinidad and Tobago deals with real GDP. And the real GDP of our country is not 200 billion. At the end of 2023, it is projected to be 158 billion US dollars. You know, when we left office in 2015, you know what GDP was at? 189 billion US dollars. 189 billion US dollars. Mr. President, yes, I want you to hear. That is why loud. Mr. President, let me tell this government that is engaged in innuendos and half-truths about our reality in TNT. When the UNC was in office, in 2011, our GDP, real GDP, was 166 billion. In 2012, it went 174 billion. In 2013, it went 181 billion. In 2014, 187. And at the end of 2015, Mr. President, I said 189, is 185, 186 billion. The PNM and their misguided policies and regime came on the compound. You know what happened in 2016? We collapsed from 185 to 173 billion. In 2017 to 164 billion US. 2018, 163. 2019, 163. 2020, 151 billion. 2021, Mr. President, 149. 2022, 153 billion. It is projected 158 at the end of 2023. So when you're talking about UNC-led PP and this government called PNM, we will have to wait until 2034 to reach where we left this country at the end of 2015. It will take the PNM another 20 years to reach where we were. So, Mr. President, when they are talking about performance, and they're talking about our performance. The data is telling you that when you talk about performance, performance beats all talk anytime. It beats all talk anytime, because the data is telling you that the UNC produced the highest real GDP in Trinidad and Tobago for the last, from 2010 to 2023. The last 13 years. So let us be serious, man. Don't come here and mama guy people. Mr. President, I want to tell you that when we are speaking about real development in our country, let us focus on real data. Let us focus on real GDP. Don't come and tell us about nominal GDP. That's a mama guide the population. So, Mr. President, let's look at where the government has taken Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, do you know that since we left office, the average daily production of natural gas was just under 4.1 billion cubic feet? You know what it is today? Struggling at 2.8, 2.7 billion cubic feet of natural gas. Plants are closing down. Plants are operating at 60% capacity, 70% capacity at Point Lisas. The country is losing vital foreign exchange because of a shortfall in gas supply in Trinidad and Tobago. So let us be serious. The energy chamber is quiet. When we were there, they were loud. So, Mr. President, not only is natural gas production under 2.7 or 2.8 billion cubic feet a day, crude oil production has collapsed. The lowest it has been for 50 years. You know how much crude oil we produce, Mr. President? 56,000 barrels. In 1978, we were producing close to 300,000 barrels of crude oil a day. Close to it, I think it was about 278 to 280. Look where we have reached. Mr. President, after 8 years of mismanagement, after 8 years of incompetence, after 8 years of corruption, here is where we have reached. Look at where we have reached. And then the government says what? The country economy is growing, and we are better off. Who is it growing for? It's growing for the $1 billion legal club. Your legal club that you refuse to incorporate into the procurement law. They got $1.2 billion, so the economy working for them. It's working for them, not for the people. The procurement law that you refuse to proclaim, Mr. President, for almost 8 years. Mr. President, you know how much money we lost every year through thieving, or stealing, or fraud, or corruption under your government, the PNM? We lost over $40 billion. We lost $40 billion because of the government failure to implement and to operationalize the procurement law. financiers were able to get away scotch-free. You know why? There was no proper tendering. And when they believe that they're in a good place, they say, you know what then? We will proclaim. So they now proclaim the law when
Senator Mark,
the
there's a
law
point of
itself
order.
is toothless.
There's a point of order, Senator Mark.
46-1. There's no, I don't know what he's talking about now. Does not relate to the response, to the supplementary.
Okay, senators, point of order has been raised, and the point of order is on relevance. So, Senator Mark, as much as you're responding to the mover of the motion, again, you just reminded to keep it as tight as possible.
So, Mr. President, we are very convinced that this government is working for the big man. This government is working for the minority. This government is working for the few. This government is interested in the rich and the powerful, not the ordinary man, not the working man, not the working woman. They're not concerned about them. Mr. President, it will take a UNC government to bring sunshine back into the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The UNC government did it once. Mr. President, may I remind you, when we were there for 5 years, we created 56,000 jobs. We have lost 67,000 jobs under the PNM. That is what we have done. When we were in government, we attracted close to 50 billion in foreign direct investment. You know what happened? We have a minus figure of 10 billion. People are leaving here. Minus 10%. So this government is really like, you know, it's like you have something around our neck called the PNM. And it is weighing down the country. Like George Floyd, we can't breathe. We can't breathe on the PNM. Can't breathe. Mr. President, I want to tell you something. If what the PNM is saying that the economy is good and things are going nice, why not pay the public unions, whether it's PSA, the fire, the prisons, whether it's NUGFW? Why don't pay them 12%? Why are you giving them 4%? The economy good. Everything nice. Everything nice. Mr. President?
Okay, senators. Again, for the third time, there's a point of order being raised, and the precedence is that when that is being done, it will be done in silence so it can be heard and then ruled upon. Acting Leader of Government Business.
Point of order 46-1.
Okay, so Senator Mark, continue.
What the government does not want to admit is that they have presided over almost 9 consecutive years of what is called negative economic growth. And they're now seeing something, like I'll tell light, Mr. President, at the end of the tunnel. We welcome economic growth. Mr. President, when we have economic growth, as the economists tell us, it's like a rising tide. When the tide rises, if you don't have leaks in your boat, like the PNM, it will all float. So we welcome economic growth. But the sputtering kind of economic growth of 2% and 1% and 3%, what we are talking about, if you want real growth, you have to talk about 5% and 7% to make sense. Mr. President, do you know that we have close to 6,900 university graduates who are unemployed under PNM? You know, many of them are leaving our country to go to other foreign lands to work. And those who remain here, they are underemployed. They're selling gas at the pump. That is what a university graduate with an engineering degree and a management degree is doing under this criminal government. This government has created and promoted inequalities in our country. The rich are becoming richer and the poor are becoming poorer under them. And Mr. President, I want to tell you that under this regime, our economy between 2015 and 2021 declined by over 19.5%. 19.5%. And that is why some professor in some other universe says to the world that under the prime minister of this country, this economy has grown. Where is this professor living? Is he on Mars? Where is he? He's not real. Let's look at the real story. The economy has contracted. Mr. Professor, wherever you are, let me repeat. The economy of Trinidad and Tobago, under the fellow you give the doctor of letters to, contracted by 20%. So how you could come and say that this man is the best thing after sliced bread? Mr. President, let us be serious, man. Who is misleading who? Who is misleading who? I think it's Howard is a coward. So, Mr. President, we would like our economy to grow, but it cannot grow. For this economy to grow, the PNM has to go. Let me repeat. For this economy to grow, the PNM must go. That is what this thing is about. Mr. President, we need to focus on our young people. And Mr. President, when you look at the unemployment statistics, when you look at unemployment, the average, the youth unemployment is above the national average. We are told by the central bank that the unemployment rate is about 4.5%. You know how much youth unemployment is right now? Over 17%, or near 17%. Young people between 15 and 24, they can't find work. They can't find meaningful, productive employment. They are being recruited by gangs. Because of who?
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
A failed government, Mr. President. This government has failed the people. They have given to the few in our country lamb, jam, wine, honey, while the majority of people eating salt in this land, Mr. President. So we ask the question, this $4 billion that the minister has come here for approval, Mr. President, who will that create, Mr. President? I would have liked the minister, Mr. President, to tell us how many jobs will be generated as a result of this employment, this money rather. Mr. President, do you know that in 2015, we had the unemployment, the amount of jobs generated by the manufacturing sector was close to 50 to 52,000. 52,000? You know what it is now? Just under 39,000. I'll give you just now. Yeah. You, Mr. President, let me talk to you. I am putting it to this House that when the manufacturing sector, under the People's Partnership, in 2015, they generated close to 50,000 jobs. Under the PNM, it is under 39.5 thousand jobs at this time, just under 40,000. So this expansion that we are talking about, which we welcome, how is it manifested or translated into jobs for our young people? How, Mr. President? So we are concerned, Mr. President, and we are saying to this government, help the small and medium-sized businessmen, and this trick that the minister is on to extend the tax amnesty for the 4th time in less than a few months, and using the pretext of encouraging small business to pay. The minister doesn't have money, Mr. President. The minister and the government are suffering from a crisis of cash. So they need the money like Mark Centerhouse. So they have extended the amnesty for yet another time to get money. That is what it is about. Don't come on, Mama Gary, about you're helping small and medium-sized business people. Mr. President, we believe that the government can do more if it is so inclined. But you know what is the issue, Mr. President? Their priorities are not in keeping with people-focused development. It is not being kept in line with the needs of the people. If it was being kept in line with the needs of the people, Mr. President, we would have had a better country. We would have had more employment for our young people. The prices of goods and services would have been lowered. Agriculture would have expanded. Mr. President, the PNM has turned Trinidad and Tobago into a virtual hell house. As the Prime Minister used to tell us, that is the current Prime Minister, Trinidad and Tobago under the PNM is fast going to hell in a handbasket. That is what the Prime Minister told us. The Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. So, Mr. President, the repo rate is good, it remains as it is, although all interest rates in America, the federal interest rate has increased for the 10 consecutive months in the United States or period. That is having obviously an impact to some extent on capital flight. So, Mr. President, we want to say to Trinidad and Tobago, as I seek to bring my contribution to a close, I want to indicate, Mr. President, the government in 2022, according to the Auditor General's report, borrowed $7.3 billion. Mr. President, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Senator Sipasad.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the bill, the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Bill 2023, and other related matters. We are debating the bill which seeks to authorize the government to access $3.852 billion from the Consolidated Fund to fund urgent and critical recurrent and capital expenditure to September 30th, 2023. The targeted areas are those where insufficient funds or no allocation of funds were provided in the budget 2022-2023. Accruals are in fact debt incurred in the past to many suppliers of goods and services to public organizations, like the withholding of VAT refunds, with the debilitating effect on those suppliers to conduct business as going concerns. As I approach this debate, I must mention the exorbitant murder rate, frightening home invasions, increasing prices generally, and declining living standards. Our citizens on the ground are experiencing many hardships, notwithstanding the optimism expressed in the recovery and growth of the economy. The supplemental appropriation of $3.852 billion comprises of loan payments, $97.63 million, or 2.53%. PSIP expenditure, $355 million, 9.22%. And other recurrent expenditure, $3.399 billion, or 88.25%. These funds are required for expenditure in 22 areas. From a historic perspective, the supplementation bills were 2019, $1.839 billion for expenditure in 18 areas. 2020, $2.686 billion for expenditure in 15 areas. 2021, $2.928 billion for expenditure in 14 areas. And in 2022, $3.082 billion for expenditure in 28 areas. Comparatively, most projects in 2023 are saddled with similar cost overruns and accruals for unplanned and unforeseen expenditure as in the previous years. An analysis of the details reveal that major cost items are payments for salaries, wages, cost of living, travel allowances, and gratuities, contract employment payments, maintenance, insurance, and rental costs for buildings, vehicles, and equipment, janitorial and security services, loan payments, office supplies, subsidy payments for fuel, LPG, housing grants, water, electricity, etc., payments to construction project contractors, and payments for services from utility companies. Trinidad and Tobago's economic performance improved because of windfall gains in 2021 and 2022 from increased energy prices, which resulted in higher tax receipts. It is uncertain whether any policy changes or economic initiatives impacted this performance. Oil and gas prices are currently declining. The Minister of Finance confirmed that the average wellhead price for natural gas declined by 64.51% from US $11.61 per MMBTU in October 2022 to US $4.12 per MMBTU at the end of March 2023. These average wellhead prices are based on the weighted average natural gas prices of the following indices: Henry Hub, NBP, and JKM. The average realized oil price declined by 21.35% from US $93.26 per barrel in October 2022 to US $73.375 at the end of March 2023. Further, the trend continues to be negative as prices have steadily declined in April and May 2023. The world price of ammonia, which is Trinidad and Tobago's largest petrochemical export, declined from US $1,100 per metric ton in 2022 to between US $335 to $345 per metric ton on the spot and contract market according to S&P Global Commodity Insights, May 4th, 2023. This is approximately 70% decline. The estimated 2022-2023 revenue is projected to be $1 billion less than originally budgeted. The revised budgeted revenue is $55.176 billion. The revised budgeted expenditure is $61.37 billion, and the revised deficit is $6.362 billion. The additional $3.852 billion is only about 7% of the overall budget presented for this fiscal year. And in the overall scheme of things, it is really not exorbitant. However, it will increase the overall deficit accordingly. Mr. President, this means that the deficit must be funded by additional borrowing from the central bank overdraft and/or commercial banks. Applicable interest costs will be incurred, and in addition to an increasing debt obligation, must be repaid from the shrinking public purse. At the same time, revenues from various sources are not increasing proportionately, hence the need for supplemental appropriation. At some point, sooner rather than later, expenditure must be managed with a view to reducing the overall imbalance and not passing the specter of a growing financial burden to future generations. Natural gas, petrochemicals, and oil contribute 80% of Trinidad and Tobago's foreign exchange earnings. While the domestic manufacturing sector is showing growth, it is insufficient to fill the foreign exchange void created by the shortfall from the energy sector. Declining prices means foreign exchange declines, which affect all sectors of the economy. Natural gas production is declining as there have been no new gas finds and the level of exploration has been reduced by the major oil energy companies. BP's infill drilling program continues to fail. Therefore, there is no additional gas production to be exported to compensate for declining prices. Lower energy prices coupled with declining production means that plant closures are real possibilities, as happened in 2018 and to 2022. Trinidad and Tobago is struggling to maintain economic stability in a volatile and uncertain global environment of unstable oil and gas prices, widespread disruption in the global supply chain, high inflation, instability in the financial markets, unprecedented world conflict and tension, and shocks yet to be seen. The country is also contending with many systemic issues, including foreign exchange shortages, food security, spiraling crime which threatens economic and social stability, the rate of recovery, and the standard of living enjoyed by citizens. Even first world countries with fiscal resources and strong currencies must be sensible, as the United Kingdom has come to realize. What differentiates countries is how they adapt and respond to internal and external shocks, and most importantly, chart a realistic course forward. One example is Norway, where petroleum and gas accounts for 20% of the economy. Mr. President, it is evident that many, if not all of our services require repair or re-engineering. For instance, utilities including water and sewage, electricity, telecommunications, the transport network, and health, to name a few. Social support systems and services also require rethinking and rebuilding. Education is another example. Mr. President, while the present must be taken care of and diversification and development for the future is on the lips of everyone, the voice of urgency must be on structural reforms to diversify the economy, continue reducing the public debt, increase competitiveness, attract investment, institute measures to make Trinidad and Tobago resilient to regional and global shocks, promote the ease of doing business. Mr. President, the government currently owes businesses $7.8 billion in VAT refunds. The Minister of Finance announced that the government will issue cash refunds between May and June 2023 to businesses that are owed $250,000 and less. The projected total refunds are between $1 billion and $2 billion. between June and August 2023, issue $3 billion tradable and transferable VAT bonds with a coupon rate of 3.15% to repay VAT arrears on businesses who are owed $250,000 and more. These bonds are redeemable at 100% of face value. Under the law, if the government does not pay the VAT refund due within 6 months, interest is accrued at 1% per month. Based on the projected refunds, there will still be a hardcore of between $2.8 and $3.8 billion still owed to businesses, together with the accrual of refunds that will continue to be submitted. While the initiative to deal with VAT refunds is always welcomed by the debtor, the fact is a substantial amount is still owed and must be made good at an accelerated pace so that a real difference in business activity, including investment and growth, can be realized. The small and medium-sized businesses will be most affected, since larger businesses can withstand a longer waiting period. These businesses, which are compliant entities, are being penalized. Mr. President, in fact, in addition to the sums they are owed, businesses must also pay income tax of 30% on profits and are therefore funding a significant portion of government expenditure. I recommend that companies be allowed to net off VAT refunds against VAT payments due instead of the present system of accruals. Mr. President, the Supplemental Appropriation Bill 2023 include payments of subsidies. Fiscal subsidies include GATE program, which has now been restructured. While it has now been restructured, previously saving for tertiary education was unnecessary for parents and left graduates with little or no student debt. Parents are now required to fund their children's tertiary education through savings and/or debt. Healthcare. The shortage of medicine highlights the subsidized healthcare system, even if the subsidized service is less than desirable. Public housing, water, electricity. Central bank policies have facilitated low interest rates in Trinidad and Tobago. This enabled the population to access cheaper and more credit facilities. Consumption, for example, of motor vehicle loans have resulted in an increase in motor vehicle sales. World food shortages are projected because of war, famine, and pestilence. The heat wave in India and other parts of the world present growing climatic challenges and hardships for citizens. The allocation for draining and desilting works from $143.96 million to $211.43 million, an increase of $67.47 million, is essential, especially with the rainy season on our doorstep. One must only remember the flooding that took place last year and a few weeks ago when we had heavy rainfall for a few days. Data from the CSO shows that headline inflation decreased from 8.7% in December 2022 to 8.3% in January 2023. Food inflation remained unchanged at 17.3%, largely because of shipping costs and global supply chain disruptions. Predicated on the rising cost of living index, families will continue to be hard-pressed to afford basic living necessities such as food, shelter, clothing, education, medical expenses, savings for retirement, and so on. The burning issue of an aging population and the associated vulnerabilities of the country's social security systems are ever present. Undoubtedly, the influx of a migrant population will have a lasting effect on our social fabric and must form part of the policy decisions of the country. To address this issue in part, the bill allocates an increase of $315 million for senior citizens grants from $4.118 billion to $4.433 billion, and an increase of $14.21 million for social assistance payments from $340 million to $354.21 million. Subsidies in general transfer wealth to the wealthy and seldom adequately alleviate the long-term needs of those who it was intended to assist. In rationalizing subsidies, the impact on the broader society will be disproportionate. The fuel subsidy, as the Minister mentioned, is approximately $2 billion. I believe now is as good a time as any to liberalize the Trinidad and Tobago fuel market, subject to: 1, the government should maintain some level of subsidies on diesel prices to limit the impact of a further increase in the cost of transportation, goods and services. 2, the fuel grant given to those already receiving government assistance should be maintained. Therefore, the money saved from subsidizing fuel prices at lower than market prices can be channeled to areas of greater need. Mr. President, we need long-term, inclusive, and adaptive planning for real growth. Crime continues to threaten social and economic development and impacts all citizens. We are in the middle of a murder spiral projected to be 4,000 murders in 8 years, and the country with the 6th highest murder rate in the world. Gangs are targeting businesses, homeowners, and individuals. The demand for gun licenses signals the public's feeling of impotence against criminals and belief that the time has come for them to take matters into their own hands. There's an urgent need for crime to be addressed from both social and economic fronts. Economic stability demands that this issue be aggressively and comprehensively tackled. How effective will the Ministry of National Security's budget allocation of $3.325 billion and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service allocation of $2.559 billion be in stemming the crime surge in Trinidad and Tobago? The country does not need any more rhetoric. We require action, not plans on paper, of the government within its constitutional powers. Crime fighting in the modern age requires sophisticated approaches and the intelligence corps of personnel to anticipate and prevent the occurrence rather than the reactionary approaches that continue. The objective is a moving target, and therefore many and varied prongs of attack must be deployed. Mr. President, while it is not prudent to release security measures publicly, citizens have a right to protection and require some measure of assurance and visible evidence that the protective services are winning the battle. Ironically, the evidence available in the public domain flies in the face of that reality. Health Services Support Program. Increase in the budget allocation from $20.109 million to $60.35 million, an increased budget of $40.242 million. Trinidad and Tobago is one of the countries in the region with the highest cases of hypertension. About 25.8% of people in Trinidad and Tobago suffer from hypertension, and most do not know that they're suffering from this disease. This is 2.5% higher than the Caribbean average. Of the people who know, 60% receive treatment, and only 30% of them are controlled. This is because of the unhealthy lifestyles, physical inactivity, consumption of processed foods, including too much salt, high alcohol consumption, cigarette smoking, and obesity. Diabetes is another non-communicable disease which affects about 14.5% of the population, with 88 to 90% of patients having type 2 diabetes. Diabetics are about 30% of all hospital cases. This program is aimed at promoting healthy lifestyles to reduce non-communicable diseases. The Ministry of Health should be partnering with the Ministry of Agriculture to expand the supply of locally grown, nutritious foods that constitute a healthy diet and a shift in consumption towards them. We need to invest in agriculture. Food systems transformation should be aimed at reducing the cost of nutritious foods and increasing the availability and affordability of healthy diets with sustainability and leaving no one behind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, before I go into my contribution based on the allocations to the Ministry of Works and Transport in the supplementation of variation of appropriation for fiscal year 2022-2023, I would just like to remind Senator Mark, without having to delay the House on his statements, because I don't think there's much to respond to. Just to remind Senator Mark, when he spoke about this government and procurement and corruption and things like that, where he was heading, I want to remind Senator Mark that the UNC lost the 2015 election based on corruption. In 2020, the population told them, never again UNC. And I want to remind Senator Mark that in the two incarnations of UNC in government, this government was able to collect on 2 occasions in excess of $1 billion from procurement under that regime. The UNC has no authority to talk about procurement or corruption. This population said, enough of the UNC. You have mastered the art of corruption. Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to present on the supplementation of variation of appropriation for fiscal year 2023. Mr. President, perhaps 30 years ago, we had the choice of viewing climate change as a slow-moving catastrophe, but not today. In this age of record-breaking storm, intense hurricane, and excessive flooding that have devastated communities, it is plain to see that this global crisis is at our doorsteps. And Trinidad and Tobago is no exception. The impact of change in weather patterns has contributed to excessive flooding, major landslips, and a collapse of roadways, which required the ministry to respond at short notice, resulted in unforeseen expenditure. In this context, and emanating from the recent rainfall events of November 2022, the ministry was required to undertake critical and emergency work, which translated into the utilization of funds previously allocated to other areas. To achieve our deliverables, a supplementation of $300 million was identified for the ministry under the recurrent estimate of expenditure. Additionally, with the recent reassignment of the Secondary Roads Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, the allocation of $100 million, which was originally placed under the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, was placed under the Ministry of Works and Transport via a variation. While the portfolio of the ministry is diverse, these monies allocated via the midterm review would be primarily invested into improving our existing road infrastructure and drainage system across the country. Of the $300 million, 34% have been identified for utilization by the Highways Division and 25% for the Drainage Division. Mr. President, 2023 has been a year of much activities as the ministry has accelerated its road rehabilitation program. Today, it is my intentions to assure the nation that the Ministry of Works and Transport remains committed to bridging the current infrastructure gap. Through our planned program of works, we are strategically addressing infrastructure issues that have traditionally curtailed connectivity and advancement for many communities across the country. It is no secret that our roads are in need of urgent attention. While I have listened to the concerns of the many criticisms of the public, the fact remains that the process of rehabilitating and rebuilding our roads is an expensive undertaking that cannot be completed overnight. In fiscal 2023, the ministry has identified an ambitious program of implementation with approximately 100 projects completed, 81 ongoing, 29 in the procurement phase, and 54 being developed. The allocation of additional 100 million will be geared towards driving and implementation of the ministry's program. As a government committed to meeting the needs of the population, we focus on getting the job done and utilizing our limited resources in a fashion which maximizes the availability of funding while ensuring value for money. This government chooses to maintain its focus on our investment in the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Such an investment translates into the improvement standard of living and quality of life for all our citizens. As an example of this, I would like to take the opportunity to highlight the completion of Phase 1 of the Valencia to Toco Highway, which stands to directly impact thousands of residents along the northeastern quadrant. This landmark project will yield numerous benefits for surrounding communities such as Matura, Salibe, Rampanalgas, Cumana, Sanssouci, Grand Riviere, Paria, and Matlot through improved accessibility. The highway also forms part of the government vision to stimulate new industrial, residential, and commercial development along the entire eastern region of Trinidad. Additionally, with plans for the construction of a new fast ferry port in Toco, the Valencia to Toco Highway will also support our vision for creating a new gateway to Tobago. Mr. President, let me now turn my attention to the Komoto to Sangre Grande Highway, which our political opponents have finally conceded is not a highway to nowhere. It took some time for them to understand project planning and seeing the bigger picture, but recent statements led me to believe that they are moving away from what I could only summarize as a narrow view of development and embracing the need to plan for the future and not only the here and now. This highway entails the construction of approximately 34 kilometers of roadway connecting the communities of Wallerfield, Komoto, and Sangre Grande. Permit me to highlight that Package 1A and 1B of Phase 1 are approximately 90% completed. The second phase of this project will include the construction of a connector road, which will create a link from Komoto Road to the Eastern Main Road in Guayco. The aim of this highway is to connect the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway and the Komoto Road intersection to the Eastern Main Road, Sangre Grande. The intention is to fulfill the mandate of direct linking major towns and travel time to under 30 minutes. While I have discussed two major road infrastructure projects, it is expected that with the reassignment of the Secondary Road Rehabilitation Improvement Company and the expanded work program of the entity under the ministry, we will be able to have a greater reach and impact in rural and small communities. In this context, the ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, is currently formulating a program of work for implementation. As the ministry continues to rehabilitate our roadways, considerable emphasis is also being placed on creating safer roads that are fully aligned to international standards. Through the Traffic Management Branch, the ministry will continue its road safety improvement initiatives in the areas of Port of Spain, Arima, San Fernando, Chaguanas, and Point Fortin. Mr. President, the ministry has 3 avenues for road restoration. 1, rehabilitating the existing roadways. 2, traffic alleviation, creating new bypass road and widening existing roads, creating additional lanes, and the building out of the new highway network. Mr. President, as I switch my focus to the drainage division of the ministry, The ministry has embarked on a major desilting and watercourse program with over 500 projects being projected in this fiscal year. Under our pumps and gate inventory program, we have completed 4 pump sites, 4 ongoing, and 4 in the process of preparing tender documents. Under the construction and reinforcement of the concrete inverts, we have 31 watercourses being worked on. And under the rehabilitation of along river courses, we have 2 major projects ongoing, including the Caroni River and the South Oropouche River. These projects and programs are earmarked for implementation at various locations throughout Trinidad. In tandem with the aforementioned, the ministry has identified approximately 80 projects to be undertaken with the identification supplementation funded, with 18 completed, 13 ongoing, 14 in the procurement phase, and 35 being developed for preparation to invite tenders. Mr. President, I want to express my appreciation to the Ministry of Finance for supplementing the areas where these transfers were made to ensure that the ministry and by extension the state will be able to continue to function and make necessary payments. Mr. President, as I conclude my presentation, it is my hope that I have made clear the plans and activities carded for the utilization of the additional funding. The ministry will continue to maintain its mandate to deliver quality infrastructure projects, all for the benefits of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Honourable Senators, before I call on the next Senator, permit me to welcome to the sitting today the Cohen Hamilton Secondary School, Form 3 from Moruga. Welcome to the Senate. Senator John.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the opportunity, and again, welcome to the students of Cohen Hamilton Secondary School. Thank you for allowing me to join this debate on the matter of the provision of the supplementary funds in the sum of $3.8 billion to fund urgent and critical recurrent and capital expenditure to September 30th, 2023. And the minister took his time to spell out the areas that these funds are to be applied. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance presented the media review as further good news. He was very optimistic with regard to the Trinidad and Tobago's economy. But notwithstanding his optimism, and I suppose the minister has to do what he has to do, according to the head of the IMF, 2023, he said in 2023 will be a tough year for many countries as the countries driving the world economic growth, the US, Europe, China, will all experience weakening economic activity. Mr. President, just as my colleague, Senator Mark, before, the minister missed an opportunity with respect to applying this money, this funding, when it is approved, which will regards to the real world issues facing the country. It is all well and good for us to be talking about the real GDP and nominal GDP, and those of us who are minded will understand some of the concepts. But out there, the folks, I think this money is being ascribed to, or we are debating, this money will go to. They really want to know what is in it for me, and whether, if after 8 years and just about $420 billion, whether they are better off. Mr. President, you get the sense that all the government is doing really is ensuring that they tick a box and they are just engaging in arithmetic. For them, it's just arithmetic. How do I, but not even balance the books, but how do I move money from here to there? Because by and large, when you look at the measures and you look at the line items, these are not items that would have arrived just within the time we would have debated the last budget to this mid-year review. These obviously would have been outstanding bills on the books, and maybe the minister just chose to ignore them. So really it is arithmetic. Mr. President, Republic Bank in their review of the budget 2022 to 23 stated that the fiscal package, well, is based, and this I think has been said before, on the oil price of US $92.50 per barrel and a gas price of US $6 per million British thermal units. While this price outlook is in line with the forecast, this is Republic Bank, of globally respected agencies such as the US Energy Information Administration, there was room, Republic Bank said, for a bit more conservatism, particularly considering the uncertainty pervading the global economy. In any case, the government will have the opportunity to make any necessary adjustments in the mid-year review. But I don't think we have seen that. We have not seen any conservatism. We have not seen any, the government really looking at our budget and our situation in line with what is happening internationally. There is, again, this vaulted optimism, and I'm not saying we should be sad, but certainly we have to base our budget on the reality, because Trinidad and Tobago is a price taker. We are a very small economy. So, Mr. President, we are at that mid-year review, which the Republic Bank referred to, and we are none the wiser as to the government's plans, their vision, their strategy, the outcome, the successes, the pathways, because despite the $418 billion in expenditure, the economy remains substantially smaller. So the minister is using some kind of, I think he made the point that the economy has expanded, but he has not said how. But what lately has been having a spat with people who like to refer to themselves as third-party validators, and they have said, what has been said by economists, folks associated with the University of the West Indies, is that basically we have returned, the economy has returned to the size of 2015. So what the government could take credit for is taking us back to the future, quite frankly. What has been said, Mr. President, is that what has been publicly articulated by these opposing views is that what is being portrayed by the minister, the economists are telling us, the various economists are telling us that from 2016 to 2023, the economy has shrunk by 20%. And further, it will take 10 years to return to the 2015 levels of growth. And notwithstanding the boast today that the economy is larger today, I don't know larger than what, because basically it is just narrative without any song numbers to back it up. So if I could quote one of those persons seeking to put an opposing view in the public domain, Professor Roger Hussain of the University of the West Indies, he said it will take over that decade, and the world economy on a whole is going through something of a decline in overall performance and overall growth, he said. This is the environment that we all would have to subsist in the medium term. It is not going to be as buoyant as it was in years gone by, and we have to make as much as we can of the new economic environment internationally. And of course, he then repeated that it will take us up to 2024 to get back to 2015 level of economic activity. And I think there is where we should have, that is the baseline, and there is where maybe the review should have taken place in terms of what are we going to do to get us out of this hole, and not any false sense, any narrative that gives us this false sense of security. Because whether they argue about this IMF Article 4 report, I say that the IMF could say what they want. They don't live here. And after visiting, they return to a place where the private sector truly drives innovation, acts as a check and balance on any runaway government, where supply and demand really sets the equilibrium price. And it's not really who could get the forex based on favoritism and those who have to fight up on the black market at a higher price, which will, in fact, impact the cost that they will offer the goods for sale. So, Mr. President, in scrutinizing the numbers, the supplemental of $3.9 billion is primarily to clear arrears accrued by state enterprises and other arms of government. The government intends to increase payments of VAT refunds to clear off long outstanding debts to business people and to clear off long outstanding debts to contractors. So there are really no new opportunities. At least the minister has not pointed that out, but he has an opportunity during the wind-up to point out where these new opportunities are going to come from, because really and truly we are one of the critical or the most urgent issue facing us is really crime. We are overrun by crime. And if it is we are not seeking to urgently create opportunities for those who are so inclined, we are going to continue to be overrun, to be invaded, and basically, as much as we could stand our ground, if we don't fix that problem at the core, at the root, nothing will come of all of these measures. So, Mr. President, in the breakdown provided, 2.1 billion is allocated to current transfers and subsidy. So that means that is money. That's meaning salaries and wages. So that is gone. That will not be put into the productive process to do anything to help us. 28.4 million is to meet personnel expenditure. Goods and services are next $661 million. And then you have some kind of minor equipment purchases. So, Mr. President, we are already in May. With the end of the financial year looming in 4 months, where are the new jobs and opportunities coming from? The minister has indicated that the payment of VAT refunds will be disbursed in the ceiling amount of $250,000. Well, to what I hope will be to the small, medium, micro enterprises. The question is, how long have they been waiting for this money? Mr. President, the BRR website states where any amount that a person is required to pay to the board is not paid by the due date, it attracts a penalty of 8%. And of course, any amount outstanding, an interest rate of 2% per month or part thereof from the due date to the date of payment. So it means if you don't pay the government, if you don't pay the BIR, you are going to pay an interest. This VAT refund will be sent to you, will be given to you whenever it is, just, I suppose, with no interest. This is money that the government would have been using, and you would not, the businesses would not have had access to, yet they will gain nothing from that money. So, Mr. President, businesses are paying penalty of 8% for outstanding amounts due to inland revenue, but the government pays nothing, zero, for withholding this VAT for sometimes well over 8 years. Mr. President, there are people who have been using their credit cards and overdraft facilities just to hold on. We know the rate of interest on these credit cards and overdraft that they attract. It is not easy because banks in Trinidad and Tobago, under this dispensation, exist to declare supernormal profits, not to ensure that anybody survives. They don't care. It's really about just their own reporting of bigger and bigger profits. So we don't know who have gone out of business whilst waiting, and I think that will be helpful because we know where we have to start. Where's ground zero? How many citizens have given up and migrated? How many have lost everything because of a government whose policies are anti-business and anti-people? A government who pretends to be blissfully unaware and are indifferent to people's plight. Because what we are debating here is not only about what goes from what ministry to the other, is how it impacts people's life, how it betters their life, how it enables people to move out of poverty and depression and despair that they are in. And I mean, I would like to get some of what they are drinking or eating. And before they talk about drink, I'm a teetotaler, by the way. So I'm simply saying that they are living, floating somewhere out there and pretending as if they don't know the depression that has enveloped and engulfed the people of this country. So by way, Mr. President, the minister spoke of the VAT repayment. You will believe that this is some gift, some manna from heaven, but it is money which by law businesses would have paid and which by law they are supposed to be returned to them in good time. As the former TTMA president, Tricia Kusal, and recently the new president would have said, in May 24th of 2022, if I may quote The Guardian, Ms. Kusal said, "I can say without reservation that it is becoming critical for the SMEs to receive their VAT payments." And one of our independent senator also spoke about that, the urgency, the fierce urgency of now with respect to businesses, the small, micro enterprises. As was said before, maybe the big ones, they have a relationship with the bank, but a lot of these businesses are struggling. The bank don't want to see them. They don't belong to the right social club. They're not in the right social circle, because all of that is what happens in this country. This is a serious country where it's who you know, really and truly. So Ms. Kusal said up to December of, I suppose that was last year, 29.1 million was received in VAT refunds, with over 140 million still outstanding. So the government really paid only about 20%. And you have another 140 million outstanding. What that means, that is working capital for small businesses. And Mr. President, the small and micro enterprises, they are the workhorses of any country, because they will hire the people that many large businesses will not hire. They will hire the young lady who had 24 or 5 children. They will hire the young boy who dropped out of school. They will hire the person to work in this scrap iron yard. They will hire the person who just maybe would have paid the debt to society and just come out of jail, and nobody else will hire him. Those people in the small and micro enterprises, they hire 2 and 3 people, some are unskilled, and they really break the back of the unemployment. So they really, for those who are in the formal sector and have decided to run businesses that comply with the law, I can't see how we could, with a straight face and a clear conscience, punish these people. So, Mr. President, it is fundamentally important for the outstanding VAT refunds owed to the manufacturing sector to be prioritized, as their cash flow is being significantly affected. And in order for the continued growth of the non-energy sector, having cash to facilitate transaction is imperative. And that is, again, I continue to quote Ms. Kosala. Now, she made another statement that is very important. So, signaling the need for a reliable system of payments for VAT refund, Kosala added, the payment of refunds is not being kept current. So that's the next thing. So even if they are bought up, if they are paid or they are bought up to date, what happens? Because it's not being kept current. In fact, when the backlog of payments begins to be disbursed, new payments quickly start piling back up, given the inefficiencies that exist within the system. So, we are saying we are starting some new system of payment, but really it's just well, as far as I'm concerned, to get at the people, the person who drying fish in Miaro or in Charlottesville, to bring them into the system, because this government will tax I was going to make they will tax everything, Mr. President. That is how the government intends to raise income. Not by any creativity, not by any diversification, not by looking at the new economies, not by looking at all of the opportunities in front of our face. Right. Mr. President, SMEs, as I said, are the workhorses of the business community. They are the small groceries, the vegetable mart, the barber shops, the hairdresser, the florist, the scrap iron dealer. So they really depend on these VAT refunds. And as someone in the other place, a member of the opposition is the only person who have come up with that. They talked about the concept of the multiplier effect, and that the 7.8 billion that is now outstanding, really, if it goes through the economy, it will have the effect of almost $24 billion within this economy. Because what it means, when you pay, whether you pay a farmer or you pay a contractor or whomever, that money doesn't stay in their hand. That money goes to the bookstore, it goes to the market, it goes to the doubles vendor, the bacon shark man, it goes to Massey stores. And that is really the circular flow of income. And that multiplier effect that drives it through and ensure that the wealth passes through many hands. So it is very, very important that this VAT payment, the payout, is paid, because it keeps thin margin operators afloat and their employees on the payroll. Many, many businesses, thousands, would have closed. Mr. President, the minister touched about the procurement legislation and bringing it, that now it has been fully proclaimed, etc. Now, what I noticed is that CAL Airlines, they were advertising, they had an advertisement in the papers on Sunday. Maybe that is just when I noticed it. And they said, so that was Sunday the 14th. But they're saying, where Caribbean Airlines is informing the general public that effective Wednesday, 26th April 2023, and in accordance with the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015, and they talk about the amended session, that any and all parties, groups, and or individuals with Caribbean Airlines Limited, via the provision of goods, works and services, must be registered with the procurement depository on the website of the Office of the Procurement Regulator of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the minister just spoke about a tax amnesty, but that is not in alignment with what is happening now with the state agencies. Well, I suppose they have to comply with the law. But what happens to businesses that have not yet registered? Because all of this time, the government was supposed to have proclaimed this act, and they kept going around the mulberry bush, and now it came, they just proclaimed it without even any indication. So people are not quite ready. As I said, I've noticed the ad which is dated 14th May, or which was placed on the 14th of May. But it is talking that since the 26th of April, they would have stopped doing business with whomever suppliers. So I want to know, I suppose the Parliament, it will be interesting to know how many of these SMEs would have been affected, not only from doing business with CAL, but with other state agencies. The plug has just been pulled from them, or is this a way where the government is trying to create oligarchs because some of the large suppliers are ready, and basically they can get a kind of unfair advantage. So I did go on the site yesterday to see what time this Office of the Procurement Regulator, how long does it take, but you had to sign up and all of that. And I really did not have the time. So I think that is something we need to look at. How long will it take any firm for that matter? How long will it take them from the beginning of the process to completion in terms of signing up with this procurement regulator? Because it means that if this is affecting, I don't know how many firms this is affecting, but I'm sure it's many in terms of suppliers, it means there will be a bottleneck, We are going to suffer because of that. So basically, this is something we have to approach with some common sense. Now that we have the legislation and the government is saying, green light, we're ready to go, maybe in the same way that the minister has announced an amnesty with respect to the taxes, paying off their businesses paying off their taxes. Maybe there could be an amnesty with respect to signing up with the procurement regulator, because we are going to suffer on both ends. Mr. President, there's head 13, the Office of the Prime Minister. In that, there is 9,000, I think maybe subhead 02000165, expenses of cabinet appointed bodies, and there's $9 million appointed in supplementary funding required to meet expenditure incurred by the Commission of Inquiry established to examine and inquire into the incidents which occurred on February 25th, 2022 at facilities owned by the Paria Fuel Trading Company. Mr. President noted that, of course, it's only with good pressure that the government would have decided to have this inquiry. But, $9 million is budgeted. And it will be interesting to know, or to find out how much of this is really to just pay legal fees to ensure that the wreck people's reputation, dead or alive, when up till now, this government has not shown any empathy for the families who are affected by this tragedy. It's not a tragedy they planned for. And a lot of these 4 divers, they appear to have been sole breadwinners. And families have been really terribly negatively affected by this shocking, horrendous manner in which this whole incident took place. And it really will be in bad faith if this money is going to ensure that the state is void of accountability, and it's just to taint the memories of these men who would have paid the highest price with their lives. Could some of the $9 million not be set aside for suffering dependent survivors? Because, a budget can't only be dollars, it has to make sense. And basically, it's about the people and how it applies to people's life, how it intersects with people's life. Mr. President, at subhead 04 under the same Office of the Prime Minister, 04000703, the Children Authority, there's $62,500,000. And this sum is required to meet costs associated with the revision of the organizational structure of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. This revision will result in increased personnel costs, accommodation requirements, procurement of additional goods and services, and items of minor equipment, as well as the creation of an internal security department to provide oversight and security to at all the children residents. Now, the opposition cannot be opposed to money being allocated to the care of children who are in state care. This is an area of grave concern, and really the tardiness of the government there should be is of concern also, because there should be a laser focus on these homes, how they are supervised, managed, and the outcomes. Now, it's understandable that all of this money set aside, part of it is for what personnel because there's some organizational restructuring. But Mr. President, what is in the public domain is that of the 942 members of staff, that requirement as at this time, there are only 200. So there's a shortfall of about, what, 200% or more, just over 200%. So I can't understand how these vulnerable children, many of whom have faced unspeakable trauma, some with very special needs, how they have been managed. So again, it is good that monies are being set aside at this late stage to help in alleviate the chronic staff shortage. But within that 4 months, is it enough time? Are they ready with respect to get going when this money is approved, that they can at least make good use of it to alleviate some of these issues that are facing the children? Again, I reiterate that the sum are for, well, what is stated, for the creation of an internal security department to provide oversight and security to all the children residents. But that sounds good on paper, Mr. President, because in some instances, the chronic staff shortage, because it appears as if the Children Authority and agencies associated with it, they are not really, they don't attract, they are not the popular choice or the first choice of a lot of people who are applying want to exchange their services for an income. And therefore, this staff shortage is chronic. And you have instances where security guards are doubling up as caregiver. And what has happened in the past and what it appears continue to happen to this day is that these children are interfered with. So notwithstanding the SABGA report, the Justice Jones report, and the attendant public outrage, these vulnerable children remain at the mercy of predators who are being paid state salaries. Maybe they are there and they are very, people don't even suspect that these people are actually predators. Mr. Vice President, young girls are still running away from state care. So again, I'm saying it is good to know some of this money is going to look after security, but what kind of security? Because young girls are still running away to this day and returning pregnant to these homes. And these are not things that are actually in the public domain. And efforts should be made. There should be no stone unturned to find out who are these people who are impregnating these girls who are underage. Right now in another home in deep south, there's a 16-year-old girl, a 15-year-old girl who is pregnant and she never left the home. How could that happen? How did that happen? You know, are these issues reported to, and this is going on right now. You know, the member of a family called me, and that's how I know. So this is not hearsay. Sent pictures and what have you. So these things are wrong and need to be reported to the TTPS immediately, and I so advised. So, Mr. Vice President, another issue is that the way in which, again, in looking at this sum, will some of it be used to prepare the young people for transitioning into normal life? Because a lot of them don't have any extended family, nowhere to go, and basically, but the law says at the age of 18, they must leave state care. What happens then? And there's no provision. From different homes, you'll have different arrangements. People are doing this out of the goodness of their heart. But this is too serious. It cannot just be out of the goodness of your heart, because these young people are taken advantage of when they find themselves outside of the regimentation and regulation and oversight of state care. As a matter of fact, there's a statistic that 50% of the young females particularly, are pregnant within 2 years of leaving state care. So, Mr. President, I mean, I looked at some of that in their strategic plan, and basically they are very dismal statistics. Because these young people are vulnerable, and really we should do better. The data presented is not encouraging. So how we are going to move from children who are abused sexually, there's neglect, physical abuse, how will this money help? Which will be very interesting, and really something like that that the country is very interested in. I don't think there's any citizen who is not concerned about the care of these children. We should have gotten a little more information, and whether how much $6.2 million will fix. So, Mr. President, what we do here is not just an aye and a nay to additional funding. It is a reflection of government's policy expressed in money. But knowing this government, I don't know how far it will go, and maybe that money will just be returned to the corporation sole, to the Ministry of Finance. Mr. President, Head 18, Ministry of Finance, the Infrastructure Development Fund there's an allocation of 313 million, 0.7, and the minister was very clear that it was not for the Ministry of Finance, but it was for various ministries, more money owed to contractors, etc. So what that means, this money is basically already spent. This money will, I don't know how much it will do for us. Maybe the contractors would have to pay their banks. The banks might be holding them to ransom around the scuff of their neck as it is now, because this government just take people's services and don't pay on time without really thinking about the ramification and what the impact, the negative impact on the various businesses. However, I said, so the money is really to pay for work already done. It doesn't appear as if any new jobs will be created. And in this time of runaway crime, when what is part of the panacea is not more guns, is not the good guy with a gun to go against the bad guy with a gun. It's really about you start at the basis for this crime, and it's the social programs, and it is jobs and opportunities. And this 313 million, when it is passed, it doesn't appear as if it is going to be of any use to anybody out there, because it appears to have been already spent. Because, Mr. President, Vice President, sorry, what is happening here is that it appears the construction sector, notwithstanding what the Minister of Work said, it appears if the construction sector is dead and lying down peacefully in La Perouse Cemetery. And really, in Newsday of March 19, an article by Mr. Corey Connelly said Tobago contractors, and I know you're concerned about Tobago contractors, as I am. No, sorry, this is Mr. Vice President. I'm talking about, the president, that is, would have been very concerned about the Tobago contractors, because that is one thing Tobagonians are always united in concern for Tobago, that there's no divide there. And so we will be bothered that Tobago contractors, they are not bothered or perturbed about the impending increase in cement price, because that is one of the metrics you can look at. How the sale of cement, how much cement going to, well, not even to Tobago. Right now, I think TCL is trending in the wrong direction. Quite frankly, they ain't getting no sales because there's no construction. And Tobago contractors are saying they are not bothered or perturbed about the impending increase in cement prices, because they say construction on the island is dead. This is an article. And on Wednesday, which was last week, Trinidad Cement Limited, the country's sole cement supplier, because that's the other thing, the government made sure that there's no competition. So never mind, they did all kind of simidimi to make sure there's no competition, but now it knows they ain't buying any cement, right? So they are there with all their cement, and because this government has not stimulated the economy, and there is nothing like construction to stimulate an economy in the short and medium terms, and it creates good paying jobs, right? What it does, it helps people, the skilled and the unskilled, to earn a good living. How many people will give CPEP and URP to? It just doesn't work. We need to get the construction sector going, right? And, well, I'm giving a plug for TCL. They need to sell cement, right? So just that tells you, when Tobagonians said, it doesn't matter to them where the price of cement goes, the construction sector is dead. So, Mr. President, the government, it appears in all of these lovely, optimistic statements, it's really about the man on the mover bus or the Marabella bus or the Tuco bus, and whether they feel that they are better off today. And I'm telling you, they are all, for those of us who walk the streets, we know that that is a resounding no, that they are not better off at all, because this government has lost total control of the economy. Nobody believes we are better off at this time than from when the government took office in 2015. And all of this is we can see it reflected poignantly in the viciousness of the crimes. Just recently we had a 24-year-old. You just could call so many names, and it is so sad that every day you just have a crime that is more vicious. Senator Mark spoke about some young lady, they almost had put a puzzle. Her arm was found, Mr. President, which brings me to the Ministry of National Security, head number 20, 04, the subhead 0400902, Strategic Services Agency. This young lady, Gabriela Raphael, 24 years old, was dead for 4 days because I don't think she was important enough for them to find or to identify her. Because at 24, she had 5 children. 5 children. Why you don't like the truth? What's wrong with you? That's the truth. This is not a government who care about anybody. She was there for 4 days, Mr. President. I walk around that savannah. I'm from Tonga. I live in Port of Spain. I mean, I'm from Charlottesville. But when I'm not from Charlottesville, I live in St. Anne's, so I know.
Senators on both sides, kindly allow the senator to continue with her contribution. Senators, please refrain from crosstalk. Senator Naked, I'm asking you kindly, allow your colleague to continue her contribution.
You see, when you see, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, when Andrea Barrett died and there was a big outcry and people zeroed in on the cameras, where are the cameras? Maybe they would have given her a fighting chance. Or at least, oh, she's dead. At least one could catch the killers, the murderers, so she could rest in peace. Then we found out that of the 1,800 cameras, maybe 50% were working, and it happened that the ones that would have been along the path that these people, these murderers took her, they were not working. This government that now everybody, they're mumbling and grumbling, if they had any shame, any empathy, every camera would have been working, so I don't want to hear any grumbling, you understand? Every camera in this country would have been working today. And maybe Gabriela Raphael would have had a chance, because where she was killed or where the body was found, it's right where you have Whitehall, because the Prime Minister suddenly fixed up old building. And to talk about from Whitehall to Mason Hall to Whitehall, right? This girl was found right there. And so if you see all kinds of tall pole, but these cameras are not working on these poles, so you're just on your own. Maybe Gabriela would have had a chance, because given where it was, maybe somebody would have been monitoring it and seen this girl being taken advantage of. I mean, just last week, I think they had some big coronation in England. And before, they have this facial recognition. So even if you have on a mask, they know who you are. Behind that, people who are concerned about people. This government is concerned about nobody. And they're about no one. And people are dying because this government is not concerned about anybody. 24 years.
Senator, you have 5 minutes remaining.
I thank you for the 5 minutes, sir. 24 years old, 5 children. She must have fallen through the cracks, right? Nobody cares about these things. You understand? I mean, you see, if there's a flood in Quite, Biden leaves Washington and he finds that's the president of the United States. 350 million people. But he goes. Whether it's flood, it's fire, they shoot people, they shoot little children, he goes. Nobody from this government goes anywhere. And I say that an organization takes on the DNA of the leader, and their leader is heartless and cruel. And I'm saying there is nobody on earth, if somebody dies, could stop me from going to see and going to help. And if the UNC was in government, I am telling you, every camera would have been working. Every camera would have been working. Because we know the consequences of cameras not working. So I want to hear nobody who in and I. Lifeless body. This thing means nothing to these people. Of an unidentified female of African descent, appear to be approximately late teens, early 20s, dark brown in complexion, slim built. That is what she's reduced to. No cameras are working. 4 days later, they found out who she was. It meant, Mr. Vice President, she probably would have been, her first pregnancy would have been when she was 17. Of the 1,796 cameras, many very visible, as I said, around that Queen's Park, Savannah, 46% are non-functional. And that was at that time. I don't know what is happening now. I said there was an outpouring when you are Furore, when Andrea Barrett, then 22 years old, 22. Ashanti Riley, 18. In the papers, they reported Ashanti Riley's killers unsuccessfully tried to strangle her with a belt. You know, it is somebody take a little child, 18 years old, try to strangle her with a belt, and this government still wouldn't ensure that cameras are up, and they want to talk here today. Don't talk. Don't talk here today. The issue of non-functional cameras have been raised ad nauseum as an urgent matter to be addressed because our young girls are being killed and their murderers are free to roam to kill again. Because not only that, they're not catching them, nothing, they are just out there roaming to kill again. You would have thought a government who took the mandate given by the people seriously, they brag about they win in 2015 and they win in 2020. That doesn't make any sense, any difference. Because I'm saying from 2015 to now, nobody feel they are better off. Because, I mean, some of you are floating up in the air somewhere out there. So you don't understand what is going on out in the real world, right? And you would have thought, as I said, a government who took the mandate given by the people seriously would have seen that as a priority. But no, if I'm to quote former Senator and the eminent R.L. Silk, Martin Daly of Senior Counsel in the Sunday's Express of yesterday, he said the test of legitimacy for prudent decision-making is captured in the question, how it go look. Nevertheless, as a friend observed to me, there is an anyhowness in abundance in much of what currently passes for governance. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Dionarain.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this act to supplement and vary the appropriation of the sum of $3.85 billion, which was authorized in the budget via the Appropriation Act in 2022. Now, Mr. Vice President, I too, like the Minister of Finance, Acting Prime Minister, in 40 minutes, I could only do so much justice to this bill, and therefore I too would be selective on the matters that I address. The perspective in which I have assessed this bill is one in which where I assess the risks that I see and the consequences of these risks, which I would like to bring to light on this floor to give the government some sort of insights into what we need to be looking at going forward from a fiscal perspective. Now, Mr. Vice President, this supplementation of $3.85 billion brings the total budgeted expenditure for fiscal 2023 to $61.5 billion. And even though the Minister of Finance didn't state clearly, and I would ask him to verify this for me, he didn't state the budget deficit, but with the $1 billion loss in revenue that he indicated, this shows that with the supplementation and the $1 billion loss in revenue, we are looking at a $6.36 billion deficit in this fiscal year. Now, and that is taken, and that, of course, that is taken into consideration the $1 billion loss in revenue that the Minister of Finance alluded to during his pilot. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, at $61.5 billion in revised budgetary expenditure, it takes us up to the second highest budgeted expenditure in a fiscal year ever recorded in this country since fiscal 2013-2014. And at that point in time, the country recorded a budgetary expenditure of $62.8 billion. And as you heard, the Minister of Finance did indicate that this supplementation is to pay for expenses that we really cannot avoid. So immediately, I will analyze the supplementation in budgetary expenditure from a sustainability perspective. And I ask the question, is the economy at a point where it can generate sufficient revenues to sustain this level of expenditure? Based on my analysis, I do not think so, or I will be cautious to think so. And the rise in expenditure definitely shows that there is temptation to revert to a pattern of pro-cyclical spending, and that is basically where we have a tendency to increase expenditures when commodity prices have started to increase and decrease them when commodity prices have declined. Now, and this is exactly what the IMF in its Article 4 consultation report alluded to. They stated very clearly that it is recommended that the government continue to prudently manage the energy windfalls and avoid pro-cyclical spending and rebuilding and focus on rebuilding fiscal buffers. Now, talking about the Article 4 report, in my humble opinion, the report was neither positive or negative. It was largely neutral. Because we are here, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, with a supplementation of $3.5 billion in recurrent expenditure, which we cannot avoid, yet it brings total recurrent expenditure for this fiscal year to $55 billion. This is the highest allocation to recurrent expenditure in a fiscal year. So what I'm saying is that this supplementation in this bill, $3.49 billion of the supplementation goes to recurrent expenditure. When we add that to the original budgeted recurrent expenditure, we end up with a figure of $55 billion. And what I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, is that this is the highest level of recurrent expenditure we have ever recorded. And my concern rather, is this sustainable? So, Mr. Vice President, the increase in revenue from the energy windfalls in 2022 comes from a largely volatile global environment, and it is difficult to assume that this increase in revenue will continue in the medium term, especially with energy production muted in oil and gas prices forecasted to be 20% lower, and 20% oil prices 20% lower and 50% less compared to 2022. No, I know the Minister of Finance clearly indicated that the price at which we yield for oil and gas is a weighted average price of a basket of prices. I too calculated this weighted price, and even those weighted prices are forecasted to decline are expected to decline by at least 20% and 50% respectively, both for oil and gas. So, Mr. President, with risks to the global economy tilted to the downside, there is trouble brewing with financial institutions globally. The Fed continues, as in the Federal Reserve Bank, continues to increase interest rates. There is now a new risk within the last couple of weeks emerging. That is the risk to concerning the U.S. debt ceiling. And there is a real possibility for a sharper than expected global slowdown. And that, coupled with a declining trend in upstream and downstream energy production, I expect further losses in revenue for the remainder of the fiscal year. Now, the Minister of Finance didn't, in his pilot, explain to us where energy production is heading, nor did he explain to us or give us an overview of the level of production that we had for the first 6 months of the fiscal year. So I hope that the minister can answer that in his wrap-up. With respect to revenues from the non-energy sector, however, and it is important to note here that Inland Revenue Division categorizes non-energy revenues by including revenues from the downstream energy sector, which is petrochemicals production. Whereas when we are calculating GDP, the CSO, based on its international standards classification of industries, includes the manufacture of petrochemicals in the energy sector. So that's an important distinction to note when we are comparing and contrasting data. But with respect to petrochemicals, revenues have been largely elevated in the first 6 months of the fiscal year due to higher prices of ammonia. And ammonia prices have seen exorbitant increases in 2020. However, this windfall in ammonia prices is already dissipating, and within the rest of the fiscal year, prices have forecasted to be steadily decreasing. So further production, even though we have yielded surplus revenues from the petrochemical sector, production of ammonia and methanol, also urea, has been relatively stable. There have been no real increases in production of these commodities. So with a decline in prices for these commodities, even though it's forecasted to be higher than pre-pandemic levels, it is still declining, and therefore we shouldn't be expecting any significant revenues from taxes on income and profits from petrochemical companies. So when we look at this whole debate about whether energy GDP declined or whether non-energy GDP increased, I just wanted to lend my thoughts on this. It is important to note that when we are comparing and contrasting the growth performance of an economy over a period of time, it is very important that we look at real GDP figures. And when we look at the CSO data, quarterly data, what we could see happening is that, yes, the non-energy sector has increased in real terms. However, a lot of the increase has to do with a decline in production or the volume of output coming out from exploration and extraction of oil and gas. And since 2018, there has been an almost 5% decline in refining, output from refining, and that perhaps is due to the closure of the Petrotrin refinery. So it is important how we look at the data. Now, there has been an increase in the non-energy sector in real terms. The non-energy sector has rebounded, but again, we need to look very closely at the data. And when we look very closely at the data and you compare the third quarter of 2019 to the third quarter of 2022, what you see happening is, yes, food and beverages have increased in production significantly, but when you go further into the specific industries within the manufacturing sector, and I requested a further breakdown from the Central Statistical Office, so if anybody would like to have the data, I can share it with them. When you look at the breakdown of the manufacturing sector, majority of the increases in the manufacturing sector is coming from the production of alcohol and wines. There is also an increase in the processing of fruit. Just give me 1 second, Mr. President. I have data right here. Right. So we have the processing and preserving of fruits and vegetables. That has increased by 114% from the third quarter of 2019 to the third quarter of 2022. This is in real terms. This is constant price GDP that I'm looking at. When we look at, on the other hand, what has contributed to the majority of the increase in non-energy manufacturing output, this is excluding the petrochemical sector, it is distilling and blending of spirits and manufacture of wines, which is basically the manufacture of alcohol in Trinidad and Tobago, right? So that has increased by 172% compared to pre-pandemic levels, and I'm comparing Q3 of 2022 with Q3 of 2019. It is very important to compare the same quarters when you are comparing data over a period of time. So yes, this increase in the manufacture of alcohols has contributed to the largest increase in non-energy manufacturing production. And it has, I'm saying this, I'm explaining this just to ensure that everyone understands that the increase in manufacturing has not come from the increase in petrochemicals manufacturing, even though we are experiencing large windfalls. So, Mr. President, I do not have an optimistic expectation for revenues from the non-oil sector. And I see it as only being really possible if we accelerate the implementation of reforms that we have already commenced. So that is the implementation of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, the Gambling and Gaming Bill, implementation of property tax. That is where I see a lot of revenues would come from if it is we are to be hopeful within the next 4 months to expect any significant revenues, and also further rationalization of public expenditure. So if we look at the TTRE alone, Mr. Vice President, because I want to be clear why I am saying this. If we look at the implementation of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority alone, which is expected to come fully on board, I believe it's in August of this year, there is a lot that has to be done before any real results can be seen in the efficiency of tax administration, such that we can see any real improvements in revenue collection. I mean, come on, when the TTRA comes on board, staff is hired, and it is fully operational, the first thing that the Director General would have to do is engage in a review and revamp of the whole VAT refund management process. Then there have to be redesign of administrative procedures, assessment and redesign of administrative procedures. There needs to be a revision of the anti-fraud strategy. All these things have to be done before you could see any real results in increase in revenues from the full implementation of the TTRE. Now, I know the Minister of Finance is hopeful that the injection of $4.5 billion in VAT revenues will boost economic activity. However, whether this boost in economic activity will transpire into increasing non-energy revenues from VAT, I'm not too sure, and not only from VAT, but also from taxes on incomes and profits from non-oil companies. I am not sure that, and why I say I'm not sure is that, Mr. Vice President, it has been years prior to 2015 that the business community has been dealing with this whole long delays in receiving VAT refunds. And over that period of time, what you have seen happening is that a lot of tax amnesties have been coming on board as well. And what this tends to do, one, you have a situation where, one, you are conducting your businesses, you are paying VAT on behalf of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and then when you have a claim to receive, what ends up happening is that you don't receive your claim on time. That's a fact. We all know that. You cannot depend on it because you don't know when you're going to get it. The second thing that is happening as well is that over a period of time, because of this, businesses generally just found ways to pay less VAT. And with the deficiencies in the tax administration system, it is impossible for the Board of Inland Revenue to identify and pinpoint these challenges. So automatically, you have a tax compliance gap that is large and has widened and will continue to widen until tax administration is sorted out. The efficiency of tax administration is sorted out. And until then, we wouldn't be getting any real benefits from this, from increased revenues from the TTRA. So, and I want to pinpoint something here as well. After so many tax amnesties, I've looked at the Auditor General's report for the last fiscal year, that is as at September 2022. And what I saw there on page 54 of the report, there is a consolidated statement of arrears of revenue. And in that consolidated statement of arrears of revenue, Mr. Vice President, what we see is taxes on income and profits owed to the government in the vicinity of $38 billion. Taxes on goods and services, $6.3 billion in VAT alone owed to the government. Royalties on oil and gas, $3.56 billion owed. So while on one hand we're here trying to clean up tax administration and improve tax collection and whatnot, what is happening with this large bill? And it actually, the Auditor General report alluded to the fact that these arrears on revenues have increased by $4.3 billion in just 1 year. So that just goes to prove my point that we really in a situation where tax compliance has been worsening in the country. So I would like to hear from the Minister of Finance if after so many tax amnesties, how come we weren't able to recuperate these large revenues, the large revenues that have been outstanding to the government? So, Mr. Vice President, unfortunately, I am not as optimistic as the Minister of Finance on revenue prospects being able to sustain expenditure levels of $61 billion. Remember, we are operating in an economy that is $30 billion smaller in real terms compared to 2014. Now, I chose 2014 as my comparative because 2014 was when the price of oil peaked in August, and then it experienced a decline which was sustained straight up to 2019 before the onset of the pandemic. So I'm very selective of choosing 2014 to compare with. So the bottom line is that even though oil and gas prices remains elevated compared to pre-pandemic levels, after peaking in 2022, the real output of the economy is estimated to grow at 2.5%. But the economy is still 16% smaller than it was in 2014. We are not producing at full capacity to ensure that we can bring revenues to sustain this kind of expenditure. Right now, this year, we are estimated to produce 153 billion in real GDP. This is real output. And based on growth projections by the IMF in the Article 4 consultation report, which went straight up to the year 2028, it will take us beyond 2030 to get back at a level of production, real production, that we had in 2014. The projections up to 2028 with growth, with sustained positive growth as projected by the IMF, we are going to reach a real production or real GDP figure of $174 billion. So, Mr. President, when I look at the line items under the various ministries, they are indeed necessary, many of them: wages, salaries, outstanding monies owed to contractors, arrears for utilities, senior citizens grant, maintenance for TTPS, police vehicles. There's an expenditure there for maintenance of fire service vehicles. And there's also expenditure for other operational expenses. Now, upon a closer look at these line items, we have, out of this 3.585 billion in supplementation, we have 21% that is going towards monies owed to suppliers and contractors. Contractors alone are owed 304 million from the Infrastructure Development Fund for works completed by ministries of health, tourism, education, and sport. Of the remaining monies owed, 300 million are in recurrent expenses. Then we have wages and salaries. And when you include short-term employment and contract employment, you get a total amount of 687 million in wages, salaries, short-term employment, and contract employment. That is another 18% of the supplementation. Then you have 291 million allocated for the payment of utilities, gratuities, fees, rent, security services, janitorial services, etc. So, Mr. Vice President, almost 50% of the supplementation, $1.8 billion, are for expenditure that was either already incurred or largely accrued to routine operations. Mr. President, it is almost impossible to have not known that these expenses would be incurred. And I heard members of the opposition bench making this point as well, but I too am wondering, and it is a serious question that I have, and I would ask you to listen, I would indulge this House to really listen, because it cannot simply be bad budgeting to me, but it seems to be that it was deliberate delays in expenditure that seem to be masked by prudent economic management. It is budgeting to cut expenditure allocations even when they continue to be incurred, or to delay the expenditure later down the road when windfall energy revenues occur. To me, that is what it seems like. I could very well be incorrect because I am not very much integrated into the whole budgeting process within the Ministry of Finance. But it definitely would make sense if I am a Minister of Finance and I have ended up in a very difficult cash flow situation to postpone expenditure later down, to take advantage of the recurrent, to take advantage of the smaller levels of revenue. And the same applies to VAT refunds, Mr. Vice President. There is a backlog of VAT refunds But this backlog of VAT refunds, what it does is it inflates tax revenues from the non-energy sector and overstates genuine VAT collections. So if 3 billion in VAT bonds, for example, was not, let's just take this example. If this 3 billion in VAT bonds that are now going to be paid out was not treated as expenditure in the draft estimates, then our net revenue budgeted, which is budgeted under the original budgeted of $7.7 billion, we would actually be recording net revenue or revenue from VAT at about $3.9 billion. So these strategies or approaches are similar to unauthorized borrowing and creates some level of uncertainty for budget credibility. And this is why I raised the point, because where my concern is for budget credibility going forward. And the whole budgeting process and the public financial management process, because it will influence negatively. Now, Mr. Vice President, I really do not want what I am saying to be misinterpreted as we should not fulfill this expenditure in this bill. I know the government was forced to adopt a strategy to align expenditure with available revenues. But what I am saying is that the point of adopting such a strategy should have been to allow, or should have been to create space for more prudent fiscal management and prevent excessive reliance on energy revenues and mitigate the risk of larger budget deficits, thus strengthening our resilience. By doing this, the ultimate aim should be to encourage efficiency in public expenditure. And I have not seen that we have found ways to operate more efficiently. Rather, what I'm seeing is that we delayed the expenditure until energy prices rebound. Now, on one hand, you have monies are rationalized via fuel subsidies because the fuel subsidies have reduced significantly. We have a review of water and electricity tariffs taking place. There was staff reductions at WASA. The Petrotrin refinery was closed down because of large inefficiencies and a drain on our foreign reserves. But on the other hand, Mr. Vice President, you are putting monies into state-owned enterprises and public bodies that have fallen short of accounting to the public on how they have been using state funds. And this here, I draw attention to UDCOT, NIDCO, CPEP. These three entities in particular have outdated audited financial statements that they haven't presented to this Parliament and to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. This cannot be sustainable because here we are with a $61 billion budget based on these supplementations, and I'm not sure whether that was after all those years of belt-tightening. Any real efficiency in public investment was achieved. What I'm seeing as a result is a reduced capability for ministries to carry out their routine functions effectively. It has resulted in inadequate staffing, delays in service provision, a deterioration in public infrastructure, which is now going to cost significantly more to revert to its original state, and there is also, as a consequence, a decline in the quality of public services. All in all these things have resulted in one thing: a serious loss in productivity in the country at all levels. It has negatively impacted sectors such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, even limiting the capacity of the TTPS to save the public from this outrageous crime situation. Delayed payments to contractors, habitual accumulation of VAT refunds, maintenance of public infrastructure. I mean, Mr. Vice President, when you look at the public infrastructure, it is in such a bad state that you look at Vimcot, and in the yard of Vimcot, it's like a graveyard for all public assets, vehicles that are no longer functional and operational. Our roads, even though I've seen a lot of improvements, our roads have become in such a dilapidated state as well. So, Mr. Vice President, it is evident that when you look under the various heads of expenditure, there is a 100% increase under repairs and maintenance in the allocation, from about 144 million to 295 million, almost 150 million increase. And just to single out some items, there's 10 million more going to the HSC Boko to Tobago. There's 40 million more going towards the TTPS for police vehicle maintenance. 4 million more to the fire service. Mr. Vice President, I'm almost certain that had we been conducting routine maintenance, we would not, on an annual basis, we would not have been spending this much today. These prices would not have been so inflated. I think, Mr. Vice President, the time has come for us to shift away from the state-led model for maintenance of state assets. And this could come in the form of some sort of PPP arrangements. I know it is already under consideration in the Ministry of Works and Transport. But even though it seems as a plausible solution, I'm hesitant to be optimistic about it, because if we move in that, when we move in that direction, given the track record of the government in late payments or outstanding payments to contractors, if this strategy to continuously delay payments to contractors is going to be adopted as a status quo, it shouldn't, then it can have adverse effects on the viability and the effectiveness of PPP arrangements. Further, we should have an accountability framework to ensure that public servants treat state assets with care. It establishes clear guidelines. It will establish clear guidelines, responsibilities, and mechanisms to promote transparency, integrity, and accountability in the management of state assets. And I'm not just talking about having an asset management log or register or something like that. I'm talking about a framework which would allow for sanctions and disciplinary measures that can articulate consequences on non-compliance or negligence on managing state assets. We should establish mechanisms to encourage and promote whistleblowers who report misconduct or irregularities related to state assets. So, Mr. Vice President, let me move quickly to my final point, and that is the transfers to state enterprises in the supplementation. There's an increase of 258 million, at least 105 million of which has had no initial allocation. These transfers are to finance public and principal and interest payments for loans under UDICOT, NIDCO, and MTS. Now, Mr. Vice President, this may seem like a small amount in supplementation, but if we zero in on UDICOT, I have serious concerns about their transparency and accountability. They have been receiving transfers from several ministries as state enterprises, as a state enterprise, for financing of at least 35 loans. This is based on original budgeted expenditure. I remember when they came before us in a joint select committee, I think it was last year or year before, under the Public Accounts Enterprise Committee, there were so many flaws in the procurement processes and procedures. Now the procurement law is fully proclaimed, so we may see some improvements there. But when you look at the accountability and transparency of resources committed to UDCOT, the last audited financial statements completed was in 2015. Audits have been outstanding since 2016. NIDCO's last audited financial statement was in 2017. CPEP, as a matter of fact, they can't find records from before 2015. So we have, and then we also have here regional corporations receiving supplementations. And even though when we came here when we debated local government reform and we raised this issue, still, I asked for an updated on the submissions of audited financial statements, and they have all been delayed. None of them have come up to date. So during this period, 2018 to 2023, so let me wrap up quickly, Mr. President. It is billions of dollars that are being pumped into this state enterprise called UDCOT, who have not been accountable to the Parliament. As a result, the country since 2015 have not been able to have a comprehensive review of any hidden liabilities and contingent risks. As a matter of fact, Mr. Vice President, with this supplementation, it brings total transfers to state enterprises to $3.8 billion, the highest since fiscal 2011-2012. It also adds to our total expenditure of interest payments of $5.3 billion by $18 million. And Mr. Vice President, this is not even taken into consideration transfers to statutory bodies. From a debt sustainability perspective, contingent liabilities have been ballooning and reaching to $30 billion, 17% of GDP, and it poses a serious risk, fiscal risk to our debt part. The last thing I would say is that we need an overall reassessment and evaluation of the state enterprises sector in this country, a revamp and revision of the state enterprise performance monitoring manual, in order to understand clearly how we need to go about rationalizing expenditure in these state-owned enterprises, or else we will be at risk for serious debt problems going forward. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator, the Honourable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to begin by thanking the Minister of Finance for his astute leadership in the financial sector. I also want to congratulate the political leader of the People's National Movement and Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago for being conferred with an honorary doctorate by Howard University on Saturday. Mr. Vice President, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services as we continue to fulfill our mission of helping, empowering, and transforming lives. Mr. Vice President, only yesterday, we celebrated United Nations International Day of the Family, which is observed on May the 15th each year. And one of our core mandates at the ministry is to protect and empower families, make them stronger and more resilient, provide for their basic needs, and be there for them in special circumstances. And we continue to take this mandate very seriously. And I'm here today contributing to this debate in this honorable House to advocate on behalf of our families during their time of need. I am sure everyone in this House was concerned at the unprecedented levels of flooding which occurred late last year, particularly between October and December. And we were all bewildered by the level of destruction and concerned by the scale of the loss and distress of many of our brothers and sisters in many areas, such as in El Socorro South, Spring Village, Pinal de Bay, Bamboo No. 2, Mafeking, Woodland, Sangre Grande, Kumutu, and Barakpur, to name a few of the hardest hit areas. Mr. Vice President, as soon as we were given clearance by our first responder, which is the Disaster Management Unit of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, officers from the National Family Services Division of the Ministry, the National Social Development Program, and our Citizens Engagement Service, together with support from members of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Services, were deployed to support members of Parliament and disaster management units of the regional municipal corporations on the ground to take applications and to assess the needs of the residents who were negatively impacted by floods. Altogether, at May 8, 2023, the ministry undertook assessments of some 4,487 households in collaboration with the Disaster Management Unit. And this relief took the form of food support, the provision of household grants to replace household appliances and furniture that were destroyed, and clothing grants. So far, support to families for flood relief has been approximately $12,138,900. And these funds were taken from our social assistance vote to assist affected residents. And these resources allowed them to get back on their feet quickly by being able to acquire much needed fridges, stoves, and furniture that were lost, as well as books and school supplies for children who were affected. With regards to the families, 1,775 families received assistance from the ministry. 1,549 received household items. School supplies were given to primary school students, 132 minors, and secondary, 94 minors. Mr. Vice President, at the same time, the ministry was once again called upon to assist the vulnerable who would have been adversely affected by the removal of fuel subsidies, in keeping with the announcement by the Minister of Finance in his budget presentation. And we were given the lead responsibility for disbursing the one-off transportation grant to all our clients, and these payments were made at the end of January 2023. 165,751 of the ministry's clients who were already receiving senior citizens grant, social assistance grants, disability grants, and food support received the additional $1,000 at an expenditure of $165,751,000. And this, of course, was a one-off short-term measure intended to cushion the impact of the increase in the fuel prices due to the removal of the fuel subsidy. So when we hear people saying the government doesn't care, this is indeed a measure of a caring government to our vulnerable. As a result, all three of the ministry's major grants, Senior Citizens Grant, Social Assistance, and Disability, experienced a shortfall. So in addition, the Senior Citizens Grant was allocated $4,118 million, which was $182 million less than the total amount allocated the previous year. So therefore, to cover the shortfall in allocation for the Senior Citizens Grant, as well as to reimburse the funds advanced from the other major grants for the flood relief and the one-off transportation grant, the ministry requires an additional allocation of $348,172,814 to meet its commitment for 2023. The Senior Citizens Grant was provided to 109,687 individuals at the cost of $359,960,836.92 as of March 2023. So the total number of recipients includes an additional 759 seniors who were added between January and March this year. Mr. Vice President, our public assistance grant, which is provided to persons whose household income is deemed inadequate due to several factors, including ill health, death, or imprisonment of a primary breadwinner. As of March this year, the ministry provided public assistance support to 16,377 persons in the amount of $25,170,540.09, including which an additional 219 new recipients. Support to persons with disabilities. Beneficiaries of this grant are individuals 18 to 64 years of age who cannot work due to a disability and have been certified by a government medical officer to be permanently disabled. And the ministry continues to meet its obligation of supporting persons with disabilities through our ongoing provision of disability assistance grants for adults and also for minors. And as of March this year, 21,790 persons received disability assistance grants amounting to $45,818,622.06. And for the same period, 3,178 children received our disability assistance grant for minors at a total of $5,020,201. And to fulfill its obligations, the ministry required an additional $18,972,086. So, Mr. President, apart from the support provided by our major grants, which I have just outlined, we continue to assist vulnerable families consistent with our mandate. Of course, access to food support amounting to $11,159,226 has been provided to 18,851 recipients as of March this year. Since October 2022, 25 clients have benefited from our ministry's National Social Development Program at a cost of $338,296.75. Additionally, during this period, 8 clients benefited from our Sewing Empowerment through Entrepreneurial Development Program at a cost of $134,022.60. So I have presented here just a tiny snapshot of some of what the ministry has been doing to help the vulnerable and discharge the responsibilities associated with our mandate. And we continue to assure this Honorable House that the government has not reduced the dollar value of a single grant disbursed by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, thus ensuring that every person who is eligible for a senior citizens grant, social assistance grant, a disability grant for minors or adults, flood relief, or any other grant will continue to receive it as they have in the past in the same amounts and on time. In closing, Mr. Vice President, the ministry takes its fiduciary responsibility seriously by ensuring the management of its limited resources in straitened economic times. And we are committed to investing in the development of our most vulnerable citizens who require the government's assistance in their greatest time of need. I thank you.
Senator Damian Leiter.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, Mr. President, we are called here to the Senate to consider a bill entitled the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Bill. And of course, the objective of this bill, Mr. President, is firstly to further issue a whopping $3.85 billion from the Consolidated Fund and from loan financing to support expenditure for the service of the financial year ending September 2023. And also, Mr. President, in addition to increase heads of expenditure by amounts listed based on the supplemental allocations detailed in the notes that have been presented to all senators here present. And, Mr. President, to begin to deal with a supplementation of allocation of such a large sum of money as $3.85 billion, it is first imperative for us to get a true appreciation of the performance of the overall economy. And, Mr. President, we listened to the Minister of Finance speak in glowing terms about how great this economy is going. But we are not talking about any small sum of money. We're talking about taxpayers' money that need to be invested properly for our children and grandchildren. We see some of them who are sitting in the bleachers here today in the room, and they just left, Mr. President, for them. And this is because the money comes from somewhere, Mr. President. It comes as a result of the fundamentals of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago with respect to economic output, unemployment, investment, debt, and price levels. And we see an economy where the real GDP has declined by $22 billion. I heard Senator Marks speak about every year the amounts it declined, but he didn't sum it up by saying that real GDP declined by some $22 billion in the first 6 years of this government's tenure, this PNM government's tenure. And at present, Mr. President, we see a continued low rate of GDP levels, despite the Minister of Finance's celebrations about the IMF report, where the IMF estimated GDP for the year 2023. Mr. President, I would echo the words of the Leader of the Opposition, Mrs. Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, when I listened to her on television in the other place. And I also examined the CSO data, and it shows, Mr. President, clearly that we are still in pre-pandemic times when it comes to the economy. And this is because in 2020 and in 2021, Mr. President, real GDP declined, according to the CSO, by some 7.7% and 1% respectively, meaning that even with the increases of 2.5% and the estimated 3.5% last year and this year, it will not restore the economy to pre-COVID levels. So I don't know if the minister was giving some misleading numbers, but that is what we've gotten from the CSO. Mr. President, you know what? I was listening to the minister intently, and I heard him refer to real GDP in his presentation. And I had some hope. I held out hope, Mr. President, that the minister finally saw it his way to refer to real GDP. He quoted a few numbers in real GDP. I thought the minister learned his lesson from the beating he would have taken back in the budget debate in September of 2022, when he was quoting nominal GDP to show the performance of the economy, when he was beaten from the opposition, beaten from economists speaking outside. And I heard Senator Dino Ryan here today speak at length about the use of nominal GDP. But the minister's usage of nominal GDP, this usage of nominal GDP where he ought to use real GDP, is worrying for those in the know in this economy, Mr. President. We need to understand this economic backdrop as we are asked to approve almost $4 billion more in spending. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance, and I listened to him both here and in the other place, reverted again when I thought he was going with real GDP, he reverted back to nominal GDP as a measure of economic performance in this country. The Minister of Finance did the same thing as I stated back in the budget debate in September 2022. And again, I thought he would have learned the lesson. But I listened here today, and it took me back, Mr. President. When I listened to this comment of nominal GDP, Mr. President, it took me back to last week when I looked in the other place when the minister was winding up. We haven't had the opportunity to hear him wind up here today, but in the winding up in the other place, where he stated that in 2015, GDP was 160 million and claimed economic growth with 2022 GDP reaching $190 billion. The minister quoted, this is what the minister quoted: "When I went to school, 190 billion was always more than 160 billion," in his usual tone. But Mr. President, this unrelenting use of nominal GDP by the Minister of Finance on the question of understanding economic growth basically showcases this moderate intellectual ability when it comes to the economy, Mr. President. So I don't know what school the Minister of Finance went to when he was doing his master's in economics, but I would clearly call out to that school to check their textbook to see if they made a mistake in their textbook, if they've made some misprint, Mr. President. The Minister of Finance clearly didn't study basic economics, because when I went to school, Mr. President, and I studied economics in school, Mr. President, it was clear that we had to compare economic performance across different years and take into account inflation. You must take into account inflation. Therefore, and that's when we consider the use of real GDP and not nominal GDP. But you know what, Mr. President? Senator Deorine and Senator Mark really beat this topic out. So I will move on here, Mr. President. When we consider mass joblessness in the economy, and according to the NIB report, by 2020 in June, some 112,800 persons lost their job when it came to the contributions towards the NIB. Coming towards manufacturing, I'm zeroing to manufacturing. The CSO also placed job losses at 67,500. When you check the total of persons with jobs on the last quarter, when the then led UNC government in 2015 up to December 2022. And I will remind the Senate again, it was a United National Congress led by Kamala Persad-Bissessar who created 56,000 jobs under the UNC, Mr. President. 56,000. And when we look at this major sector for economic activity and job creation, it's the manufacturing sector. Yeah, the Minister of Finance boasts about the manufacturing sector today, Mr. President. But when we check CSO data, let me tell the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Trade through you, when we check the CSO data, we see that as December last year, only 39,500 persons had jobs and were employed in the manufacturing sector. And this was compared to 51,700 persons in the second quarter of 2015. So this represents a decline under this government of 12,200 persons in the manufacturing sector. Check the CSO figures were quoted today, Mr. President. So the question of job creation under this government, they have failed miserably. Mr. President, the level of joblessness in this country sets the context for persons who are depending upon government spending to improve their lives and livelihoods, Mr. President. And I really hope today that this 3.85 billion supplementation would treat with the manufacturing sector and boost the outputs of our industrial estates, creating employment, Mr. President. But I will treat with this later in my presentation. Mr. President, I will round out the context by considering a few other key economic indicators where the government is facing challenges, namely, foreign direct investment has exited our shores by the tune of $7 billion under this government. Mr. President, government debt and debt servicing continues to be debilitating to this economy, Mr. President. The higher the government carries our debt, the worse the debt servicing situation becomes. Total public debt, Mr. President, at the end of last fiscal, according to the Auditor General's report, stood at a whopping $145.14 billion, which was an increase, Mr. President, of $3.26 billion when we compared public debt, not under the UNC, but just compared to 2021. So they have grown this mountain debt has to be serviced. And it's by an increasing charge on the account of the public debt figure. We stood at some $9.5 billion in fiscal 22, up from $5.3 billion in 2015 under the UNC. So the government has carried the requirements for servicing debt annually up by $4.2 billion, Mr. President. So this means that every year our economy under this People's National Movement loses the opportunity to develop by $4.2 billion because the government has borrowed largely and mainly to support a deficit. That is what is going on, and that is what is being argued today, Mr. President, in this bill. Because we heard it is not just the consolidated fund, but through financing that the government intends to accomplish this. And another key measure of the economy and the government's decision as to where to spend this increased allocation ought to be the general price level in the country. And for those, in other words, inflation. Mr. President, I would like to point out to the fact that at January this year, the central bank website outlined inflation year on year in several categories. And these are the ones that are most pertinent to the citizens of this country. Hear it. Food price inflation at 17.3%. Transport increased by 14%. Bread Bread prices rose by 19.8%, Mr. President, and overall prices of goods and services in this country rose by 8.3%. So we have a problem with inflation in this country, Mr. President. And this means that citizens who have to now face these high prices when they have to buy food from the supermarket have to find an additional $173 more for every $1,000 they spent in the previous year in January, Mr. President. And how does this become possible for these people who are struggling when this government since 2013 has only given the public service an increase of 4% of their salary, Mr. President? How do they survive? Mr. President, how can they afford this $173 more? Transportation prices have skyrocketed, and these price increases should have prompted the government to spend significant sums on money on households in the form of transfers. Mr. President, one is really left to suspect that a major reason why we are not seeing sufficient spending on vulnerable families is because this government is following the IMF playbook to a letter. I heard the minister speak about the IMF earlier. And in the recommendations issued on May the 5th, just a week and a half ago, called on the government to tighten its squeeze on government spending. I heard the minister again speak about this, but the Minister of Finance, and I listened to him in the other place, he didn't mention it here, but when I was looking on TV on the other place, spoke about the IMF's Article 4 Consultation Board report. And the Minister of Finance's commentary was captured in a press release and also presented in the other place. However, despite the enthusiasm by those in the government, there are some issues facing our economy based on this IMF report. Mr. President, if the government follows the recommendations from the IMF report, it would lead to harsher cuts to spending, more taxation, and general difficulty across the board. Mr. President, the headline issues raised by the IMF, and I state it here and I read it here for you, Mr. President, more deficits to be expected in the coming years. And we're seeing that here today. This is because the IMF stated, and I quote, the fiscal position is expected to swing from surplus in financial year 2022 to a deficit in financial year 2023, and then stabilize at moderate deficits over the medium term. Mr. President, the IMF went on. The local economy has not recovered to pre-COVID levels in 2019 and is not projected to do so in this year based on projections. Mr. President, we see the National Insurance Fund continually being under significant risk. We continue seeing the forex situation in this country worsen as import cover is declining and forex ability hampering the investment prospects, worsening the ease of doing business in this country, Mr. President. And cuts to social spending may continue as a result of these IMF recommendations. Mr. President, the bill before this August House calls on members present to approve on additional sums of money by this Appropriation Act. Its specific heads of expenditure and details in the amount. Oh, sorry, Mr. Vice President, sorry. And it's, but it's necessary to consider the impact. When we consider the heads of expenditure, it's necessary to consider the impact of these increased allocations on the budget deficit for several reasons, Mr. Vice President. You see, it's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we adhere to the principles of fiscal responsibility as we consider this increase of a whopping $3.85 billion. And we may encourage this required transparency and accountability in our decision-making process if we have a thorough grasp of how this supplementational appropriation would affect the budget imbalance. The deficit will widen according to the Minister of Finance by this additional $1 billion in reduced revenue that he stated. In fact, Mr. President, I heard Senator Marks say that this deficit could go upwards of $8 billion. I don't doubt that at all. But listening to Senator Dion Ryan and also taking the figures announced by the minister, we are looking at a possible total deficit that would be around $6.36 billion. This would, of course, include $1.51 billion of initial estimate deficit back in October. the supplemental allocation of $3.85 billion that we are contemplating here today, that's going to have to come from the consolidated fund and from loan financing, putting us in further debt. And an additional $1 billion for reduced mid-year revenue estimates, as stated by the Minister of Finance. And again, as I said, I listened to Minister Diona Ryan very closely, and it seems as though the expected revenues can be way less than what the Minister has indicated. So this deficit could be worse. Sorry, Senator Diona Ryan. Senator Diona Ryan. Sorry about that, yes. Yes. I watched the Minister of Finance over there, and I'm in disbelief of some of the numbers he's used. Mr. President, a supplemental appropriations effect on the budget deficit has a direct bearing on our country's long-term debt management policies. Put simply, more deficits equals more debt. And more debt means higher loan payments and higher for debt financing, Mr. President. And we have seen this government that has raised the annual debt financing by more than $4 billion. And the strain that it puts for access, for funding for state resources, for education, for infrastructure, for healthcare, for national security, all spoken thoroughly by senators before. But we don't have to listen to the senators. We can look outside. We can listen to people cry. When we see schools unfinished in this country, roads falling apart by the day, Mr. Vice President, fire stations being depleted of resources and no fire tender. We saw a family perish as a result of no fire tender, Vice President. We see the collapse of this state under this government. And we see nothing for agriculture here today. Little or nothing for manufacturing and trade. And most certainly, with the exception of our 16 million for UDICOT, nothing for my good friend for tourism, Mr. Vice President. I was hoping to see something for my good friend. I was hoping. That ministry has been suffering, that Ministry of Tourism, neglected by this government, Mr. President. It will take a united National Congress to come and bring some sanity to that Ministry of Tourism. But it's not his fault, Mr. President. It's not the minister's fault. The problem is that this government has mounted deficits totaling $56 billion in their first 6 years in office. And we are here with this appropriation today. And despite the Minister of Finance's claim that the deficit was slashed to 0.2% of GDP, or $0.329 billion in fiscal 2022. However, when we consider the Auditor General's report, we see that the borrowing to finance expenditure last year stood at some $7.3 billion. So how is this $7.3 billion not reflected in the size of the budget of 2022? I leave that for the minister to tell us in the wrap-up. But given that economists will agree that $7.3 billion was borrowed to finance the shortfall in revenue, I would say it's in an effort to finance a deficit, Mr. President. That was what that money was for. But I move on, Mr. President. Mr. President, today in this bill, under the Ministry of Finance via the Infrastructure Development Fund, under subhead 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, I heard the minister indicated some $9.8 million is being supplemented to meet the costs of value-added tax on the value of works pertaining to the construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. And Mr. President, let me remind the Senate that in 2022, it was the Auditor General's report on page 63 that treats with this project, the construction of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. And the report states that the project started in January 2020 and was supposed to be completed in 12 months. But here we are in 2023, it's still incomplete and some $84.65 million later. So I just have two questions to ask through you to the Minister of Finance or Trade, whoever would like to follow me, right? Just two questions and I move on. What is the expected completion date of this project? And what is the expected total sum for the project when it is completed? Just two simple questions. Because at the end of last fiscal, in September the 30th, 2022, the amount at Phoenix Park Industrial Estate cost the taxpayer of this country some $84.65 million. And this issue of the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate was one I raised last year in a very mild year review. Very mild mid-year review, I should say. And the Minister of Trade focused on the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate with the allocation then. And today, again, it's only mentioned with respect to the same project. The difficulty I have is that this year the government has chosen, again, only one singular project when it comes to these industrial parks. There are many issues plaguing industrial parks across the nation. Why are we not seeing more in the supplementation for that? But anyway, I move on, Mr. President. Mr. President, I heard several senators before me speak about VAT refunds. And it's been a very topical issue. I will try to take a different angle at that today, Mr. President, because the Minister of Finance came here and spoke about VAT revenues and accelerated VAT refunds, believe that. And of course, he spoke about the issue of VAT bonds. But Mr. President, it was at March the 31st that VAT refunds outstanding stood at $7.8 billion. And in this supplementation of appropriation, only a marginal amount is dedicated towards anything that's resembling VAT refunds. So, and I listened attentively as a businessman involved in the value chain with manufacturers who pay VAT on inputs, Mr. Vice President. And the Minister of Finance raised this matter here today about VAT revenues, VAT refunds, VAT bonds. And at the same time, Mr. President, the Honourable Minister, a mere 2 weeks ago, answered a very pertinent question from Independent Senator Dina Ryan regarding VAT refunds. And Mr. President, I heard Senator Dina Ryan today speak about tax compliance issues, especially when it comes to persons avoiding VAT. But 2 weeks ago, Mr. President, the Minister of Finance, it was his decision, and that's how I read it, to lay the blame at the feet of businesses who don't pay VAT on time as a reason for a delay on VAT refunds or hampering VAT refunds to manufacturers. And this, to me, is a fanciful way of passing the buck, Mr. Vice President. The government cannot and must not sidestep the duty to pay VAT refunds on a timely basis. Companies pay VAT up front at the ports, and they need their VAT refunds back. These delinquent VAT payers have nothing to do with manufacturers who paid the VAT in advance at the port, at the entry, for inputs to the manufacturing process. So what does delinquent payers have to do with this? When they export the goods, they need to get back what they paid up front. The money does not belong to the state, Mr. Vice President. Therefore, it is important that the government does not withhold VAT refunds of what I consider to be an interest-free loan. You see, this is much needed liquidity and capital needed to support organizations for expansion. How can manufacturers be expected to fulfill the TTMA's mandate to double manufacturing by 2025, or double exports rather, by 2025 if the government removes some $7.8 billion of liquidity from the system? Mr. President, the Minister of Finance in the debate here today announced this VAT bonds to the tune of some $3 billion, with an additional amount of between $1 or $2 billion estimated to be paid in cash over the upcoming months. But the Minister of Finance failed to inform members present what will be the residual VAT refunds outstanding. You see, Mr. President, this is because VAT refunds outstanding is not a stationary figure. VAT refunds accrue daily and is misleading to point to payments in isolation when the outstanding balance due is what is of concern to the private sector. So you do a stopgap measure and give them bonds. What are you putting in place to ensure that there'll be a timely repayment of VAT bonds and we don't get ourselves back into this $7.8 or maybe even $10 billion in VAT owing, Mr. President? Mr. President, I believe the minister stated that you'll be paying some, I wrote the notes, some $250,000 for those those who are owed in sums lower than 250,000, this will be paid in cash, and the rest will be paid. This $3 billion will be paid in VAT bonds. But let me tell you, through you, Mr. Vice President, to the Minister of Finance, these VAT bonds don't constitute any favor to manufacturers. And neither is there a reason for that side, the government side, to be thumping any desks. Mr. President, the government by law is obligated to pay VAT refunds. And if they fail to do so within 6 months, they are supposed to pay a 1% interest rate on any month, on every month thereafter, 6 months. And I challenge the government to let me know today how much interest has the government paid to manufacturers in this country when they are delinquent with paying. Because I know if manufacturers pay late or if businesses pay late, they are persecuted by the government. They have to pay these penalties, Mr. President. So the government must understand by their actions, they are systematically removing liquidity from our system and hurting manufacturers. Mr. President, I'll move on because a lot was said on VAT bonds and printed in the papers by businesses, business organizations, independent senators, senators on the opposition. Lots have been said. But Mr. President, this Parliament, as our history assures us, belongs to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And several economists of note were reported to hold the view that the government needs to stimulate economic growth to inspire confidence in the economy. It's not just the UNC saying this. Economist Dr. Indira Sejawan is reported to have stated she expects the Minister of Finance to come, and I quote, shout to the mountains about the growth of the economy and how well the government has been balancing the budget. Well, I will say that Dr. Indira was completely correct, only that she could not have expected the Minister of Finance to come here today and use nominal GDP in such a misleading attempt to point growth between 2015 and 2022. She would not have thought that, Mr. Vice President. And Dr. Indira further indicated that nothing has changed fundamentally concerning the economic challenges in this country. And there's nothing to celebrate, absolutely nothing to celebrate. And furthermore, the fact that the economic fundamentals remain the same is that the government is waiting on the twin kings of oil and gas to once more come like a knight in shining armor and save this economy. But you know what? Let's not stay in Trinidad. I see my brother from Tobago across the way, an economist, Dr. Vanas James, who is from Tobago, pointed to the IMF's scathing review of the government on the question of diversification. Mr. Vice President, it is clear the government is not laying the foundation for diversification despite being in their 8th year in office. It is clear that from this supplementation of $3.85 billion, nothing substantial is being put towards diversification of the economy. Mr. President, and to echo concerns of economists, I wish to get from the Minister of Finance answers to the following questions, because he spoke in glowing terms about manufacturing. But tell me, why did Unilever shut down? Why did Nestle shift their manufacturing out of this country? Why is Digicel gone and moving parts of their services out of this country? Given that global food supply chain issues have forced food price inflation to over 17.3%, why are they leaving? Well, I could give you the answer now. I heard it from the independent senator. Dina Ryan. All of it gone in liquor. Rum and wine, Mr. Vice President. That's what the government is gloating about, rum and wine. Yes, yes. But I ask this question because I look at these heads of expenditure and I see nothing to stimulate agriculture, nothing to stimulate manufacturing, nothing to stimulate tourism, nothing to bring towards diversification of the economy. Mr. President, and then we have Roger Hossain, Dr. Roger Hossain, a senior UE economist. He's on record saying that the Minister of Finance's pleasure with the IMF report is misplaced as the details are in the data. I wonder if the Honorable Minister of Finance, when he was hinting towards persons he called commentators, I wonder if he was speaking towards Dr. Roger Hossain. I just wonder. But Dr. Hossain contends that the data tells a story of odds with what the Minister of Finance understands. Because Hossain stated, and I state for the record, the IMF and some of the institutions tend to write flowery. So I tend to rely on the data in the report. And if you look at the data in the report, it tells a disturbing story about the Trinidad and Tobago economy, Mr. Vice President. And of course, this interpretation didn't sit well with the Honorable Minister of Finance, who issued a media release almost immediately after that, to which Dr. Hossain simply issued an invitation for an informative session to the government. I wonder if Dr. Hossain is asking for a debate with the Minister of Finance and whether the Minister of Finance will accept such a debate. Mr. Vice President, in a Guardian newspaper article on Sunday, the 14th of May, 2022, titled, "A Comment on the Mid-Year Budget Review." Hear this, eh? All you hear this. A former Finance Minister, Mariano Brown, PNM, has also been critical of the Minister of Finance's celebratory tone in the mid-year review. In the other place, in the wake of the IMF Article 4 broad report, the former PNM Finance Minister advised to take the government statements with a pinch of salt, Mr. Vice President, when he wrote, and I quote for the record, "One must remember that the minister is an elected parliamentarian and therefore wishes to present the best view on the performance of the T&T economy." The former PNM Finance Minister on the VAT refund payments also chimed in. They would have missed the opportunity to improve their businesses or would have had to rely on bank financing to cover the refund and the shortfall. Either way, a refund today is worth much less than if it had been received when it was due. Mr. Vice President, even the PNM is in agreement and that this is a poor mid-year review and that even the PNM is in disagreement with the Minister of Finance. Mr. President, I want to touch quickly on manufacturing as I have only about 6 minutes remaining. The Minister of Finance made a claim in the mid-year review that the manufacturing sector increased by some 16.5 in the first 9 months of the fiscal 2022. Once more, because the Minister of Finance has a penchant for using nominal figures, I'm always very curious as to the statistics being used. But I would like to remind honorable members present of my contribution at this time last year, when a similar boast was made by both the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Trade. I have no problem with the Minister of Trade. She is lovely. Her hands are soft, Mr. Vice President. She tries very hard, but it is the callousness of the Minister of Finance that holds her back from her true potential, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the Minister of Finance in the budget presentation again came here and cherry-picked certain industries that showed growth over the last year in terms of manufacturing. But let us talk about the overall manufacturing sector decline, Mr. President. Here are the facts. At I-10, nominal GDP are using. In 2015, manufacturing sector GDP at constant 2012 prices stood at some 30.9 billion and fell to 28.1 billion by 2022. Even before the pandemic, it had collapsed to 29.4 billion. So this means that the manufacturing sector GDP fell by 9% over the 7 years, a total of $2.8 billion under this PNM government. So no amount of cherry picking is going to fix this data, Mr. President. But what the Minister of Finance also did not tell you is that the sectors they cherry pick didn't grow as a result of any gifts or policies emanating from the government. Mr. Vice President, this growth came as a result of the private sector investment. Let me once more state for the members present here that it was from the hard-working business people, the tenacity to take risks in this economy, in this country, who continue to fight to grow business, to hold this economy together, not the government, in less than desirable conditions, Mr. Vice President. And Mr. Vice President, it's obvious we don't need...
Senator Leiter, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And it is obvious, Mr. Vice President, we don't need an expert to tell us that coming out of a pandemic, when the world was shut down and then reopened last year, that manufacturing and consumption would have increased. Restaurants increased, reopened, bars reopened, people started traveling, parties were having carnival, the mother of all carnivals, I think it was, happened. So guess what, Mr. Vice President? Consumption naturally increased. And all of those places that I told you that just open, guess what they consume? Rum and wine, Mr. Vice President. And that is what we heard from Senator Dino Ryan here today, showing the bulk of the increase. So we don't need a rocket scientist to tell us that there will be an increase in the manufacturing sector. And again, this was as no result of any government initiative or favors provided by the Ministry of Finance. The point is that should the private sector be operating in favorable conditions, the government would not have to come here and cherry pick here today. They would not have to report a 9% decline in manufacturing over 7 years under this administration. Rather, they will be able to report overall manufacturing sector growth. What are these unfavorable conditions manufacturers are going through? The ease of doing business, Mr. Vice President, has plummeted under this government and continues to collapse under this administration. VAT refunds, they are running like a headless chicken to pay back because the pressure came not only from the opposition, pressure came from the economists, and pressure came from the private sector that they have to come now and give these VAT bonds. But let's see if they put anything in place to be that will be sustainable to pay back VAT refunds on a timely basis. We await. I will be here, hopefully. I'll be here to answer to the next budget debate, and I'm bringing it back for them again. And of course, Mr. Vice President, access to foreign exchange. That continues to be a major burden on all in the business sector in this country. This is what has limited the true potential of these companies as this government continues to drag the economy down. Mr. Vice President, I heard Minister Mark say it, but it'll be remiss of me if I don't mention this. The Minister of Finance makes the claim that they are giving more money for salaries and several items of recurrent expenditure. That's what he claims here today. However, Mr. Vice President, at the beginning of the year, it was clear that they had under-budgeted. And this means that they want to be praised for the under-budgeting back in September and then come back in May, September, October, and come back in May to put the allocation in what was meant to be there in the first place. We will call it for what it is. This government, by their tactics, understand that budget and overstated expected revenues. That's what they did. They overstated it. And in doing so, they gave the impression that the deficit would be at minimal 1.5 billion, only to come in May now to see a deficit that will be exceeding some 6.36 billion. Mr. President, as I close, an objective mid-year budget assessment will highlight Trinidad and Tobago's worrying economic performance under the current administration. And despite this Minister of Finance's euphoria over nominal GDP estimates, our real GDP still has a pre-pandemic hole. Our economy has been developing slowly as a result of the loss of foreign direct investment and the mounting cost of government debt. Inflation has also been a negative impact on citizens, as food and transport costs have significantly increased. The supplementation of 3.85 billion should be used to address the critical difficulties facing the manufacturing sector, increase industrial output, and help disadvantaged households. Mr. President, it is our patriotic duty in the UNC as a people's representative to examine and challenge the government's financial allocation decisions. We stand in the gap. United National Congress stands in the gap. And in order to revive our economy, safeguard citizens' livelihood, and promote sustainable economic growth, we must make sure that these financial resources are used effectively and efficiently. We in the opposition, in the United National Congress, stand proudly ready. We have a winning team. We have the best plans. And under Kamala Prasad Bisesa, Trinidad and Tobago will win and become a great place once again. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Diop-Tibal.
Mr. Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this bill that is before us. But before I do so, I am sure that my senatorial colleagues here would like to join with me in offering congratulations to Senator Paul Richards, who obtained his doctorate and is now Senator Dr. Paul Richards. We wish you all the best, Senator. Mr. Vice President, what we are seeing in this bill before us is an overall increase of about around approximately 11% from what was presented in the September budget of 2022. Mr. Vice President, as a layperson, I would have been a lot more comfortable with a range of probably 3% to 5%. Particularly in the context that we are not in a situation of the pandemic anymore, or any international or national emergency outside some flooding and some damaged landslips, the roads brought about by excessive rainfalls due to the climate change, as we have been told. So 11% to me is indeed quite high. I'm not sure what the norms are internationally, and I guess it would vary from country to country, availability of revenues. But to me, when we look at the increases, they seem to revolve around a pattern of heads of expenditure over the past years. Now, this has also been noted by Senator Sipasad in her contribution, and Senator Deonarine did go into a bit of detail in that with regards to gratuities, wages, salaries, and COLA, utilities, which would include telephone, water, and electricity, security services, contract employment, payment of principal amounts and interest on public debt, fees, other contracted services, outstanding payments to suppliers and contractors, and certain aspects of infrastructural development. Under these respective heads of expenditure, as I said, it seemed to be a recurring scenario, particularly with regards to these heads of expenditure. So, I mean, it begs the question, is this coincidental, that is just happening like that? Or is it just bad budgeting, poor and inaccurate budgeting? Or I think some of the senators before me would have mentioned, is it part of the budgeting strategy to reflect a minimal deficit? So building on that, I would just like to go into a bit of detail with respect to the respective heads of expenditure. And under gratuities to contract officers, what we are seeing is for the Auditor General, 15% increase. Okay, not so bad. Head of Service Commissions, 135% increase. Under gratuities and pension itself, which was omitted, $1.6 million. Ministry of Education, 121% increase. And the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, 250% increase. Now, I think in those particular cases, you know, we are talking about increases of this order. Now, in my basic understanding, for something like gratuities for contract officers, surely the information is at hand, because we would know who are the officers on contract, whose contracts are coming to an end, and the quantum of the gratuity that has to be paid. So I cannot follow such large percentage increases that is being put forward here in this bill to us. Again, with regards to utilities, telephone, electricity, and water, we see increases ranging from 30% to 50% for different expenditure heads, like the Ministry of National Security, the President, the Office of the Attorney General, and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. And it begs the same question that I have asked. You know, why such significant shortfalls in the budgeting? Are the projections not being based on the past year's rates? Because we have had, although rate increases are being proposed, you know, those have not come into effect as yet. Or is it because of the usage or the expansion of facilities within the respective ministries that we are seeing such increases? The other area is that of contract employment. For Parliament, 25% increase. Statutory authorities, Service Commission, 58%. Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, 34%. Ministry of Education, no provision was made. And we have to now approve the allocation for the Ministry of Education. And under the Ministry of Public Utilities, with regards to WASA, I'm seeing $328 million. Now, in the case of WASA, I'm not aware of what the original allocation was for contract employment. Now, following the 2020 report of the Cabinet Subcommittee appointed to review the operations of WASA and related recommendations, that would have been almost 3 years ago. And understandably, I mean, to get WASA on track to provide a decent service to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, considering the situation at WASA, it is expected that we have to invest a large amount of funds into WASA. And based on previous budgets, a staggering amount of funds are being spent by WASA. Now, in order to assess this large appropriation of $325 million for contract employment, I think it would have been really beneficial for this Senate to have seen some semblance or have been to be told of some semblance of justification as to why such a huge sum of money. Now, is it in accordance with the strategic and business plan of WASA, which we haven't seen any complete or conclusive business plan for WASA? In fact, I think WASA is desperately trying to come up with a business plan that would fulfill the needs of the Regulated Industries Commission so that a rate increase can be considered. And being part of the Joint Select Committee that we looked at this, we had an inquiry into the 2020 report coming out of the Cabinet Subcommittee, and that was about 2 years ago. You know, we are seeing huge sums of money being expended with the Water and Sewerage Authority, but we just cannot seem to match it. We cannot seem to marry it with a business plan or strategic plan to justify such expenditure. I mean, of course, I wish the Water and Sewerage Authority all the best. You know, the nation deserves a good water supply, a reliable water supply, a sustainable water supply, particularly in the context of all the implications of climate change and the projections, not only for excessive rainfall, but projections for drought conditions in the years to come. So it's not a question of just beating up on WASA here, but it's a question of whether the spending that we are seeing is going to sort out the problems of WASA, whether the spending that we are seeing is going to ensure a sustainable and a viable WASA. And, You know, coming with an appropriation of $325 million for contract labor, I think, you know, we need to see a bit more information on that. Now, because that is in addition to that, WASA has not entered, as far as I know, as far as I'm aware, they have not entered into any severance packages yet for staff. That is still pending. They're still engaged with the unions and all of those things. The other area of expenditure, the other head of expenditure, is the question of fees. Now, fees is always could be a bit emotive. It could be a bit politically emotive issue, but particularly with the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. You know, there's a jump from 30 million that was allocated in the budget to $190 million. Now, that is almost 633% increase. Now, in the budget in itself, I mean, how come it is? I'm trying to just piece together the facts here. How come it is that we have such a major omission in the budget? Or is it that the approach is to say, well, look, we really cannot manage the outstanding fees, but if revenues improve, well, then we are going to increase the allocation, if that is the approach to the budgeting exercise. Now, the Office of the Prime Minister and the Children's Authority, there's a proposed increase of $62.5 million over the original allocation of $70 million. And Mr. Vice President, of course, we should not spare any efforts whatsoever to ensure the welfare of our nation's children. No effort should be spared at all. But I would like to ask the question, how after substantial years, remember this Children's Authority was formally set up since 2015. We are talking about almost 7 to 8 years. And a lot of money has been spent to get this Children's Authority going. And such a drastic increase in the projected expenditure by almost 100%. You know, it begs the question, are we getting it right? Now, it is stated that this additional monies is to look at or to make sure or revise the organizational structure of the authority. Now, I have problems coming to terms with this because we are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars from 2015 to now invested in the Children's Authority. And now we are coming to increase allocation by almost 100% to revise the organizational structure. Did we get it wrong from the beginning? Did we get it wrong from the beginning? So much so that the authority is not as efficient as it should be, and we have to undergo major restructuring in order to bring it, for it to be in consonance with the needs of the children of this country. I really hope and I trust that this significant increased funding would ensure that the issues surrounding the Children's Authority would finally be resolved and they would be operating at maximum efficiency in the near future. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to just mention about the principal payments and interest payments on loans. Mr. Vice President, a quick exercise, because we're talking about Office of the Prime Minister for projects by UDCOT, Ministry of Education for the schools project of the past, Ministry of Health, the Port of Spain Central Block, Ministry of Rural Development, interest on some small loans there, Ministry of Works and Transport through NIPDEC, and then NITCO, a variety of projects. You know, these, then also the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. When you do a quick addition, this comes up to almost about $195 million that was not covered in the original budget. Now, again, it begs the question, the amount of the deficit here that we are trying to cover now, I mean, again, I have to ask, these loans and these, the principal payments that are due on the loans and the interest that are due on the loans, the information is there. These are not, most of these loans are not new loans. They have been on the books for quite some years. So if we are to service these loans, obviously, you know, that information is there for us to realistically allocate funds to service these loans. And then I will come to the Ministry of Finance and the amount owed to contractors. Now, previous speakers before me, including Senator Dinarine, spoke about the amounts owed to contractors. Mr. Vice President, not just this government, but since I've been involved in the construction industry for 35 odd years, payments to contractors, non-payment to contractors, timely payments has become part of our culture in Trinidad and Tobago. It is not just a way of doing business, it has become a culture where we think that it is okay to transact business with contractors and suppliers and not have the means to pay them. And I could tell you I'm in the industry. A lot of contractors, of course, they will be happy with this increased allocation here because we are increasing it by about $314 million from the $619 million allocated in the September budget. So some contractors would be happy. But there are several questions. One, after these payments are made, what will be the remaining balance due to contractors, especially for contracts completed over 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago? And the reason I ask this is because, you know, such a system, particularly for the construction industry, is not healthy for any country, because we would all know that the construction industry is almost always the biggest, one of the biggest factors in a vibrant economy in a country. And when you are not paying contractors on time, the effects of it would defeat the very objectives that we are trying on other avenues, such as manufacturing and all of those things. Now, what this does, really, is that you are downsizing the list of contractors who would continue to take contracts from government. What I mean by that is that only contractors with deep pockets, only contractors with the ability to raise cash in order to invest in projects for 3 and 4 and 5 years would be left. And the graveyard, construction graveyard, is littered with many, many contractors who have gone bankrupt because of this failure of all of governments. As I said, it's a culture to pay contractors on time. Not only that, because what you do, you end up with a select grouping of contractors with deep pockets. And you exclude and preclude opportunities for other contractors to engage in government contracts because they cannot carry projects for so long without being paid. And what about the small and medium-sized businesses? You have an industry in which small and medium-sized contractors are doubtful. They are skeptical of entering into government contracts because some of them have to mortgage their homes to raise financing to do the projects. And then when they cannot get paid on time, their homes and all those things are at risk. And they go bankrupt. So a lot of them are skeptical. So we have an industry where the middle band from the established large contractors to the small contractors, you see that middle band that you want to be vibrant and dynamic and employ people? That band is not there because of this here where contractors find it very difficult to get paid. Not only that, it gives rise to corruption because people have to come up with unique networking abilities in order to entice persons within the system to pay them on time. And what happens is people would pay this one, put back this one, squeeze this one for little incentives, you know. It leads to corruption. I'm in the industry. I know what I'm talking about. Then, and it also applies to suppliers as well. Not just contractors, but suppliers of goods and services. Mr. Vice President, I go to the Ministry of National Security, Head 22, and see that an allocation of additional increase of $76 million have been made to the Strategic Services Agency. Now, this is in addition to the $243 million that was allocated in the original budget, which included provisions for the National Operations Center and the National Security Training Academy. Now, this $76 million, it is stated that it is for the upgrade of security software, installation, training, and initial operation of a dedicated connectivity solution for a national CCTV network. Now, this, Mr. President, I think it's a very necessary aspect of the intelligence operations for crime fighting. But again, at the same time, we have been making real considerable expenditure to this particular agency, the Strategic Services Agency. In fact, it is piling up to billions of dollars. Now, the question would naturally arise. The question would naturally arise, with all of this investment here, what are the benefits to crime fighting? Are there tangible benefits that we can say, yes, these are the tangible benefits? Or are the benefits so intangible we still have difficulty in quantifying them, bringing them into dollars and cents? But with all of this investment here, I think the population at large would really expect a much more greater impact on crime fighting from an input from the Strategic Services Agency. Now, the Ministry of Health under Head 30, the regional health authorities. Mr. President, since the Ministry of Health was, since we had the formation of the regional health authorities, I'm not sure if any comprehensive audit has been done, performance audit or performance evaluation has been done of these regional health authorities. We are spending the major part of our budget, one of the major parts of our budget on health. Of course, it's a necessity. But You know, I can't understand how we would leave out $71.5 million from our budget to pay global medical response of Trinidad and Tobago for provision of national emergency ambulance service. I mean, maybe it's an error. It's just a plain error that has been made, that we would leave out something like that and such a significant sum of money. Then we see $321 million additional being allocated for Northwest Regional Health Authority, the Eastern RHA, North Central RHA, and Southwest RHA to facilitate payments on trade payables, $321 million. Now, what is stated is that these monies are for partial payments of trade payables, not to settle the trade payables, you know, but they are for partial payments. And it begs the question, you know, what is the debt situation? What is the situation of the regional health authorities with regards to trade payables? Now, the reason that I raise this is because I don't know if colleagues would remember that years ago, the regional health authorities had to borrow almost $1 billion that we are still paying back. They had to borrow almost $1 billion to settle trade payables. And we are still paying back that loan. And here we are stepping into a situation, or we are in a situation where trade payables have become, you know, is back on the front burner. And how extensive this problem is, how extensive this issue is. And it again goes to what I said about the construction industry. You have suppliers here and providers of services being owed money, and then what do we do? What does this system do? It eliminates those who cannot carry such, who does not have the finance to carry such cash flow for businesses. So what we are doing, we are ending up with a select group of suppliers who can finance and who can cash flow businesses for 3 to 5 years before they get paid. And I just have to ask, why are we not getting this right, particularly when we have borrowed so much money to correct a situation before, and we seem to be stepping into the same situation again. And then my final point, Mr. President, is with the Trinidad and Tobago, is about the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Now we see maintenance of vehicles, an addition of 38 million over the 28 million allocated, an increase of almost around 35%. Now, Senator Narai did mention VIMCOT, and VIMCOT being a graveyard for police vehicles. Now, we keep pumping in money into VIMCOT. We keep utilizing VIMCOT for the maintenance of our police vehicles and our buses as well. And is VIMCOT due for a serious review in terms of their performance and efficiency, and whether or not it is economically feasible for a government of Trinidad and Tobago to be engaged in maintenance of vehicles, or whether that should be given to the private sector for more efficient operation. And then an addition of $29.8 million over $21.9 million, an increase of 136% for the acquisition of new police vehicles. Mr. President, I wish somebody would just conduct an exercise on the amount of monies that we have spent over the past maybe 5 to 10 years on police vehicles. it would reach into billions of dollars. And why such a high replacement of police vehicles? Why such a high replacement of police vehicles? You know, one gets the impression, or I've heard from some members of the public, that the police, the TTPS, treat these police vehicles as a child would treat a toy. Some of them don't last more than a year, if so long. And there is an extraordinarily high rate of replacement for police vehicles. Now, sure, we can say it's because of the nature of the job. Yeah, but how many high-speed chases are they involved in? And how many vehicles get damaged due to high-speed chases? The replacement, the rate of replacement, I think we need to look at that. I am of the view that without concrete evidence, because I haven't done the research, but there is always room to bring down that high rate of replacement. And I think with the police service, you have seen every make of vehicle in Trinidad and Tobago, from Chevrolet to Mazda to Toyota to Nissan. I mean, every brand under the sun, we purchase vehicles. I wonder how efficient that is for maintenance of vehicles and having maintaining stock, keeping adequate stock when you have about 15 different brand of vehicles, and why we cannot rationalize the whole aspect of vehicles for the police. And in addition to that, why we can't have projections about how long should a police vehicle last with proper maintenance? I mean, what is the average life? Should we aim for 3 years? Should we aim for 5 years? And what is the investment that we need to do from a maintenance point of view to ensure that we are much more economical with this spending? And this spending is sustainable, because despite all the spending on police vehicles, we still hear almost every week in the press, we don't have a vehicle. We don't have any vehicles, particularly in the rural areas where we have police outposts and you know, the smaller police stations. In fact, 2 weeks ago, the Chaguanas police station was faced with an incident. The person was told we don't have any vehicles, and they had to contact the Londonville police outpost, who had a vehicle. Imagine that. Central Chaguanas police station, being the major police station in the central region, didn't have a vehicle to respond. And it is not that they have not been given vehicles before. They have not been given vehicles before. I think when we realistically look at this challenge that we have with regards to police vehicles, there is definitely room for improvement in the procurement, in the maintenance, and how the vehicles are used by those assigned to drive them. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Leasing.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to join in this debate here today on the Finance Supplementation and Variation of the Appropriation Bill 2023. Mr. President, this has been a rather interesting day. We are now into the 6th hour of the debate, and numerous speakers have gone before me, and so I will not be very, very long, but I will bring some facts to this chamber and into this debate and explain in certain instances why some of the money is being allocated in certain spaces. But it would be remiss of me, Mr. President, if I started here this afternoon without pointing out the levels of irony and hypocrisy that came out during this debate and was on display here today so boldly from members of the opposition bench. The members of the opposition, it seems, they live in some parallel sunshine universe in which there was no COVID, in which the world didn't go through a pandemic, in which in which sunshine cures everything. It is really unfortunate. I thought, the setting sun, I thought that the Rant of a Madman concert was 2 weekends ago when David Rudder had his farewell, but sir, I am very concerned that there were some performances here today to compete with that. Senator Mark started off in his usual flamboyant self and sustained and deliberate attempts to create hysteria in Trinidad and Tobago. Wild accusations, senseless lack of points that he was making. And of all the notes that I've taken, there's really nothing that I could respond to from Senator Mark, who only spoke about who ball in and what has collapsed. And I would tell him he should look around at his own UNC house and see what is collapsing there. Senator John, dear Senator Jolene John, spoke about the vaulting optimism of the government. And I just want to remind her of the vaulting rhetoric of the opposition, where there's a constant exploitation and the of the figures of speech, of course, and whispering sweet nothings to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and that contribution to there's nothing much to come from here. And then we go on to Senator Leida. Well, this is where the hysteria went, this is where the hysteria rested, and this is where the hysteria resurrected. So,
1 second, Senator.
Sure.
Senator Leida, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Leida said that the UNC was prepared to stand in the gap for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I am not sure which gap, because the UNC lives in the and. The UNC is neither for Trinidad, neither for Tobago. The UNC is for itself. So that is the gap that you are standing in, Senator Leida. You have no authority to stand in the gap. They did not. When you all stand in your other spaces and project yourself to be the alternative government and try to create a space where there's a parallel government in Trinidad and Tobago, no such thing exists in this democracy. And you're setting a bad example for my colleagues in Tobago because you're giving them false hopes and false expectations. So, Mr. President, anyway, let me also congratulate the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for receiving his award from the very prestigious Howard University at the 155th commencement convocation. And it is very telling that the comments of the President of the United States of America were very favorable to our Prime Minister and to our leader. Of course, this is a far cry from the glamour award that a previous Prime Minister would have received for wearing a pretty dress that wasn't even designed by her. So we move on, Mr. President. Today I will speak on matters pertaining to the children. So I will refer to the Office of the Prime Minister, particularly the Gender Affairs and Child Division. And I know Senator Timal raised some concerns about the Children's Authority. So Senator Timal, if you would permit me, please, I want to just discuss with you a few things about the Children's Authority and what that allocation of $62.5 million would be for. So it is, of course, an investment that shows the government's commitment to meeting the needs of the people of Trinidad, and specifically to keeping the cogs of the Children's Authority turning so that the vulnerable children of our nation have some space. I know Senator Timal asked or suggested that there was an almost 100% increase in allocations, and he was asking if we got it wrong. But if you would allow me, please, to justify what most of those costs would be. Currently, there are 224 contract officers at the Children's Authority, with 34 service providers. And dare I say that this increases to actually strengthen the Children's Authority. Because with the recent restructuring that is mentioned in this document, it speaks to, there will be rather, by September 2023, 241 new persons to be recruited and hired as staff to strengthen and bolster the Children's Authority. And if you would permit me just to break down what this staff would look like with the new restructuring. And this is to supplement the 224 already in existence. So 1 CEO, 64 child support officers, 16 child support assistants, 145 child support associates, 8 executive assistants, 1 general manager corporate support services, 1 general manager finance, enterprise and risk management, 1 general manager, legal services and general counsel, 1 general manager, planning and development, 1 general manager, child welfare service, 1 leadership and transformation manager, and 1 general manager, child and family reintegration services. So all of these new positions are being created to strengthen and to provide better service for the Children's Authority. And there's an expectation that there would be 609 staff now in the Children's Authority by September 2023. And this is part of the government's effort to improve and optimize the efficiency at the very much needed Children's Authority in Trinidad and Tobago. As I said, Mr. President, I'm going to be very brief, so I'm just going to skate through the next one, which is the Ministry of Education, where there's a request for $69,419,023. If we look under the first head on the note that we have, which is 0200116, contract employment for 10 million, it is for 2 units, which would be the Educational Health Services Unit and the Educational Technology Unit. And I think it's very important for us to read into the records and to inform the national population exactly what these 2 units do, the function of these 2 units. So the Education Health Services was the unit that was set up in 2021 to manage the Ministry of Education's COVID response. It consists of 1 doctor and 18 nurses who operate in districts to liaise directly between the principals and the Ministry of Health personnel to deal with COVID management. This group, this unit, was an on-the-ground resource for principals in the management of cases or suspected cases at school. They presently play a wider role, which is to monitor in the school population any communicable disease, such as hand, foot, and mouth disease, and to guide on all health-related matters of schools. And I can testify to the efficiency of this service because I have children who attend schools, both primary and secondary school. And anytime there's some incident happening, insofar as health, for instance, recently there was hand, foot, and mouth last term, I know for sure that the district nurse came in and visited the school, put certain guidelines in place, ensured that correspondence went out to the relevant classes and to the children and the parents. So that's the Educational Health Services. This is to pay for the staff there. The Educational Technology Unit was approved in 2021 and formed in 2022 to directly manage the optimization and implementation of the Ministry of Education's school learning management system. This unit is charged with creating and maintaining the e-classroom platform, loading it with content and creating the profiles of all students and teachers, training teachers and students in the use of the platform, and generating reports based on the use of the school learning management system. So COVID might have been a terrible thing. It was absolutely a terrible thing to experience as humanity. But there are some good things that have come out of COVID insofar as the evolution of education, the inclusion of technology in a more real and sustained way, as well as strengthening the health responses in the different districts, educational districts in Trinidad and Tobago. So we know that the Ministry of Education has its mandate to provide modern, relevant, equitable education for all. And we know that there are 250,000 students and there are just approximately 850 government institutions. And so I just want to talk about 2 things here underneath head 26, which talks about 7 schools that are being completed with MTS, with the MTS loan facility. So this is the first repayment of a very recent loan, the $13,481,195. And these are 7 schools that need urgent attention in certain spheres. And the 7 schools are Lahockerton North, ECCE, Ramai Trace SDMS Primary, Arima Central Secondary, Holy Name Convent, Piccadilly Government Primary, Bishop's Anstey High, and Lower Mova Government Primary School. And then lower down we see the MTS repayment for the 26 schools. And I want to read out these 26 schools to show that this government is working across the length and breadth of this island as best as it can to provide or improve, rather, the facilities at schools across the country. And the 27 schools, rather, that are accounted for under 04000120 are Baratarian North, Brazil Secondary, Caripachima West Secondary, Shogunas North Secondary, Shogunas South Secondary, Diego Martin North Secondary, East Mucurapo Secondary, El Dorado East Secondary, El Dorado West Secondary, Five Rivers Secondary, Malik Secondary, Manzanilla Secondary, Moruga Secondary, Mova Lavantil Secondary, Mucurapo West Secondary, Point Fortin West Secondary, Princestown East Secondary, San Juan North Secondary, Sangre Grande Secondary, Siparia East Secondary, Siparia West Secondary, Southeast Port of Spain Secondary, St. George's College, Success Lavantil Secondary, Tranquility Secondary, Union Claxton Bay Secondary, and Valencia Secondary. So 27 government schools that the government has its eye on right now and paying attention to improve the infrastructure. And the final thing is the development program, $16 million, and that really is money to bring the 756 existing scholars to the end of this academic year, 49 open scholarship winners, 91 additional, and the 2 president medal winners. So this is money to make sure that we can finish paying for them throughout the course of this fiscal year. And so, Mr. President, those are the 3 little details that I wanted to speak on insofar as the effect of this variation to the, this supplemental bill, to the young people and the children of Trinidad and Tobago. And we spent a lot of time in drama and theater and feigned interest and gaslighting and a set of noise, but we didn't hear anything significant towards nation building coming from the opposition bench. And I continue to remain firm in my conviction that the opposition is bereft of any ideas. Many of their actions are inimical to the interest of the people of this country and to this country in itself, but really and truly, I should not be surprised at that. And so I join with Senator Timal as he talks about revisiting the culture and the thinkers of some of the people in this country. And I do hope, I want to put out a call to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we must do what we can to protect and build our country. And I endorse this bill here this afternoon, Mr. President, and I thank you.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to join in this debate here today. Mr. President, we are called to this House today to scrutinize and to approve an additional $3.9 billion, which would be added to supplement government expenditure under various heads. Now, I think a lot has already been said on the economic climate, and I have no background in economics, so I will stay away from those things. But what I would say is that when we look at expenditure from a government, we do not expect, and when I say we, I don't mean the opposition, I don't mean just myself, but the people of Trinidad and Tobago expect a sort of report. They expect something like a progress report and an explanation as to why it is necessary to supplement expenditure under the various heads, what has been delivered, and what they can expect. And many speakers before me would have spoken at length about the state in which the country is currently functioning and the feelings and the sentiments amongst the people in this country. Because when you spend money based on 2 things, taxes collected from persons, and your revenue is basically from tax and borrowing, which is really a debt that future generations have to carry. People want to know more, and they need to feel that they are getting some value for money. And every time we have one of these debates, I speak on that concept of value for money. Because anytime this Senate is called upon to approve expenditure, we have to scrutinize the various measures and look at value for money. Mr. President, it is no secret that a lack of economic opportunities would drive further upcoming generations of youth towards a life of criminality. That is the critical underlying factor that affects crime in this country. And we are like hamsters on a wheel at times, I feel, going nowhere when we don't properly allocate resources towards our crime situation and to seriously tackle the underlying causes of crime. So when we are called here to deal with proposals to supplement expenditure, and we are not told of any measures that would promote sustainable growth, that would help with diversification of our economy so that we become less dependent on the energy sector, when we do not see, for example, that serious issues rearing their head time and time again, being reported in the newspaper, and those issues are not being tackled with these supplementations, we have to question the value that we are getting for these sums that we are asked to approve here today. If you do not have government policies that are really promoting sustainable growth, then you really aren't spending your money in the way that it ought to be spent, and you are not delivering to the people of Trinidad and Tobago what they need. You are just keeping the wheels going. It's like you're stuck in the same place and keeping the wheels going. And the government boasts about recovery and we are doing better and so on. Well, coming out of COVID, you expect figures to rise, and I think everybody has spoken about that already. But at the end of the day, we have to again ask, well, have we experienced real growth in manufacturing, not linked to the energy sector? We're not talking about the energy sector, we're not talking about petrochemicals. We wanted to hear about manufacturing, non-energy related manufacturing. And I think Senator Leiter made the point about the number of companies that have moved their manufacturing out of this country. Now, what is the link when you talk about that type of those types of developments and crime? Because that is where I would focus on the supplementations requested for the Ministry of National Security and to an extent the Ministry of the Attorney General. When you are discussing the lack of or the decline in the number of companies that are here and that are moving their the number of companies moving their manufacturing facilities out of the country, you are again looking at a reduction in the number of jobs available, and particularly to young people. Senator Mark gave some alarming statistics about the level of employment and underemployment that we have in Trinidad and Tobago. And unless we really address our issues of employment and creating proper, good-paying jobs, sustainable jobs for young people, we are going to continue to have problems with crime. So nowhere in any of these supplementations do we see a real effort being made to address the issues that would affect the country and tackle the crime situation. I want to speak about a few of the specific allocations here today. And the first one that stood out to me was the supplementation for the amount of money to be spent on prison transport. An additional sum of money is requested for that head under national security. Now, back in 2018, the Ministry of National Security were very vocal about the amount of money being invested in facilities at the prison that would facilitate a reduction in the need to transport prisoners and so on. In 2018, they said the projects were 70% complete, and they expected those courtrooms and the virtual environment to be fully functional in a short time. COVID came along, And then it was said that they were opening 12 off-site facilities, modified containers at the cost of about $70,000 each at each court, at different prisons, in order to facilitate virtual court hearings. The promised savings at that time to the population was $80 million. That is what was promised. Now, the figure has been reduced, but it is nowhere near what was quoted before, because pre-COVID, we were spending about $40 million. And the estimate coming out from the budget was about $7 million. But today, we are here now to supplement for a further $7 million. What I found strange is that last year, around this same time, the question was posed because of the supplementation requested to pay bills. And in the other place, it was stated that an investigation was needed and that some of the invoices submitted during the COVID period for prison transportation, that needed to be investigated. And that was not raised by the opposition or anybody else. It is the Minister of National Security that went on record and said that he had to investigate some of those invoices to ensure that people were being paid. Now, as you would see later on in my presentation, we tend to hear about things need to be investigated and so on, and you hear nothing again, and then you come here for a supplementation. So I don't know if somebody could just clarify, because if you have an estimate, in 2022, the estimate was the same of $7 million, and I think the revised estimate ended up coming close to $20 million. And now you have estimated again for 2023, $7 million, and you have come now for a further $7 million. So is this to deal with an issue of outstanding invoices? What has become of the promised investigation into the amount of invoices promised during the COVID period? Because there were no prisoners, or very few prisoners, being moved for that entire COVID period when all of court was virtual. And as someone who from time to time would still attend, for example, magistrates court, where you have the most amount of prisoners, I would tell you that most courts still receive a link from the prison every day, and they deal with all of the remand matters. And it's only when matters are set for trial in most cases, and not even in all cases, that the prisoners are brought to the court. So why the need, and was it just a situation of under-budgeting when the $7 million figure was presented in the budget in September or October of last year? The second area that I want to make mention of is that of the a further $7 million for security services. No, sorry, that was the prison transport. The $76 million for the Strategic Services Agency. The colorful, and I would say sordid, debacle of CCTV in this country leaves a bitter taste in the mouth of most people. Because, and as Senator John went through the details of some of the more disturbing crimes which struck at the heart of this country, which could have perhaps been prevented or at least solved in a timely manner had we had a proper functioning CCTV network. It really does emphasize why it is when people in this country hear that a further $76 million is being requested, they question what value they are getting. Mr. President, in November of 2020, the Prime Minister made an announcement that $80 million had been spent to acquire cameras. Back in 2018, there was a decision taken by this government to discontinue a contract which was previously held by TSCT. When they went out to tender, the head of the SSA at the time wrote and said that there had been some compromise of the tender and the entire thing was scrapped. It took the government 2 years. For 2 years, we heard nothing. And then an RFP went out. And lo and behold, scrapped again in January 2021. By October, they went out again. And someone was selected based on that tender. Lo and behold, shortly thereafter, it was announced that even that matter was passed for investigation to the new, to the Attorney General, the present Attorney General. And the country was left without any answers whatsoever about this contract and what took place with the contract and why there was a need for investigation, only to be told sometime later that $80 million had been spent on cameras at a political meeting. Not even the courtesy or the propriety to report to the Parliament on the situation, but we are told and we read in the media that $80 million are being spent on cameras. And today, for the same things that they were supposed to tender for, which is a data connectivity solution, we are being asked to approve a further $76 million without us even knowing what has become of the investigation. Who has won the tender? Is this an additional sum of money that is being allocated for a new tender? Is this a new contract? Who are the suppliers that are being awarded these contracts? Because the opposition has raised time and time again the issue of corruption with these CCTV contracts. And when you take that in the context as well, put into context that of the roughly 1,800 cameras that were in existence and reported last year to be in existence, close to 700 of them were reported as being non-functional. And this is a country where crime is out of control. And in a country where crime is out of control and we have an abysmal detection rate, we are being told about a 80 million here and a 76 million there, and half the cameras or close to half, 700 cameras are non-functional. Where is the real information that would help the population to understand what they are getting for this additional $76 million? It is non-existent, Mr. President. And I think that that is something that is unacceptable when we come to have a debate such as this and to deal with expenditure. In a country that is so riddled with crime, one would also expect that if under the head 2022 of the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of National Security, who in the budget was allocated $5.79 billion and is now here to get a further $128 million, that you would see some meaningful expenditure that could address the issues that we are commonly faced with, which impact upon the crime situation. But that is missing. In fact, throughout, when I peruse this entire document, and I think Senator Dirnarine addressed the issue quite clearly, this document speaks to expenditure that was totally predictable when the budget was delivered in October. How does a government deliver a budget and not cater for things like gratuities for contracts that came to an end? Do you not know how many contract officers there are in each ministry? Do you not know that the contracts are coming to an end? Do you not know that the gratuities would be payable? Are you not able to properly estimate things like materials and supplies, electricity, and so on? Or is there a deliberate attempt to under-budget every October and then come to this Parliament to seek a supplementation because you painted a picture that is based on a situation that is completely unrealistic? Are you just cooking the books? And are you just delivering something to the population and selling them dreams? Because that is what it sounds like. Because these supplementations deal with nothing new. They are not bringing anything new to the population to say, listen, if we want this additional sum of money, this is what we're going to do. We recognize that we have fallen short in this area and it's a serious problem facing the country, and so we're going to spend more money to deal with it. If that were the case, these are some of the things that I would have hoped and expected to hear about. The first would have been a lot more money being put into the Forensic Sciences Center. Mr. President, I saw the other day that the minister is again boasting about financial assistance that we are going to get from the government of China to construct a new forensic sciences center. Almost more than a year ago, I posed questions in this parliament that revealed that there were over 16,000 samples awaiting testing at the Forensic Sciences Center. Now, what does that mean? And I will explain it for the average citizen to understand. It means that crimes that could be solved if these exhibits are analyzed cannot be solved until that is done. It means that people who are charged and awaiting trial, or victims who are awaiting their day in court to get justice, cannot have their matters proceed because we are awaiting for samples to be tested at forensics. So if you come here to say that national security needs more money and that you are going to deliver something to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I expected to see some sort of allocation to address the deficiencies at the Forensic Sciences Center. Instead, what do we have? We have a minister acting like it is brand new, fresh, hot off the press news that we are getting a brand new Forensic Sciences Center. And I had a moment of deja vu when I heard the minister making that announcement proudly outside of the Hyatt. So I went back into the archives. And the previous Minister of National Security in October of 2018, and I found the article, said 10 million Chinese funding for new Forensic Sciences Center, and I am reading from an article dated Tuesday, the 16th of October, 2018. Mr. President, in that article, the words of the then Minister of National Security are reported, indicating again where the center will be located. And he said, and I quote, "The breaking of ground will be soon after the budget." With an,
you have a source? Or what?
Sorry, the Newsday newspaper. Newsday newspaper article titled 10 million Chinese funding for new Forensic Sciences Center, written by Julian Neves, Tuesday, 16th October 2018. And I'm quoting, "The breaking of ground will be soon after the budget with an estimated completion date of the last quarter of 2019 or 2020. Now, I know they're going to come and say, well, it's COVID, it's COVID, it's COVID. But you still have a backlog of samples waiting for testing. When I posed those questions in this parliament, I specifically asked if they had attempted to outsource DNA facilities, either locally or abroad. Nothing has been done. And in the meantime, what does the country face? Well, I will tell you, Guardian article, May 16th, 2023. I'm sorry, that's today's date it was printed. It's about 3 months, 74 days ago. That's how they put it up when you pull it off the internet. A mother, 8 months and no DNA results. Mother begs for son's body at forensics. Another article dated March 6, 2023, this time from the Express. 5 years of pain. DNA testing identifies 20 victims, but parents of missing nursing student waiting closure since 2018. January 6, 2023, Express newspaper. Family distraught over autopsy delay. A mother of 7 who drowned. They were waiting after waiting for many hours, they could not get any sort of answer. Some 2 weeks after that drowning took place, to have the autopsy completed at the Forensic Sciences Center. The Forensic Sciences Center is a key part of our national security infrastructure, and it affects everything. The government's great plan to help move the justice system forward is to do away with juries and to cut costs and cut down on food for juries. Well, I think the Express editorial over the weekend dealt with that quite well when they described it as an insult to the national intelligence. And I have to say that... Yeah.
So, Honourable Senator, the point of order is towards relevance. I would ask you at this point in time, as much as you are tying it to that particular item that is before us as it deals with the Ministry of National Security, what I would want to caution you on is tedious repetition, because we're hearing a lot about national security from several senators going before that have spoken, and I would like you to just tie it in succinctly and make it concise, and then if you have any other points to bring them forward now.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the guidance. But you see, Mr. President, national security is the most critical issue affecting this country right now. And if anyone were to come in this parliament to talk about the expenditure of funds and not address this government's failure to address critical national security issues, then they would be not fulfilling their duty to this population. Because without this government addressing national security issues and tackling crime, but also trying to improve the efficiency of our justice system in a meaningful way, not by removing juries and not by dealing with things that will have no impact, but really to tackle it. I want to speak to something.
Mr. President, I'm looking for the point of order and I'll seek your guidance, but that is a matter under active consideration. That debate is in progress. So I'm not sure the member can raise that.
The guidance on this, and the standing order that the minister is trying to find, treats with relitigation of debates or debates that are under active operation within the chamber. Again, as much as you mentioned it just briefly, it is not to be drilled down into because it is an active debate that is ongoing in the chamber. So again, just skirt over it and move forward.
I am guided, Mr. President. Again, even the IMF in their Article 4 report on Trinidad and Tobago recently stated that efforts needed to promote diversification of the economy, including by tackling crime, improving infrastructure, and improving trade policies. And this can be achieved by delivering on the Vision 2030 promised by the government. Now, at the end of the day, whether something is being debated or not, government policies, and we have to look at the policies, because if you are not tying your expenditure to meaningful policies that would effect change for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, then you are wasting time. And I have to say that in everything that I have said here today about forensics, and which I will continue to say on other areas of national security and crime and justice in this country, there has been absolutely no movement, no meaningful movement in the direction of tackling the issue of crime. And that is why we are where we are today. So let us move on again to other areas that treat with the crime situation in this country. When I spoke in the budget debate in October, I made the point that there's a reason why it's called a justice system and that all the arms have to interact with each other. I made the point that the DPP's office remained severely understaffed and that whilst the government had as part of their policy to be able to expand the number of courtrooms, hire more judges and masters in the criminal division of the judiciary, at a minimum, you need to have a functional prosecutorial service, a functional public defenders or legal aid department, as well as a well-staffed and resourced judiciary. We have an appropriation, a supplementation being sought today to the tune of almost a little over $14 million for filling positions at the public defender's office. Now, after the budget, of course, we had that whole conversation here. We went away. In March of this year, we were told that the entire court system was on the brink of collapse because there were simply no prosecutors to be able to go to court and to handle these matters. And it's alarming statistics that we became privy to at that point in time. You see, under People's Partnership Administration, being a responsible government, a comprehensive study was conducted for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and in 2014, a whole new structure which included not just the supporting positions that were needed, but also the amount of staff needed to deal with the caseload at that time of 129 attorneys was approved. We learned that of that, they had only 58, which is less than half of the approved strength. Upon further interrogation, both by the media and joint select committees and so on, we learned that about a quarter of the current staff complement of the DPP's office had little or no experience with prosecuting and had been sent to the office mere months before, hired by the ministry on contract. Now, again, if you are coming here to supplement your expenditure and you are strengthening one arm of the criminal justice system to fill vacant positions for public defenders, what is happening at the DPP's office? This is something that requires urgent attention. This is something that requires an urgent amount of funds to be made available, even if it is to hire short-term assistants for this office. Because if not, what are we facing? Are we going to face a situation where you are going to have people with very little or no experience taking on serious matters as prosecutors? Are we going to face a situation where there just simply aren't enough warm bodies to put in all of these new courtrooms? A government that boasts endlessly about outfitting the waterfront for the civil courts and freeing up space at the Hall of Justice for the criminal courts. Freeing up space for who? Who are you going to put into those courtrooms? So that is also something that is urgent, pressing, and has engaged the attention. I think that single concern about the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions having sufficient resources and staff to carry the system occupied space in our media for more than a month, because it is of such grave concern to the population. And where are the solutions that are being proposed here? Now, if we have to sit back and take a look at all what is happening in the system, we know that monies have to be spent in specific areas to strengthen the system. We know that policy decisions are needed, and the sad reality is that some of the government's policies have created a situation where it does not just it doesn't just fail to address the present crime situation, but it may also contribute to the perpetuation of what we are seeing here today. And I want to make specific reference to the government's policy on migrants. I see, again, there's a lot of information being put out there by various senators about the amount of the rebounding of the services sector. How many migrants who entered the country illegally and were then...
Mr. President, this is not in the supplementary appropriation.
Senator Lakshmi Diyal, the point that you're making in relation to migrants, can you tie it into something specific that's before us?
Yes, please. Yes, I will. You see, unless the government comes up with a policy to treat with the migrant population, then this will be a further strain on our economy down the road. We are hearing, and from the last budget to now, we have had discussions about the need to raise the retirement age because the National Insurance Board is not...
Senator, as much as I understand, understand what you're doing, but nothing I've heard so far in terms of the explanation per the guidance just given ties to what we have in front of us. The last thing I heard that tied to it dealt with the DPP's office and so forth. So in keeping with what I just spoke to, try and tie to what is in front of us.
Right. I'll make it very clear then. You cannot have an entire segment of your population deprived of social benefits, deprived of education, deprived of full integration into our society, and expect that crime will be tackled. Because that is what the lack of government policy or their bad policies when it comes to the migrant community is creating. They are creating the environment in which crime can thrive. What do you think happens to children who are deprived of an education? What do you think happens to people who are deprived of benefits if they do not, then they are not contributing to the economy? So if we have a situation, for example, where the economy and our social security safety net, our social security system requires more contributions. Why not take action to bring people into the system instead of allowing the system to be burdened and to fall apart and to be, I think I was $1 billion deficit or something like that. And at the same time, not treating with the issue of having an entire population susceptible to falling by the wayside and going into a life of crime. You see, there are different things that we have to speak about when we speak about crime. It is not just about an expeditious justice system. It is not just about having staff in one place. It is a holistic approach which we must take in order to tackle. Sorry.
So, Senator, so I've gotten the point that you're making where you're tying it to crime, which would be the Ministry of National Security, inside of what we have here.
Yes.
The problem with that is that that puts you in breach of tedious repetition. We've had the generalistic comments coming from several senators before you speaking to crime and tying it to the Ministry of National Security here. So I would ask you to move on from that point, because that point has been made ad nauseum for the day.
Yes. Guided Mr. President. Mr. President, a government that comes today to seek a further $190 million in fees to be paid to local and foreign attorneys for the provision of legal services is a government that, after removing scrutiny of legal services from our procurement legislation, is really a government that refuses to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, it is really and truly an affront to good governance that this amount of money could be requested in this supplementation, and that in there's no accountability whatsoever for the expenditure of these fees. I found it very difficult to listen to Senator before me speak about the amount of money being allocated to the Children's Authority, and that, this government is going to continue to protect children and so on. There's a case reported in the news, in the media, where this government took it all the way to the Privy Council, and the matter is complete before anybody jump upon sub judice. The matter was completed, where an appeal was filed in the Court of Appeal to reduce the award of damages to a child who had been abused while under the care of the Children's Authority from $2 million to $1 million. And in the effort of saving a whole $1 million, I think this government should tell the country how much they spent at the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
In order to achieve that result. Because candle is definitely costing more than funeral in this situation. And Mr. President, it is really and truly absolutely unbelievable that an additional $190 million would be requested in the supplementation to pay legal fees when this government has absolutely nothing to show for it. I do not know what successes they have achieved. I think they have one judgment that talks about Surat and Suraj. I know that they will come to talk about winning that matter. I think apart from Surat, Suraj, and I don't know which other Sue they're going to come with afterwards, there's absolutely no real material benefit to the people of this country for the kind of money that is spent on legal fees to date. Mr. President, there's absolutely no reason why the persons who are awarded contracts, because that's what they are, contracts, to provide legal services for the state should have been removed from the procurement legislation. If that were the case, I think we would be having a totally different conversation here today about the amount of additional funds needed to pay legal fees. In addition to which, the fact that you have to request a supplementation brings into question the amount being spent on whether or not there is proper budgeting being done for legal fees. I heard in the other place that blame was being assigned to a citizen that chooses to challenge this government time and time again on their bad policies, bad decisions, and so on. And I want to say that when a government has to resort to blaming a citizen who has been bringing and being successful in litigation against the government because of their bad policies and bad decisions. And that is why they resort to blaming the citizens for the amount of money they spend on legal fees. They are a total and complete failure. Total and complete failure. And I want to remind them that it is public interest litigation like that over the years that has built the public law jurisprudence of this country, and we are a richer society for it. We have seen over the years that public interest litigants have undertaken litigation to allow our courts the opportunity to further define the constitutional rights and freedoms that are guaranteed to citizens of this country. And for a government to stand up and say, well, we have to defend. You don't have to defend. You don't have to look for a way to spend an additional $190 million. What you should be doing is managing your litigation portfolio. I posed a question in this House about the number of matters in which there was default judgment given against the state for failure to file an appearance or a defense. And the minister, the Attorney General provided information and said it was gathered by speaking to attorneys. So you walk around the ministry and ask everybody, so hey, how much case you lose? How much case you lose? And you come up with something here? The figures given were totally misleading because I was able to put my hand on just two matters in which default judgment was granted against the state that amounted to almost 80% of the figures that the Attorney General quoted for a 5-year period. And that was in 1 year alone. So there is very improper management of the litigation portfolio, and that is why we are coming here today to seek $190 million. $190 million additional dollars. What benefit have the people of Trinidad and Tobago derived from all of the money spent on legal fees to date? How will this $190 million be spent? What type of litigation is the government defending? Are you defending, or are you trying to cut the award of damages to children who are sexually and physically abused whilst under the care of the state? That is how you expect this money that the taxpayer gives to you, and that is how you are managing it. Those are the questions that I call upon this government to answer today when they come here to seek supplementation under these types of heads, please, Mr. President. I thank you.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me and allowing me to make a contribution to the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Bill 2023. I'm speaker number 8 of, I believe, 18. So I know that we started at 10 this morning, and quite a lot has been said already, so I will limit my contribution to specific areas, and even within those areas, a lot has been said, including national security, education, the police service, add social development and family services, and Ministry of Sport and Community Development. Very often, it is easy there's a tendency to look at these as these exercises of the budget and also the supplementation or the media review as formalities, just mere accounting exercises. But it's important because it's an opportunity for the population to hear, one, what the government has achieved in terms of its original budget presentations, and what the allocations have done in terms of tangible positive impacts on the lives of Trinbagodians and in terms of value for money. I know when we hear $52 billion budget and we hear in the case of national security, it's 128.8 million and 69 million, 69 million, sorry, and 100 million. It just sounds like numbers, but numbers should be translating to value in the lives of everyday Trinidadians and Tobagonians. And if that is not happening, you can imagine how the population gets despondent. And we're in a space in this country where I want to believe that we are all in some sort of collective post-traumatic stress disorder syndrome because of what we face every day. And it's not unusual when any society goes through a series of traumas on a consistent basis. New York went through it, and Washington, D.C. in 9/11. London went through it. And some of the symptoms could include what we're seeing today in terms of a very antagonistic society, a very conflicted society. So I think accounting for these allocations and appropriations is very important so the population gets a sense of what the value is for them. Let me go straight to education and the 69,419,023. And the original allocation for education, I think, was the highest in 2023 fiscal, with $7.4 billion, in which there were a lot of challenges coming out of COVID-19, where the Education Ministry allocated an initial $10 million to deal with learning loss, because there was significant learning loss not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but also around the world. In the fiscal 2023 presentation, the Finance Minister allocated an additional $50 million to deal with remedial lessons to mitigate learning loss. And the education stakeholders commended that, including myself, because I thought it was a good a step in the right direction for this particular fiscal. But we have not heard, in terms of accountability, what the result of that investment has been. The first $10 million, though well-intentioned, only saw a very small percentage of students participating, and it was aimed at dealing with the transition students from SCA to Form 1. The additional $50 million was supposed to be more widely allocated and implemented, and we have not heard about the results of that. What we have heard about, unfortunately, is the issue of school dropouts to the tune of about 2,500 between primary and secondary schools, which I raised in 2017, interestingly enough, and I don't think has been addressed significantly. And this is a trend that precedes this government in terms of about 2,500 to 3,000 students dropping out, primarily during the secondary school tenure, but at some level during primary school, which has a significant impact on national development. In addition to that, the issue of student performance generally, where according to a Guardian report, let me just get the reference, please. By Joshua Simangal and Carissa Lee, the 2nd of April 2023, which focused on the issue of 9,000 students scoring less than 50% in the SCA examinations, who were still enrolled in secondary schools. 9,000 scoring below 50%, but we spent $50 million on remediation, and we don't know if that has been effective or not. So it goes back to my earlier point. When we come to ask about supplementation, we have to ask about value for money and if the intended expenditure is bearing fruit and achieving the objectives. Because the other side of that is students falling out of the system to the tune of 2,500 to 3,000 every year. adds to the vulnerability in society where gangs and criminality, they become vulnerable to those tendencies, and we don't seem to be getting value for money, though the allocations are being made and the monies are being spent. When are we going to start measuring the success of these allocations and these expenditures in a way that we can identify whether or not the allocation needs to be improved, or if the way the money is being spent and the policies and the strategies are really effective enough, given the significant expenditure the government is making in this direction. So it's all well and good to spend $60 million for remediation. Of course, nobody can argue with that in principle. But is it bearing fruit? And if it's not bearing fruit, as we are seeing by the statistics, this is not me. This is the Education Ministry saying so. It means we're doing something wrong. And the consequences of that down the road are dire. And we are seeing it in remand. So we have to deal with that in a really significant way. Part of that also is looking at the way we're dealing with special needs in Trinidad and Tobago and learning disabilities. And a closer look at those numbers in terms of the education spend, particularly in this appropriation, Mr. President, is the government primary schools showed 24 students dropped out in 2020, 36 in 2021, and 91 in 2022. So we're seeing an increase in the dropout rate in primary schools. And this again is from the Guardian newspaper of the 2nd of April 2023, the article by Carissa Lee and Joshua Simangal. We're also seeing in the secondary schools where the dropout rate is much more pronounced, because I think if I'm not mistaken, the age that we have to stay in school legally may be 14. So the mandatory age that is. So we maybe need to look at that. Is in government secondary schools, and 623 students dropped out in 2020, 1,056 in 2021, and 984 in 2022. So there was a slight reduction. And the district with the most dropout was St. George East, with 724 students. In 2021 alone, 302 students dropped out of the secondary school in that district. So if we're spending the money for remediation, and if we're spending over $7 billion in education generally, we have to be getting value for money. It has to be having an impact on particularly the student population for national development. Because in this appropriation, we're asking for an additional 69 million, which primarily, according to the appropriation details, is supposed to go for infrastructural upgrades, etc., school repairs. But it makes no sense repairing schools and not repairing the curriculum if the curriculum is not having the right effect on the student. I think we need to take a deeper dive into that. Mr. President, if we also look at the issue of coming out of the pandemic and the data coming out of that, when you look at education, and according to an article in iCare Sustainability, December 10th, 2020, and the impact of COVID-19, how we should be looking at allocating supplementation expenditure in Trinidad and Tobago. There are specific areas that have been identified in terms of the impact of COVID-19, which we are not totally out of yet, because the effects are still being felt in terms of learning loss, in terms of the impact on students, primary, secondary, tertiary, and also in terms of the teachers and how they had to deal with it. In 2019, around 86.3, according to this article, the title of the article is How the Pandemic Changed How We Learn and Teach. And it is tied to the SDGs in Trinidad and Tobago. 86.3% of children left school with basic proficiency in maths and reading. The number of children finishing secondary school with basic proficiencies is 51.3%. Unfortunately, according to this article, 20 to 30% of secondary school students drop out, of which the majority are boys. Look at the correlation on remand. Look at the correlation in the criminal justice system. There is a direct relationship that we are seeing year on year with the dropout rate, and in particular, the negative effects on an education system that is not reaching some of these students effectively. Recently, in the Symposium on Crime in the Caribbean, We also had a presentation from Dr. Melissa Figaro-Neptune, who also went a step further as we're talking about the impact of expenditure on education, on recruitment from fundamentalist Islamic groups like ISIS, and the same issues came up. Education system that's not dealing with the students' needs effectively, gang culture in Trinidad and Tobago, social stratification and inequity. Are these expenditures in social development and family services, national security, public utilities, health, education, the Office of the Prime Minister, understanding that there are specific challenges that we have to zero in on in Trinidad and Tobago? Or are we just operating in rote and spending monies on recurrent expenditure and not drilling down into the vulnerable groups in society? And I think we need to take a real look at that. And my last issue related to education, I'd like to quote an article from a former classmate of mine at USC. She's now Dr. Sian Chance, and in her doctoral thesis, Doctor of Philosophy in Family Studies from Loma Linda University, which was titled Youth at Risk, Behaviors Within the School System in Trinidad and Tobago. And her results were quite startling. She looked at Caribbean youth risk profiles, and she looked at the profiles of Trinidad and Tobago at-risk youth. Not the first study of this type. We've had similar studies from Professor Ramesh Diasaran, the late Professor Selwyn Ryan, and many others, looking at vulnerable groups and youth at risk in Trinidad and Tobago. And she was able to quote UNDP statistics from 2012, which indicated that, quote, the high social cost of youth crime on grassroots communities and the nation as a whole, estimated, according to the UNDP in 2012, at 2.88% of total GDP. That is significant. It means that we have to look at it in the context of the impact on national development in Trinidad and Tobago and make the necessary changes. I also saw finally on education, before I move quickly to national security and the other two areas I outlined, on one of the heads I saw, at Head 26, Ministry of Education, which among the expenditure items, we were looking at the repair of ECC centers, which is commendable, furniture and equipment for schools, of course, some school repairs, and I saw something like that looked very, very strange. Development of a school special ed, a school for special education. Now, by my understanding, the Ministry of Education has a stated inclusive education policy. And an inclusive education policy means that students with special needs or learning disabilities are remediated in the general education classroom settings as much as possible. Yet we continue to have this inconsistency policy application where we're having special schools and we allocating funds to development of a special education school, a school for the blind, a school for the deaf, when many of these special needs and learning disabilities can and should be remediated in the general education classroom setting. So that struck me as very strange and inconsistent with the ministry's stated education policies. So we're going to allocate funds for the development of a special education school, which I guess is in the embryonic stages, without looking at the whole picture or the picture in a holistic manner. Mr. President, before I quickly move on, let me just go on to the issue of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And I know it has been brought up before, but I think it's worth repeating because of the fact that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is the tip of the arrow in our fight against crime in Trinidad and Tobago. They're under the gun, no pun intended or pun intended, and we, as I started by saying, are shell-shocked and numb by crime in Trinidad and Tobago. The level of heinous crimes, the murder, the home invasions that are happening at an alarming rate. And when we see $100 million extra being requested or being asked of us to approve, the population is asking the question, is it going to redound to better policing, more effective policing, more effective intervention, taking the criminals off the streets. Because it was quoted before, that this young woman, Gabrielle Raphael, 24 years old, it took us days to identify her body, and over 24 hours or 48 hours before she was found. We are seeing this recurring decimal of women and girls being attacked in the most horrendous manner in Trinidad and Tobago. We are seeing almost every 2 months now a child being shot. The criminality is intensifying, and we have to ask for value for money when we are looking or seeking to appropriate an additional $100 million, one, for the purchase of vehicles, but two, we are begging to get officers in terms of accountability, because the new Commissioner of Police has indicated an extensive new strategy for dealing with crime, including police accountability and transparency, reducing corruption in the police service, more data-driven policing. Is this expenditure going to be applied to that? And are we going to see the results of the expenditure when we have these grandiose announcements? The population has the right to ask. We seem to have a challenge getting officers to even wear body cams to provide evidence. There doesn't seem to be an audit of the number of police cars when we're asking for supplementation for the maintenance and purchase of new police cars, to find out how many police cars we're going through on a yearly basis or on a quarterly basis, what the maintenance schedule is like, and if we're over general baseline averages around the world. And are officers being held accountable if they are careless with state equipment? What is happening with the old cars? Is the public disposal of public property being done in a manner that can redound to benefits to the police service? All these questions that have to be asked in terms of accountability with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And it is critically important in terms of the public trust and confidence in the police service in Trinidad and Tobago. Finally, Mr. President, the $2 million additional for Ministry of Sport and Community Development, which I think, quite frankly, should be more, but I note the idea of the itemized amount is specific to certain expenditure in the ministry, because we have seen the intervention effect of sport and community development on national development and crime. You know, recently there was an unfortunate, idiotic conversation. I was going to use another word, but one of my colleagues advised me it would not be parliamentary, so I won't use it, about the east-west corridor and persons of certain complexions targeting other groups in Trinidad and Tobago, and a wholly idiotic, superficial analysis of a very complex crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago. Because no matter how you try to close it in nice language, it veered toward racial and ethnic division in Trinidad and Tobago. And it was wrong and should be denounced. Unfortunately, I heard both major political parties in Trinidad and Tobago strongly denouncing that sort of sentiment, because it only leads to division. And it belies a lack of understanding of the complexities that have led us to this position in Trinidad and Tobago where crime is concerned. So if you want to, you know what they say, if somebody's eyes are covered, they will only see things from that covered perspective, and they will veer to that sentiment, unfortunately, without looking at the picture in a holistic manner. I am from the East-West Corridor, and I have hundreds of associates and friends from the East-West Corridor. And the large majority of people from the East-West Corridor of a certain complexion, if you want to use the phrase, do not engage in criminal activity and go to school and work. And if we want to go down that road, you could pull up every stereotype, erroneous stereotype about ethnic groups in Trinidad and Tobago and bring it to the table. But how productive is that in terms of nation building and national development? And it should always be denounced, because it is a superficial interpretation of a complex issue that faces us all. There is as I call it, a triangular theory of crime. Victim or survivor, perpetrator, time and place and coincidence. And one can look at either any of these three and find a way to intervene, as opposed to going down a road that implies some sort of racial and ethnic foolishness that doesn't add to the productive conversation about crime fighting and intervention in Trinidad and Tobago. So I want us to be very careful in this country about the way we treat the social issues facing us all equally. If any of us walk down any street of any particular group, unprotected and unaware, and a criminal is there and an opportunity presents itself, the criminal is not going to say, your hair this, your color this. They are going to pounce on you no matter who you are, or where you come from, or what your social economic background is. And we need to stay away from that sort of rhetoric in Trinidad and Tobago and focus on productive conversations that help build this country and deal with the issues facing us in a productive manner. Mr. President, I thank you.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this bill before us. And before I start, I want to also congratulate Senator Paul Richards on his academic achievement. In like manner, I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for making all the citizens proud on the receipt and the acknowledgement of his doctorate. And Mr. President, I'd also commend, Senator Richards for acknowledging the continuing effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. And he spoke a lot about the educational sector and on the students and all the stakeholders within the educational sector. But the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic also affect all sectors of our economy and all sectors of government in Trinidad and Tobago. So with that said, we're here to debate the supplementation and variation of appropriation, Bill 2023. And essentially, we're here to give approval and to discuss the supplementation of finance and funding to ministries, departments, and agencies. And that's what we're here to discuss. Now, of course, the opposition would want to create a mini budget debate, but essentially, we're here to discuss the supplementation and the variation of the 2023 budget, which, as we all know, but which some of us refuse to accept, is a budgeting exercise. It's an estimating exercise of what we expect to spend during the financial year. And during the minister's usual, Minister of Finance's honest and forthright piloting of this bill and other finance bills in his usual style, calm demeanor, he said in a cordial way that those opposite really refuse, and I'm speaking about the opposition bench, refuse to acknowledge or accept good news, Trinidad and Tobago, having regard to our circumstances and the world's circumstances. And I immediately thought, as I usually do in my terse way, that they are simply allergic to any good news in Trinidad and Tobago. They certainly are allergic to any news that is good for the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. But that is the style of the opposition. The style of this opposition is to continually see dark clouds over this country and over this country's economy. That's their job. Their job is to, as far as they see it, their job and their style is to continually paint Trinidad and Tobago as the worst place you can ever live, or you can ever exist, or you can ever do business. And for them, they believe that once they do that, it improves their chances at the next general election. So we expect that from them. But then I wondered, Mr. President, painting Trinidad and Tobago with these dark clouds, we're always under these dark clouds, is one thing. But to persistently mislead the population is a totally other thing. And then I remember the term confirmation bias. And I think confirmation bias is something, anytime we're faced with some good news in our economy, the opposition, they are always afflicted with confirmation bias. Confirmation bias, of course, is the tendency to cherry-pick information to confirm the existing beliefs or ideas. And the opposition suffers from confirmation bias in these matters tremendously. They always want to paint Trinidad and Tobago in the worst way. So we should not be surprised about the opposition and their contributions here today. But again, I would echo the sentiments on this side that since 2015, the population has been consistently rejecting the United National Congress in election after election, preferring, of course, the stable management of this PNM-led government. So Senator Mark and others on the opposition side, they have continued to cite Professor Hussein to support their contention that the economy of Trinidad and Tobago is in decline. Of course, contrary to the IMF Article 4 report. And in their contributions, they refuse to also acknowledge that when the Minister of Finance challenged Professor Dr. Hussein's comments, he quickly had to backtrack. And we have had a notable and independent commentator, and I've taken note of his article, his commentary in the Sunday Express just gone, Mr. Noble Philip. And here's what Noble Philip had to say about the exchange. This is on Sunday 14th rather, of this month, 2023, in the Sunday Express. And this is what he had to say. Our newly minted Professor Roger Hussein reportedly accused the IMF of using flowery language, necessitating him to scrutinize the data. The Express reported his comments. Minister Colm Imbert responded immediately, identifying his misconceptions. Professor Hussein then gave a corrected version of his remarks to the Newsday, but never addressed Minister Imbert's point directly. The whole week went without a peep from him. That is the professor that they're citing. And they're not saying that when confronted with facts and with the IMF report, he had to quickly backtrack. He goes on to say his Newsday spiel smacks of what is called gish gallop. Proof by verbosity is the game. Drown you in a deluge of deflections and distractions. Much of what the UNC does, much of what the opposition bench does. Drown you in a deluge of deflections and distractions. He continues, the exchange, bereft of comment from other economists and professional bodies, immediately politicizes the discussion. This lack of professional courage is our bane. That is what Mr. Noble Philip had to say about Professor Roger Hussein. And he would say he's a PNM. He is no PNM. He is no PNM. But what they would not say is that Professor Indira Sajiwan was a former senator of the UNC. That's what they would not say. So, Mr. President, Professor Hussein has lost the plot. He has lost credibility. I do not know why the opposition continues to cite him. And I also, like Mr. Noble Philip, wonder whether he will carry out his threat to migrate, or whether the UNC, after painting Trinidad and Tobago in such a dark way, whether they simply do not just get up and migrate and get out of this place. Mr. President.
Members, Senator Mark, there's no need to shout across the floor. If you have to remove your mask to then speak, you're doing it, Senator Mark. Senator Mark, I'm on my legs. Continue, Senator.
Thank you very much for your protection from Senator Mark. And as we're speaking a bit about Senator Mark, in his contribution, as always, Senator Mark is the king of conjecture. Senator Mark is an expert at quoting a lot of figures, a lot of information, without any authority or citing any source. Senator Mark, king of conjecture, king of misleading the population. So Senator Mark spent some time on the labor statistics. And let me quote some of the labor statistics for you, Mr. President. And I'm quoting from the Annual Economic Survey by the Central Bank, 2022, at page 12, table 4. Here's what this report by the Central Bank has to say. Contrary to all of Senator Mark's statistics, the labor force in 2021, 592,000 approximately, and it has increased in 2022 to 594,000 approximately. Persons with jobs, in 2021, 560,000, and in 2022, it has increased 565,000. Person without jobs, 31,000. In 2021, decreased. In 2022, persons without jobs decreased to 29,000. The participation rate marginally increased by a little less than 1%. With respect to the unemployment rate, in 2021, 5.4%, and it has decreased to 4.9%. Senator Mark also went on to speak about youth participation or youth under employment or unemployment, without citing any sort of data. Nothing at all. Just pulls it out of a hat. I can proudly say that under this government, Mr. President, we have increased the OJT program to ensure that young people enter into the economy, gain the relevant experience, and can meaningfully, with some experience, participate in our economy. We have expanded the OJT program. We have introduced an apprenticeship program. And we have introduced a number of other programs specifically targeted towards the youth in youth agriculture, programs under the MIC, and they conveniently ignore those facts, conveniently ignore it. Senator Mark also spoke about food inflation. And of course, food inflation is an issue. I will not give way. Food inflation is, of course, an issue. Mr. President, I know Senator Mark likes to hear himself, you know. I know Senator Mark likes to hear himself. But, Mr. President, I'm dealing with him right now. He'll sit down and listen. Mr. President, on page 20 of the same annual economic survey, it gives the reasons for the food inflation. Of course, it is a problem in Trinidad and Tobago. And they identify the supply side factors, including a reduced labor supply, disruption in the global manufacturing supply chains, higher shipping costs, etc. But of course, as anticipated, Senator Mark and the opposition, they refuse to acknowledge a lot of the measures implemented by this government to address the rise in domestic inflation, especially as it relates to food inflation. Zero rating, expanding the list of food items that are zero rated, expanding the list of basic food items, the suspension of the common external tariff on a list of basic food items, all of these measures to reduce the costs of food, increasing the supply of forex via the Exim Bank facility, and Senator Gopi Schoon, Minister Gopi Schoon may have some time to speak about those and how it assists in mitigating those effects of food inflation. The agriculture stimulus package, development of a working group between industry and agriculture, of course, food price monitoring under the Ministry of Trade, and those are some of the measures done by this government over the last financial year to mitigate the effects of food inflation. So, Mr. President, while the opposition, they wish to revisit the annual budget of 2023 and create a little mini budget debate, it is their right to discuss any matter as it relates to the bill. I want to specify and state again that the budgeting exercise in the public sector is a massive exercise, and it is an exercise where estimates are provided in a document, and those sums provided, those sums appropriated, are expected to be spent in the financial year. It is not an exact science. Whether it is in the public sector, in the private sector, or in the household, a budgeting exercise looks forward. It is just that. It is your best, with your best information, you estimate the amount of monies to be spent. So I can speak to under Head 18, Ministry of Finance, the Infrastructure Development Fund, and the monies appropriated under the IDF to Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, $16 million to pay outstanding payments to UDICOT for the construction of the Desperados Pan Theatre, Arapita Avenue project. And I can say immediately that while, Mr. President, in Budget 2023, under the Desperados Pan Theatre project, $6 million were allocated to pay for that project in 2023. The cabinet-approved budget for that project is $14 million, approximately $14 million. And while it was anticipated or expected that $6 million worth of work would have been done, and therefore $6 million would have been spent during this project, I can happily report, Mr. President, that during this financial year and before the anticipated end of the project, as at March 31st, 2023, the project has been completed and handed over to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts and to the Desperados Pan Theatre. And therefore, the additional monies that are being varied and supplemented with respect to the Desperados Pan Theatre is simply to pay the outstanding balance, which is approximately $8.1 million, to pay the outstanding balance now because the project has been completed now and it was completed in advance of the estimated completion date. And where that project is concerned, I congratulate, of course, UDCOT as project manager for ensuring the project was brought in and the project was completed, and also to acknowledge that during the construction period, a number of jobs were created for skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled labor. The project has as its core an acknowledgement of the importance of the steel pan movement, the importance of steel bands to our communities, to the young people, and to Trinidad and Tobago, and of course, the importance of these panyards and what they play now in our tourism sector as tourism attractions. The job as is completed, the project rather, as is completed, is expected to also create economic activity by attracting persons during the carnival period and otherwise to a number of events, and those things generate economic activity at a community level. With respect to the Arapita Avenue project, the amount allocated in 2023 was $7 million. And it is anticipated, that project is not yet complete, but it is anticipated that the project would either be largely complete as it was amended, and the expected spend will go past the $7 million that was already allocated in budget in fiscal 2023. You can't spend more than you are appropriated via the appropriation bill. And therefore, we have to come here and we have to do this process to supplement the monies that were appropriated in the budget. This project also is expected to stimulate some employment activity for the skilled, the semi-skilled. This project is at its core to enhance the already entertainment hub that is the Arapita Avenue experience. And therefore, we expect that it is going to enhance our tourism project, our tourism product rather, in the city of Port of Spain. And again, we commend the project manager, UDCOT, for bringing this in. So, Mr. President, those are the comments that touch and concern the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and the Arts. I re-emphasize that this is the adjustment to an estimating exercise done last year in our budget. We could not always get it perfect, especially coming out of the pandemic, when restrictions were put on, restrictions were taken off, restrictions were put on again. We could not, it is impossible to get it perfect all the time. So on this occasion, we are here, and I fully and totally commend this bill to this Senate. And with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Smith.
Let me first thank the President for the opportunity here to contribute to what has been so far quite an interesting debate. Most of you would have been labored by many comments made thus far. And the gist of what we are here to look at today really is the way in which government's budget reveal the ability to prioritize wisely, and I use that in inverted commas, wisely, manage resources effectively, and deliver on its promises to the public. The mid-year review also provides us with the opportunity to assess our progress, reassess our strategies, and make necessary adjustments to ensure economic stability and growth. We must not only assess the economic indicators, but we must also assess the impact on policies and on the lives of our citizens, so that we ensure that we prioritize the well-being of the citizenry. And I think that is fundamental in what we are approaching here today. And so today, this afternoon, I stand before you not only as a senator, but like you, and many of you, even on the other side, a concerned citizen and a patriot of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. And it's quite interesting that the Honorable Senator Lizama Lee Singh, she mentioned in her contribution a quite interesting calypso by the one and only David Rudder, the Madman Rant. And what she failed to demonstrate to the public is that the way in which our country has descended over the last 8 years, it can send any citizen mad. And if I were to quote from the lyrics of our dear friend and brother, "This is it, this is it, this is it. I've been hit. No time to give up, brother, no time to quit," was the chant of a madman. In this tale from a strange land, give me the chant of a madman. It is the only salvation. And sometimes I sit, when considering motions and bills, as we are here to represent the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and I look on the other side and I listen quite diligently to the contributions made on the other side, and I wonder, as the senator would have mentioned, this concept of good news. And I'm speaking specifically to the Honorable Senator Mitchell, mentioning...
So, Senator, just a reminder, we refer to ministers by their portfolio and not their last names.
Apologies, I'm guided. And almost as a disciple, coming to bring this news on behalf of the Honorable Finance Minister, I wondered to myself, what is this good news that this gentleman is speaking about? When we look at the data as it relates to the situation our economy is in, how can we speak of good news? Reference was made to the IMF report. At a base level, the IMF report was quite neutral. But let us for a minute consider some of the warnings and precautions that they in fact spoke to. And I wondered to myself, what in that script gives any indication that we have good news in this country. When the Ministry of Energy data for 2022 shows that ammonia production and exports are down 8.5% and 9.1% year to year, where is the good news? When our production levels remain stagnant year to year, where is the good news? When our crime rate, we can all speak about the crime rate, is where it's at, when daily our young people are being slaughtered on the streets, regardless of the geographic location, where is the good news that you're speaking about? When inflation is 7.1% and increasing, where is the good news? When food inflation is upward of 17%, what is this good news you're speaking about? And so, Mr. President, indeed it was a chant of a madman that we had to sit down for so many hours and hear this confusing narrative and storytelling, which clearly is not the reality. And you see, Mr. President, it is not a hyperbole to state that our national economic well-being hangs in the balance. And it is our duty as stewards of the people to critically examine the policies and decisions that shape the place we call home. And so, Mr. President, in assessing this particular bill, it directed me to consider what were the areas we should be evaluating and what are the questions that should arise from this evaluation. Because indeed, this was an opportunity for the government to lay its cards on the table and to set the stage for the reality of what our citizens will bear in the coming months. But not only the current generation, but the future generation. What will we leave for those young people that sat in the pews earlier today? What type of Trinidad and Tobago will we really leave for them? And so, in terms of my analysis, I looked at areas of this particular bill and stipulation. And one fundamental aspect that requires scrutiny is the first issue, the issue of the economics. And I know that many speakers have come up here before, and they have waxed lyrically about the data as it relates to the economics. But quite frankly, it's a crucial and critical part of our functioning as a nation. And when we're speaking about $3 plus almost $4 billion in appropriations, this is not a small sum that we can summarily dismiss. These are not sums that we can, in hard times, afford to casually look at. And so, are we truly adopting prudent fiscal policies, or are we resorting to short-term fixes that may have long-term consequences? And this is one of the questions that we must ask when we meet here in terms of the review of the mid-year. And that is fundamental for the government to come to terms and come to the people and give us an assessment of where we are, and an honest assessment at that. Furthermore, one would think that there should be a comprehensive assessment of the government's efforts to enhance revenue generation. And in terms of this debate, there are three main components that the bill spoke to: subsidies, transfers, and from my evaluation, quite a bit of interest payments. And so, when we're looking at revenue generation, we must examine what are the proposed strategies that align with our economic realities and foster sustainable growth and development. And while looking through the bill and the heads, it was difficult for me to find specific items that would allow for revenue generation and economic growth and sustainable development. And so that begs the question when considering this particular bill. Are we diversifying our revenue streams to reduce dependency on our volatile sectors? And quite poignantly, the Senator Dionarine, she would have gone through, I would say, an expert assessment of our current situation as it relates to revenue generation and the lack thereof. And in particular, the types of support or lack of support that we are providing for the real lifeline of this revenue generation, which is the small and medium-sized enterprises. The lifeline of every economy globally is backed by the hard sweat and tears of the middle class and the populations that work daily to earn their keep. If I were to look again at the review and shed light on the government's commitment, it should also, in light of these volatile times, look to secure the social welfare and inclusive development of our most endangered and the persons that are most vulnerable in society. And so I believe it is a moral obligation to ensure that economic growth translates into the improved living standards of our citizens via this bill. And so the question, therefore, again, in an assessment, are we investing in our human capital sufficiently? Are we addressing the needs of the marginalized and the vulnerable in our society? Are we keeping pace with technological advancements and innovation? Are we fostering an enabling environment for foreign direct investment and domestic entrepreneurship? And we have to specifically look at the plans and policies that treat with these things. A lot of times we come here and we peruse the material and we glance.
46.1, and I only do that because I can't tie in what he's saying to the bill.
So, Senator, you've crossed the point of what would be considered an introduction or opening remarks for your contribution. So at this point, I would need you to tie it in to what's before us. What you're doing right now is broad and generalistic, but it's not a wide budget debate that we're dealing with. We're dealing with what is in front of us, which is monies that are being appropriated for specific purposes. So I would ask you to tie it in to what is in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm guided. And you're quite right. The point I was making, as you said in my introduction, is that when we massage the material, there must be a human approach to looking at the numbers. There must be a societal approach to looking at the bill. And if I were to go specifically, Mr. President, to head 40, which speaks to the shortfall in subsidy, a $600 million shortfall. And in particular, I want to create the context of a global outlook, because we are looking at this expenditure and we must look at it in the context of a global framework. In particular, our future, though it doesn't rest in the oil and gas industry, it surely for now depends heavily on its contribution. And when we look at Deloitte and their prospects for the oil and gas industry, in particular, they have said that while the oil and gas industry isn't new to supply disruptions, price volatility, the situation today is quite unique. A confluence of economic, geopolitical, trade, policy, financial factors have exacerbated the issue of underinvestment and triggered readjustment in the broader energy markets. As a result, all three components of a balanced energy equation, energy security, supply diversification, and low carbon transition, are now facing a trilemma of concerns. And the reason I bring that up, Mr. President, is that the World Bank projects an almost 11% energy price decline in 2023. In fact, the Reuters Business Review, and even if I were to go to the IMF, the article that was so quoted today, Article 4, it speaks of an overall fiscal balance projected to turn into a deficit of 2.8% of GDP for the year 2023. And though colleagues would have mentioned the report, and I know by now the ears of the opposition are probably red with hearing of the specific stipulations as it relates to the IMF, allow me the indulgence to reflect on 3 or 4 particular comments. When it speaks to the management of the economy, these are the recommendations that have come out of that report. That we continue to prudently manage the energy revenue windfall, avoiding pro-cyclical spending, rebuilding fiscal buffers while providing targeted support to the most vulnerable. It then speaks to capital expenditure supporting economic recovery and addressing critical bottlenecks in the infrastructure. Also highlighting that this capital use and injection needs to be efficient and of a high quality. To support these efforts, it is recommended to enhance revenue mobilization, cut down non-priority expenditure in terms of current expenditure, and maintain debt below the new soft debt target. And so this is important because as we delve into the bill specifically and the head expenditures as it relates to the bill, these concerns are really not addressed by the head items. We have a situation where, if we refer to the specific supplementation of the appropriation, we have a situation of current transfers and subsidies of over 2 billion, and they're asking for about 3.8 billion. So you're speaking about almost half of the expenditure which is required to meet current transfers and subsidies. And the question must be asked, what percentage, therefore, is in capital expenditure that is pro-development, that is pro-revenue generation, that is pro-capacity rejuvenation in our country? And so the economics does not say good news to us. So therefore, in considering the sum that is being requested, a sum of $3.58 billion, this is quite concerning, given the overall economic outlook as it relates to specific sectors that we are heavily dependent on, given the fact that we have not yet moved our expenditure to increasing capacity and a diversification strategy that is planned and ready and mobilized. These are issues that are concerning. And it is not only concerning to the members of the opposition. It is not only concerning to the citizens of Trinidad. In fact, if you look at the landscape of the institutions that we hold dear and true to us, institutions, for example, the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, in their review of this particular appropriation, they have been quite critical of the government. And so, if I were to quote specifically from a release of this express view via Loop News, the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce is expressing concern that the Minister of Finance, Minister Colum Inwood, is seeking an additional $3.58 billion for the rest of the fiscal year 2023. The additional monies will now bring the total 2023 budget figure up to $6.1 billion. The $3.8 billion funding for the remaining fiscal was noted as concerning, and this is why it was concerning to them. Because that in such a short space of time, between reading the budget last September and now, such a large increase in expenditure has been identified for 2023. And so this issue has been brought up by several senators, both on the independent bench and on the opposition bench. And so I won't labor my colleagues further on that specific issue. Safe to say, it is surprising, and maybe the minister in his wrap-up, he can explain to us why, after having read the budget in September, and now we're here again to look at such an exorbitant increase, which is required. And safe to say, we understand where the expenditure lies. We understand there's a need for payments, and bills have to be paid. But it's also important for us to critically analyze the why as we consider the bill. And so, Mr. President, as we look at this particular bill and the supplements under the bill, the head expenditures, to me, I'm seeing quite a number of gaps. You know, and the local experts that the chamber has spoken, many senators have spoken of the views, some of which were palatable and some of which were not. The facts remain that we are seeing a downward trend. And that downward trend indicates to us that there should be a level of caution. There should be a level of assessment. There should be a level of reevaluation. And in my view, this particular bill and its appropriations do not adequately reflect that level of caution, that level of concern, that level of forward thinking that is required, especially given the global environment and the volatility of the sectors that we are so indebted to. And so from an economic standpoint, we are facing quite a number of challenges. One particular point that I want to speak to, and several items in the bill speak to this issue, is related to our debt and our debt profile as it relates to particular head expenditure. And if I were to list a few of those, in particular, Head 13, which deals with the Office of the Prime Minister, Head 23, which deals with the Office of the Attorney General, Head 26, which dealt with the Ministry of Education, Head 28, which dealt with the Ministry of Health, Head 42, which dealt with the Ministry of Rural Development, Head 43, which dealt with the Ministry of Works, Head 61, which dealt with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. And I want to speak to those heads on the backdrop of our current debt profile. The IMF in particular estimates that the gross government debt, grew by about 20% year on year in 2020, and it estimates it will increase by Trinidad and Tobago $10 billion per year between 2020 and 2026. And for anyone who dabbles in sustainability and sustainable economics, one understands that the debt to GDP ratio is quite an indicator of economic prosperity and economic collapse. Debt in particular can be used to finance development, but there are also issues as it relates to debt financing. And in particular, Senator Dionarine would have mentioned the ability of our economy and the capability of our economy to continue to allow this debt facilitation. You know, we are now in our 14th year of deficit financing, minus the one, I would say, slope last year, and we all know there are many questions surrounding that particular surplus, but I'll leave that as that. We are in a situation where we are 14 plus years in deficit financing. We have had a situation where our debt to GDP ratio had soared upwards of 80%. It then came down a bit to around 60% and leveled off at around 67%. And that in particular is quite concerning from an economic development standpoint. And some of the problems of government borrowing, maybe we get too familiar with putting our hands in the piggy bank. And we think it is okay to dip and pull monies out without much scrutinization. But there is a price to pay when you procure sums from various funds. In particular, we're dealing with consolidated funds as well as from other borrowing, which there was no indication of where that borrowing would come from, but we can assume that that borrowing would come from a plethora of institutions to which we are already indebted. And so some of the issues as it relates to debt and debt financing, which the government has been on a trajectory to continue, are the higher interest payments, the crowding out of the private sector, tax rises, higher interest rates. And all of these are fairly concerning when you look at the specific heads. And I'll just highlight three particular heads that I want to address as it relates to that. And one in particular has to do with the principal payment, from UDICO, and it's a fixed rate loan of over $22 million. Then there's another loan where we're paying the sum of $3 million plus. Again, debt financing. We have another challenge when we look at development programs, specifically under Head 23, Office of the Attorney General. We have the issue of the strengthened information management and Register General Department, upwards of $8 million. Again, we have a loan facility related to MTS under Head 26 of $269 million. Again, we have another principal payment that is required for a fixed loan rate related to a 4-year non-revolving loan related to the MTS. Under Head 28, it continues. We have the commissioning and decommissioning of the Arima and Point Fortin hospitals. We have the COVID Emergency Response Facility. That's an interesting one. The sum is required to bring to account an advance payment and provide for a subsequent payment on a World Bank loan of US $20 million. And the reason I bring up this debt financing is because the World Bank in 2020 actually said, if policymakers do not address fiscal imbalance, it will only become a harder problem in the future due to the growing size of the deficit and the debt and the increased economic costs and political difficulty. You see, when you incur debt and you kick the can down the road as it relates to interest payments and to debt facilitation, you have a challenge where at some point the chickens come to hatch. In fact, SEN 1992 says, ultimately, the normal debt primarily benefits current generations at the expense of future generations. And so this concept of intergenerational equity comes to mind. And the United Nations specifically speaks about intergenerational equity. And it says it holds that to promote prosperity and quality of life for all, institutions should construct administrative acts that balance the short-term needs of today's generation with the longer-term needs of future generations. And so, this is important when considering the specific head items. And our prominent use of debt and debt financing in the way we structure our particular expenditure payments. Another issue which has been raised by other colleagues relates to the inflation rate. And again, I won't get into the details of that. Safe to say that the Express was quoted as saying that 45.9%, there was a 45.9% increase in food prices from the 2015 to 2022. And this is quite alarming, considering that we've had the COVID-19 impact, we've had issues related to loss of jobs, we've had issues as it relates to underemployment, we've had issues as it relates to sectors downsizing. And though many of this is a global problem, we have our specific, unique issues that we need to treat with. And this is why it's important in circling, when we're speaking about $26 billion of the budget going towards transfers and subsidies, and $4 billion going towards capital injection, the issue of how do we preserve and generate revenue for future generations becomes an issue. And that is a key challenge that we're going to face as it relates to our economy, and how do we navigate our global economy. In particular, the symptoms of a healthy country I really cannot see at this point. And I hope in prudence and in wisdom that the government, behind closed doors, are actively planning and strategizing and ratifying towards an end that will eventually benefit the people. I think we're all hopeful, but at some point, 8 years plus, hope begins to dwindle. And so there's a need for us to consider that maybe things may not change. And if things do not change, then we as citizens need to make a change. And I want to wrap up my contribution by considering one of the premier leaders on development economics and specifically sustainability. And it's not what is being quipped across on the other side, but a gentleman by the name of Amartya Sen. And he says, development is a process of expanding human freedom. It is the enhancement of freedoms that allow people to lead lives that have a reason to live. And so you must give people a reason to live, a reason to be hopeful. But this can't be without fact, without promise. And he continues, hence development requires the removal of major sources of unfreedom. And when you speak to unfreedom, you're speaking about issues such as poverty, tyranny, poor economic opportunities, as well as systematic social deprivation, neglect of public facilities, as well as intolerance of overactivity and repressive states. And when I looked at the definition that was provided by Amartya Sen, I couldn't help but recognize that many of these issues, these unfreedoms as he would call them, are very evident in our society today. And many of the senators here, both independent and on the opposition, have spoken
Senator,
about these
you have 5 more
issues.
minutes.
I'm guided. We've spoken about these issues as it relates to the problems that affect our society, the individuals currently, our future generations. And we have to take a good look at ourselves beyond the giggles and the waxing of words and the frivolity. We have to take a look in the mirror and really speak to ourselves. Are we making the decisions and the strategies that will effectively bring Trinidad and Tobago into a prosperous future? And this is what I would like the government to speak to when they bring a review. And this is what was lacking, in my view, and in my humble opinion, about the specific bill and the head expenditures as it relates to this bill. So in conclusion, colleagues, let us continue to engage in constructive dialogue, and hopefully, in the very near future, we can rise again. Thank you.
Senator Dylan Remy.
Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to join in this debate. The midterm review for 2023. I will start by commending the Minister of Finance for his optimistic outlook. I know that is a difficult time to be leading, but to whom much is given, much is required. And it is in crisis that leaders are revealed. I too am optimistic, but I must say, Minister, that my optimism more is in God first, or people second, and then our politicians. Because unfortunately, I have not yet seen the kind of what I would have expected would have happened by now, after having those 3 difficult years of the pandemic. I really hoped, and I'm still hopeful, about the government and opposition at least getting together on important things like crime. It's not happening as yet. We are here debating, we are here in the midterm review, and we are still far apart. I am sorry. I am still hearing about one side saying who spent how much money for legal briefs when they were in government, and the opposition now saying, who's spending money for legal briefs now that they're in government? I'm fed up of that. I'm truly fed up of that, because while we are here sitting as leaders, talking, people are looking at us. I know I said this already, and an opposition senator, talked to me and talked down to me when I said that, because people indeed are looking. And what do we expect our young people to be doing who don't necessarily have the same amount of reasoning that we are supposed to have when we just sit and accuse one another? So yes, I am too optimistic, but more, first in God, in our people who will have the opportunity to say what they need to say when they need to say it, as they have been doing, and then in our leaders. I'm not seeing it as yet in our leaders. I commend Senator Deanna Ryan for her excellent contribution to debate. I thought she was very balanced in her analysis. The total request for supplementation is $3.852 billion. And several senators have already spoken about the breakdown of the request, mainly to cover recurrent expenditure. Main areas including for development funding is for outstanding payment to contractors. I'm not going to deal with any of those things. I will touch briefly on about 5 heads of expenditure. And that's because I'm the 15th speaker of this bill, and it is late in the day. And Mr. President, I will not be accused of tedious repetition today. Dealing with head number 5, the Parliament, where $14.59 million has been allocated. I note the allocation both for repairs and maintenance in terms of recurrent and in terms of DP of restoration to the Red House. And I would just like to ask, in terms of the restoration, is the restoration work going to be new works, or is it a repeat of some things that would have been done before that needs correction? Just a question to ask. Of the head number 13, head 13, the Office of the Prime Minister, where a request is being made for $125.5 million. Head 02011166, hosting conferences, seminars, and other function. It is mentioned here that one of the requests for one of the areas for request is to meet the cost of hosting the recently concluded regional symposium on crime and violence as a public health issue, as well as expenditure projected to September 30th, 2023. I must say that the short time I spent on this crime symposium, I was pleased at what I experienced, and mainly the fact that it was speaking to each other rather than at each other. We were discussing things, and I thought people were bringing things that were real to the discussion. I love the wide range of groups that were involved in the discussion. It was not just dealing with the police, it was not just dealing with specifically as it related to national security, but all the range of areas that are related to crime, both prevention. Well, I mean, there wasn't much in terms of the policing and detection and stuff, but more or less in terms of prevention, which is what I think we really need. And at the end of this, we have asked for, and the government is going to get the approval to go ahead and spend money to pay for those, for that particular symposium. I am asking what next? And the reason for that is that I really do think we need more than what has happened over the time. And I really do hope that we put people around the table to put meaningful plans on the table that can be executed in all the areas. I have said it before, We have been talking too much about crime as it relates to the police and policing, and not enough about prevention. Or if we speak about it, it's in bits and pieces and not in any comprehensive way. That crime symposium brought together people from the different areas that I really think we need to be doing here in Trinidad and Tobago to get our act together. I note what is happening in Tobago with crime, where we are now seeing in Tobago an increase in murders, and I hope that that is going to be the approach that is taken, because we cannot sit and just wait on the police to do things which they are incapable of doing by themselves. That's my view. Still under the head 15, head 13 on the Prime Minister, my paper has gone. It has disappeared, Mr. President. Hopefully I'll find it again. Right. Okay, found it. Yes. Back to the Office of the Prime Minister, head 13, the request for the Children's Authority, the areas for spending here being the revision of the org structure and the creation of an internal security department to provide oversight and security to children's home. I welcome this opportunity because I think it's a great opportunity to deal with some of the concerns with the issues plaguing the Children's Authority and its mandate. Again, though, I see what is happening in the Children's Authority in the same way as I see what is happening in terms of crime and criminality, where we are burdening one organization with wanting that organization to bring solutions that we are not addressing as a society. The Children's Authority needs more than what is happening with them, and the needs that they have include and must include what is happening in the society. Not just waiting on them, we are sending more and more children to them and expecting them to do miracles. I'm suggesting that more is needed than just the monies that are allocated to the Children's Authority. Head number 15, the Tobago House of Assembly, where, Mr. President, 100 million was allocated, and I note that it is mainly for road repairs. Request for supplementation for, it was said, it is 60 million and 40 million. But it's 40 million for major improvements of works on secondary roads and 60 million for resurfacing program. So at the midterm review, 100 million is given to Tobago, mainly for road repairs. I wondered what happened to things like the Division of Education. And I'm saying that because I know there have been significant issues with schools in Tobago. Right now, the Scarborough Secondary School, that has been a problem for a long time, has had significant work put in, and as far as I am aware, they have been behind in terms of what they have, and they owe contractors a lot of money. So it may very well prevent their being able to do repairs within the next 2 months when school is closed. I wonder about that, Minister, and whether there should have been an allocation, as is happening with schools in Trinidad. I heard the Minister, Senator Lizama Leasing spoke about the number of schools that are earmarked for repairs. I just wonder about that. I would also say here that I note Minister Imbert is always talking about how the allocations, like every time the budget is read and he talks about the allocation to Tobago, says what percentage of the budget is given to Tobago. This allocation of 3.85 billion is given, and when you look at what is the minimum of that in terms of allocation as far as Tobago is concerned, should be about 154 million. I'm not sure how that will work out eventually at the end of the financial year, but I just note that because I think more is required for Tobago. I heard, again, the minister saying in the other place when they were doing in the Standing Finance Committee that he understands that there's another government in Tobago other than the government that is under Trinidad and Tobago. I must say, Minister, through you, Mr. President, that we are still waiting, I am still waiting on that debate to come back to the House where we will be discussing meaningful change in Tobago in terms of its governance. I hope the other senator from Tobago will support me in this cry. We have spun around too much with this in so many years. It's time to come back. And I'm saying this in this place because we need the support of the government as well as the opposition. We need to go further in terms of Tobago's development. And I'm saying this because right now, where we talk about development in Tobago, we are talking about giving further allocations in this midterm review, and 100 million is given for road repairs. That's all that is available. I'll also mention that, as far as I'm aware, there's a significant situation in terms of the availability of ambulances to provide emergency care. In Tobago, that is not in this supplementation. I wouldn't say any more about that. In terms of the Head 22, the Ministry of National Security, I just want to say that I note Senator Lakshmi Dayal's mention about the 7 million in security services. I just wondered what is going to be taken away as a result of what has happened on the growth in like remote hearing as a result of the pandemic. How much of that is going to be maintained and continued as something that we would have gained from and would not go back to if it is not necessary. I know that in some cases it would be necessary to bring prisoners from the prisons, but how much of the remote hearing is going to continue? I'm just asking about that as it relates to this security services of 7 million that is being requested here from the Ministry of National Security. The Head 28, the Ministry of Health, where 692 million is being requested. I would mention subhead 04011122, the allocation to UDICOT for Central Block, packages 2 to 6. Just a question through you, Mr. President, to the Minister. What is the proposed date for this project? How far are we with the Central Block? What are we looking at in terms of end times, the end of this project? In conclusion, Mr. President, I did say I was going to be brief. I know that we are in difficult times. I do think some light is shining as we are coming out of the pandemic. I know that we are not alone, as many countries, including many developed countries, are having difficulty. Read the news. Look at what is happening in terms of the UK, strikes, public sector strikes, what is going on in France, and many other countries. So we are not alone in terms of a difficult time. And even though, yes, I know there may be some light, I am sure that we could have been doing much better as a nation if some of the things that we have been avoiding could have been put into place. I trust that we would continue not just to reflect on what has been said here during this debate, but be prepared to take the difficult steps in moving forward. And that is something I am saying we all need to self-reflect and look to see where we are doing, where are we doing our best as we go forward. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Minister of Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. I can say up front that I would not be speaking my full time, and in my contribution, I will definitely be veering on the positives, on the good news, and I will be leaving the cynicism and gloom and pessimism to the opposition. That is normal for them. So on the positive side, again, I congratulate the Minister of Finance and his team for their continued dedication to the country's finances and keeping us in good order. And also at the same time to my colleague, Senator Paul Richards, on his academic achievement. And of course, to our Honourable Prime Minister, on the conferment by Howard University of an honorary doctoral degree. So we're here today in very normal circumstances, and really this is not a budget debate. We are here, this happens every year. We come, we reassess and realize that particular heads need funding for particular initiatives and so on, and it is properly justified. So we're not here to shout. This is not a day of shouting and so on. This ought not to be, because we're here to fix the business midway before we come to the end of this fiscal. Right, so I go right into the fact that the Minister of Finance would have indicated that this, and again, this is on the heels of the IMF's pronouncements, that the non-energy sector is doing very well. And certainly the non-energy sector, and people sometimes just think it's the manufacturing sector, but no, it's the services sector that is contributing strongly to our GDP. And certainly our tourism sector as well, manufacturing, many sectors are now beginning to get back to where they were before and then grow in a post-COVID environment as well. I can tell you that overall I'm seeing that the first 3 quarters in 2022 have been very, very good. And I'm going to leave the discussion about the nominal GDP, which has been going across the floor, to the Honourable Minister of Finance in his winding up. He'll speak to that and the whole question of the rebasing of the figure of the CSO's figures, which he will need to address, because people on members on the opposite side, the opposition, seem to have a real issue with understanding the figures. And so I go to the, again, and I'll go to some positives, the non-energy exported products in 2022. And as I said, looking at 2021, 2022, looking at the kinds of increases that we've seen, and then I'll go a little bit further using SEW data, using CSO in the first instance, that we've seen, for instance, in the manufacture of plastic and rubber products, a 63% increase in chemical products. And I'm not talking here about ammonia and urea, et cetera, I'll come to that. 39% increase, basic chemicals and fertilizers, a 38% increase, and so on. So when I say that, I'm talking about sodium hydroxide, chlorine made by Answer Chemicals, chlorides made by Castelloy Company Limited, hydrazine made by Green Sol. There's a difference. That's what we're talking about under basic chemicals and fertilizers. And then even in, and I'm pleased about this, in clothing, textiles and apparel, 31% increase, and so on. Paper and paper-related, a 29% increase. So good performance coming out. And of course, food and beverages, a 22% increase. But so good performance coming out. And I have to say that to refute I have to say the rubbish that came out, especially from Senator Leida, who ought to have known more, and repeated by others on that side about the manufacturing sector not doing well. Good growth, as I said, especially food and beverage, 22% increase. It's all relative. And I can tell you as well, good growth per market. And you'll be surprised that in markets that we are entering into, Belgium and Morocco. Barbados actually increased by 120% to Chile, to the Netherlands, Brazil, Mexico, even our own Guyana and so on. So non-energy exports have been increasing, definitely. And so looking forward, and again, using the SCW figures to see how are we looking going from October 2022 into March 2022. And again, I'm seeing significant subsector increases. And I cannot understand how the opposition is not seeing the same. And I can tell you when I talk to manufacturers all the time, particularly because I go on missions with them and so on, they're telling me that their exports are going out of the window, booming, and yeah, and so on. So it's very disappointing. I can tell you, they came here today making reference to an article, and Mr. Speaker, I have to rebut this. They made reference to an article in the newspaper, Express newspaper, Wednesday, 10th May 2023, when a particular economist, and I can say it, Dr. Indira Sejwan, referred to the IMF report giving credit to the growth of the non-energy sector, and then making a very inaccurate statement that the entire petrochemical industry now falls under the non-energy manufacturing sector. And I want to say that that is not so. You're mixing up petrochemicals and chemicals. So that is not so. And so, on that very day, in another newspaper, by another, and a commentary by another economist, Dr. Arjun, he contradicted her completely and said that manufacturers have contributed to driving some of the growth, very sensible of him, and the current account performance since last year, and that exports have remained healthy. Two economists, two divergent views. How could that be? And again, I think Dr. Sejwan has to take a book out of Dr. Arjun's, take a page out of his book. I can tell, even looking at Dr. Siritan's commentary, that's a UWI lecturer in economics, I believe, he also said that there is much to agree with the general assessment of the IMF. So you must not cherry pick, right? Speak the truth. So, and there was further conversation, you know, and I'll come back to that again. The point I want to make is coming out of October 2022, this is the beginning of this fiscal year, March 2023, I'll tell you how the export performance is looking. Food and beverage exports increased by $85 million. That's an increase of 6%. That's thus far. Thus far. Paper and paper-related exports increased by $82.8 million, an increase of 29%. Tobacco exports increased by $30 million, an increase of 27%. Plastic and rubber products increased by $11 million, and another increase of 5%. Chemical products exports increased by $10.7 million, again 8%. And I make the point again, we're not talking about urea and methanol and ammonia and that kind of thing at all, right? Again, I'm pleased about the expansion in the chemical sector as well, and I could speak later on to some of the investments in those areas: liquid bleach, insecticides, paints, dishwashing liquids, liquid detergents, thinners. All of these are categorized as chemicals under the non-energy manufacturing sector. So I'm giving you a little lesson, right? So again, and as you know, as we're all talking about diversification, and we're pleased with the progress in the manufacturing sector. So it's very difficult when Dr. Sejwan, in the same article, would make statements, and members will come here today and repeat those statements, and knowing them to be wrong. Knowing them to be wrong. So in the case of, and I'm going to say, I'll tell you, Dr. Sejwan said that no new market manufacturing has successfully started or grown in Trinidad and Tobago over the last several years. Untrue. Untrue. And goes on to say that Nestle moved their manufacturing out of this country. And Senator Damian Lyder, who is a businessman, I expected to hear more from him. Nestle is operating in Trinidad and Tobago and manufacturing all kinds of products. In fact, they've now started manufacturing plant-based milk, which they've already started exporting to 9 countries regionally. How could you say that? Right? Nature's Heart almond milk. And then they're happy to say Unilever move this operation out of Trinidad and Tobago. But you know that globally, Unilever sold all of their spreads business globally to a company called Upfield. That's what happened. And it's because of the state of the equipment at that stage that Unilever said it did not make financial sense to continue to operate with the archaic equipment which they had bought from this is Upfield, from Unilever. That is what is happening. And I can tell you that Unilever is still looking at the Caribbean as a place to manufacture and export. So those kinds of erroneous statements you must not bring to the House, because you know the population is looking and you ought to know better. And when you speak, and so Senator Leiter repeated, Dr. Sedgwick, no new manufacturing successfully started and grown in Trinidad and Tobago, and I couldn't be proud of all of the new products. Again, the new Nestle line of almond milk, new products and new lines, etc. And I'll give you just a few. The Nestle almond milk, Carib Brewery, it's Rockstone tonic wine that started in November 2022. This is the first tonic wine with power root, and I must do some research on that. Then and this is about small and medium new businesses starting. Amare Probiotics, Farm and Function, who is producing a lot of frozen local fruits like guava and mango and passion fruit and so on. Associated Brand, they started a wide range of quality chocolate products which you see in the supermarket shelves and which are being exported. It's the first USDA certified organic chocolate produced in Trinidad and Tobago and being exported. Don't you see these products? Right? Fresh industry, Asing Trading, new pasta line, Novo Farms, local production of agro-processed foods such as cassava fries and grated coconut and dasheen fries and sweet potato fries, instant potato choker and so on. What is that? Rojan Marketing, new antibacterial formula of hand sanitizer, JMac Industries, a new detergent line. JMac is from Tobago. Right? CGA, production of Cedrus Bay products, body lotions, and so on. And because Lazare Apparel, office and safety wear, aprons, chef coats, polo t-shirts, I respect the House, and I will not go on. But you see this? I'm going to continue repeating because I have pages of new products being produced in Trinidad and Tobago and being exported. Yeah? And so to you to come and say to the House, 39,000 persons in the manufacturing sector. I tell you, 52,000 is the figure that we've been using, and I'm telling you, with the exports booming, we are definitely employing more than that, more than 52,000. So it's erroneous again to come here and talk about 39,000 persons is dwindled to 39,000. It's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, and you're feeding this negativity to the population. Don't try that, okay? And so, and we will continue to do everything. This is not a budget debate, but we will continue to do everything to make sure that we can find the market access, new markets, etc., through the trade missions. I will accompany them to ensure. I tell you, I just went to DR. We started off with 16 businesses going. By the time the second day came, 23 businesses arrived in there with more than 30 persons joining us, eager to enter that new market. With my being there, I was able to at least meet the government officials and deal with the trade barriers, such as the waiver of Law 173, which will allow the access of all products into there. But I'll leave all of this discussion for another time, Mr. Speaker, because it really doesn't belong in this debate. And so we will continue assisting all the SMEs. A lot of noise about SMEs today, but all of the grants that are available, and I'm going to speak a little bit, all of the export accelerator programs, international certification funds, and so on. And the other problem that I have, as I talk about jobs, right? Let me tell you that with regard to job creation, I looked at the figure for of investments, local and foreign, in 2021, which is now coming out of COVID. And we had investments. And you know the problem is, you're always talking about FDI, FDI, FDI. Why don't you look at LDI? That speaks to the confidence of the people of businesses in Trinidad and Tobago to invest in this country. And so in 2021, despite COVID, coming out of COVID, we had new investments, and that's what I keep check of. Much more is happening, of at least $500 million. And then by 2022, investments, again, were at about $1 billion, providing jobs to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I can tell you for 2023, it's at more than $1 billion in investments in our country, okay? And that means jobs, okay? So don't come to me with let me talk about jobs a little bit more, but I'll speak to it in the context of today's supplementary appropriation. There is a line item, please allow, I seek your protection, yeah? There is a line item that speaks to $9.8 million, which is required to facilitate payment regarding the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. And that money is to complete the payment on remaining VAT, additional works on an off-site detention pond, and additional works with regard to subgrade treatment, placement of boulders and so on soft spots on the, in the road network. And so Senator Leiter made heavy weather about the fact that this project had not been completed. But you know, they do as if we have not been through, the world has not been through COVID. And that has caused a delay in many, many projects and so on. But here we are. I want to tell you, Senator Leiter and the opposition, that it is 98% complete. I visited on Saturday, and I am pleased about the results that we are getting from this park, right? So we're going to spend the $9.8 million, complete the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, and I'm pleased about the kinds of firms that we are already attracting in terms of high value and light manufacturing, logistics and distribution and warehousing. I want to tell you, 14 investments have been closed at that PPIE estate. You understand? Before we even cut the ribbon, 14 investments have been closed. In terms of local investments, they total over $93 million, and they're expected to create more than 300 jobs. Foreign investments, over $200 million, and will create as many as 361 jobs, right? Now, I had already called out all of this in the other place, so I'm not going to call out the 14 names, okay? We could go home now, but I'm telling you, I am pleased. Because, no, you want to hear, anyway, Mr. President, I am on a line item, and therefore I will call it out. Global Tobacco Limited, cigarette manufacturing and distribution. Pour Me One Brewery, it's a nano starter brewery. Lamb's Logistics, transportation and logistics solutions. Ali's Hardware and Metal Fabrication, they're going to get involved in the manufacture of liquid laundry detergents. Pilais, Southern Reflection Glass products. SM Jalil and Company, manufacturer of non-alcoholic beverages. Valcom EMI Limited, engineering, maintenance and inspection limited. Centaur Construction Services, manufacturer of fasteners and gaskets, etc. Doke Hygiene Products, manufacturer of sanitary napkins for exports. MSK Seafood, FCMC, Regional Distribution Center for Chinese Manufactured Goods. And the icing is, and I'll say the icing, even though it's a $40 million investment, it's going to employ 200 people. Why I point them out? That's the Dongguan Summit Luggage Company, manufacturers of Samsonite and branded luggage. Not Samsonite, it's another brand, but they also do Samsonite in China. Why I point them out is because I went down to visit the park on Saturday. Their production line, I tell you, we ain't cut the ribbon as yet. Their production line already set up, raw materials, etc. They're ready to manufacture. And you come here today to tell me about this Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. Talk your talk, right? We're doing the work, okay? Right? So, as I begin to wrap up, and in the other noise I kept hearing say again, I spoke about it a little bit before, the SME support. Listen to me. You can't talk about SME support to this government. I will tell you, coming out of COVID, and kudos to the Minister of Finance, right? We introduced the government loan guarantee scheme, okay? And no. We have now introduced what is the SME Development Financing Facility to provide financing for SMEs. All right, so they can borrow up to $1.5 million. They could get a 2-year moratorium on the principal repayments. They could repay as long as 10 years, and they could use it for working capital or purchase equipment, etc. Okay, what could be wrong with that? And we will continue that and provide support. We will also provide support for micro enterprises through the Ministry of Youth Development, especially in the area of agricultural programs and so on. We will continue with the grant fund facility in the ministry as well. Also the Research and Development Fund, the funds in the yachting sector as well. We did 66 we gave support to 66 small businesses there. We will continue with our scale-up program. We just graduated 13 companies out of it, and we start another cohort in July. So when we reported at the budget, we would have assisted at least about 20-something businesses through this scale-up program as well. So when it comes to supporting MSMEs, our government is very, very focused, and that is not only just under the Ministry of Trade and Industries, under the Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Youth Development, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Agriculture. We support MSMEs in this PNM government. And also, again, throughout She Trades, we now have 700 women SMEs again, MSMEs under that program, and we will continue to offer them several training opportunities in export readiness and identifying and assessing export markets, funding and financing opportunities as well, and give them the opportunity to be represented at international trade shows and so on, and the TIC. And when we talk about job creation, the necessary infrastructure is being put in place. I'm very serious about that. You see, that SEZ authority that we're establishing and which will be in place by end of this fiscal year, that is about attracting investment, further investment, by providing a suite of incentives to both local and foreign investors. And that's where we're going to create more jobs when these, through the establishment of these, this authority and providing the incentives and so on. And while we're doing that, we'll be meeting all of our international obligations, etc. So very excited about that. Also, of course, our Trade and Investment and Promotion Agency, which again will provide a focus again, for attracting business and extending export activity, etc. The usual cry about improvement in the ease of doing business. I'll speak about this ministry and what is doing the Ministry of Trade and Industry, because they all started speaking about it, and I will rebut what you're saying. So, and I'm not going to not stay too long on it because I want to be able to ramage when we do the thing, right? So, no, that's right, Senator Mark. So, and stop talking about my hands soft. Be giving people the... Let me put this, listen. I will put this on the record. The only way he knows that is because he shook my hand on one occasion. Put it on the public record. Okay. Right. Mr. Speaker, I need your protection because it's a, it's a long evening. The improvement in the ease...
Okay, members. We've had the light moment. Please allow the minister to continue.
Continue and conclude. We're talking about the ease of doing business because all of them made sure and remembered it and spoke of it. Well, I can tell you in the ministry that we are we are enhancing in the first place our existing services on TT BizLink. So across 18 departments, 6 ministries, we are enhancing 35 of those existing services. And these enhanced services will be launched by June 2023. I am not going to call them all out. You're talking about within our e-certificate of origin, or e-import duty concessions, or e-fiscal incentives, or e-goods declarations, e-mobile, and so on. I could go on and on, but I tell you, I'm leaving it for when I really have a chance to do a dance with you all, right? And then Of all of those existing services that attract fees, and I'm speaking to 17 of those services, that upon the enhancement in June 2023, we will immediately introduce the ability for users to make these payments online. So that is also coming in June 2023. Again, another noteworthy enhancement for the existing services will be the introduction of digital approval documents as well, and the enhanced system will also expand interoperability with other government systems and so on, so that approval data is shared directly with all of the relevant authorities and so on. In addition to all of that, by August 2023, we will launch 18 new e-services, not the enhanced ones, new e-services, mark my words, and to benefit Ministry of Agriculture, the EMA, Export TT, even the Chamber of Industry and Commerce as well. So we're moving, and we have already started, we have commenced the implementation of our port community system as well. Okay, so I think generally I sought to refute some of the negativity on the other side, Mr. President, but also at the same time to speak very positively about how well the manufacturing sector is doing. And as I spoke of the particular item for which we got the $9.8 million, Phoenix Park Industrial Estate is a very worthwhile investment because we are already seeing the returns in terms of the 14 businesses that have already signed on to be tenants in that park. And we have a waiting list of more than 30 businesses that are looking forward to consider joining the park as well. I want to thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Naked.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the especially merciful. Mr. President, I won't be very long, surprisingly. Just to rebut some of what has been proffered by that side. And I know there's been a fair amount of jocularity today, as there should be sometimes. But when you hear by several senators that we are being extremely pessimistic and we have placed Trinidad in a very dark place and all of these things, and we should be more optimistic. We do not paint Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, as having dark clouds overhead, as the Minister of Tourism said. That's a simplification. We point out the reality that this PNM government is the dark cloud over Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, after listening to the Minister of Trade and Industry and how she will not get into the cynicism of the debate and all that, but as we sat in this chamber, hoping that we should share the views of optimism from that side, Mr. President, do you know that close to 100 carry dock workers have been sent home with immediate effect today? as we spoke here in this chamber. And I read, Mr. President, the employees were called to a meeting at UTT's Chaguaramas campus a short while ago, where the announcement was made. The company's full name is Caribbean Dockyard and Engineering Services Limited, and was recently removed from the Ministry of Finance and placed under the Ministry of Works and Transport. According to Mr. Mahabir, a senior official of the company, the affected employees will be temporarily furloughed for 3 months, but he's unclear as to what would be the case afterwards. And he continues, he promised that the company would continue to communicate with its furloughed employees on their employment status. The affected employees received their temporary termination letters after the meeting. How rosy is that? How optimistic for those breadwinners who must now go home. Mr. President, imagine the multiplier effect of that. So when we as the opposition, loyal as we are, after being told we should leave by the Minister of Tourism, when we look at what they have done to the workforce, maybe they should pack up and leave. And they are right to hang their heads. They are right to hang their heads. Because I heard about Unilever. I heard that from the Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. President, thinking that we don't do our work on this side. But they forget that we have not nominal economic degrees, we have real economic degrees. My economic degree is a real one. So I can tell you that Unilever shut down completely in Trinidad and Tobago as of July. In other places that she insinuated they was having problems, no. They sold off their spreads product and restructured. But they are still operating in South Africa and Brazil. They completely closed down in Trinidad and Tobago because the ease of doing business has been a complete failure by this PNM government. So you all can't come with these innuendos and talk about, you all are talking to a group that is certainly brighter than all of you all. 119, thank you, Senator. 119 workers. What's the multiplier effect of that, Mr. President? You see, economics is not looking in the books and reading the statistics. Economics is very much an interactive science. It's what the effects of those statistics do to the human resources and the population of the country. So it's all well and fine to come and give us the statistics here and tell us there has been an allocation increase or decrease. And then when we try to broaden it, they get up on standing orders. But we have to point out, I'll give you an example, Mr. President. The Minister of Tourism, Culture, Arts and Culture, or Culture and the Arts. He spoke about the granting of the Pan Theatre to Lavantil Desperados. We who love the greatest steel band ever created in history of this country and worldwide, we appreciate that. No doubt. I say anything else here, my uncles will kill me. Because we are not fans of Lavantil Desperados. We are Lavantil Desperados. But if this government truly believed in what they tout as the PAN model, to reinvigorate, to stimulate, rehabilitate the youth of this country, would they have put the Lavantil Desperados Pan Theatre in a location almost right next to the All-Stars Pan Theatre? If the purpose was to rehabilitate, it's Lavantil Desperados. Wouldn't they have created an environment, Mr. President, that would have rehabilitated the people that Lavantil Desperados used to rehabilitate back in the day? Where you had people coming from Lavantil, again, like my mother, like my uncles, who saw or sought refuge in that panyard up there in Desperately Crescent, up there where people used to look forward to going. So when you're talking about the numbers, we give them 14 million and granted, it's not only about the allocation, but it's the location that causes the policy to become actionable. They don't understand that. There's a disconnect, a complete disconnect. And I understand maybe it's, you know, for this government, it's all about when the Pantheater open to come and clink a few champagne glasses, but they don't really know how it is to go every day in the panyard and see these players who represent the culture, who represent mostly the poor and working class people, Mr. President, how they dedicate themselves to that craft. And you know what they get? Maximum for the season, Mr. President, $3,000, $1,500. And then we ask them to portray what's our better angels, our culture. It's disingenuous. It's hypocritical, Mr. President. So, just as this part of the allocation, the culture that the minister referred to, Minister of Trade and Minister of Tourism, it's clear by what I just exhibited with Minister of Trade and Industry that they come with these duplicitous offerings, but they never connect it. They never connect it. It's never the whole truth. It's part of it. So Unilever, she tried to insinuate shut down everywhere, so that's why they shut down here, but it's not the truth. There's a certain level of mendacity to that. They have not shut down anywhere completely other than Trinidad and Tobago. Lavantil Desperados, although we are happy for that panyard, because we like Novarians now, because the hill has been made unsafe by insufficient public policy because of the crime situation. And I'll get to that briefly, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President. When we go to the items, I'll give you some of the, referring to the mid-year review. And I looked at Office of the Prime Minister, and it's one of the items that I have followed, as most in this house know, very closely. I commented on it, and that has to do with the Children's Authority. The grant of, now the ask for $62 million. And if you'd allow me just to read, it's required to meet costs associated with the revision of the organizational structure. It will result in increased personnel costs, accommodation requirements, procurement of additional goods and services, items of minor equipment, creation of an internal security department to provide oversight and security to all children's residences. Now, who can argue with that? It sounds nice, Mr. President, doesn't it? Wonderful. And then we hear, if you look at this, that only 200 odd positions filled out of 900. 200 odd. So I thought, well, I can't take the credit. My son, who's a clinical psychologist in London, looked it up as a matter of curiosity. As a matter of curiosity. Children's Authority, $62 million. You think, well, they are in the process. I think Senator Lizama Leasing mentioned that they are earmarked to have a lot of hirings and all of that. Well, it looks like, as usual, this government doesn't know what the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Because you go on their website, And you know what it says? No job openings available. Right here. I have it right here. You go on their website. No job openings available. So what is 62 million? What all this talk about what they have earmarked? And people can't be talking. You know, I hear one of the senators came up now and talk about, you know, they're not interested in the cost talk and the opposition talking about legal fees, and then the government come and talk about legal fees. Absolutely correct. But I have to ask that goodly senator, when we piloted legislation, legal fees, who got it? And how did that goodly senator vote? So it might well make.
Senator, just be mindful about what you're insinuating in terms of that phrase which you just spoke to. So just be mindful.
Guided, Mr. But I'm talking about the reality of it. It might make nice headlines. There should be bipartisanship. But we, our opposition leader, Kamala Prasad Bisasa, directly offered help to this government on the issue of crime. Publicly. And she was publicly refused. So how you can tell us now that we are not interested in bipartisanship? The record is there. You know, so there's a lack of genuine look at what the opposition attempts to do in serving the interests of the country. And I think it's very unfair, and I think we can see it here. So they can get up and talk about, well, we have earmarked. I've never heard a government in my life talk about what is projected to happen, like this government. We have earmarked. We will launch. We are going to do this. We are going to do that. And then we come back 6 months later, nothing. Zilch. Zero. This is a government that talks. But this is not a government that delivers anything. And I think we know that. We know that. And you know, I felt sorry listening to Senator Lizama Leasing because, you know, there's someone who's, I guess, in politics a long time, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how the process works. She said she was waiting to hear the opposition come with ideas on nation building in a mid-year review, where we have to get the numbers from the government. And we have to examine those numbers that all my colleagues did such a brilliant job in doing. And then we have to tell this government why you want this. But she lamented the fact that we didn't come with any ideas about nation building. Not forgetting that they are in government for 8 years and have built nothing in this nation. So you know, it's in the numbers, Mr. President. And I told you I would not stay long, but you know, when you're up here and you realize exactly that there was no singular contribution that would have helped the Minister of Finance. And he always seems isolated in these debates because he seems isolated in these debates because nobody on that side seems to help him sufficiently. So he ends up looking, you know, like little Jack Horner alone in the corner. No, I say that with, you know, just to lighten the mood, because I generally feel that, you know, he probably is thinking, well, why didn't I get some help from my own side? To give you an example, Mr. President, before I close up. Everybody here, to a man and to a woman, spoke about the effects of crime, effects of the poor national domestic security. Everybody. This is the concern in the country. That is reality. And then we look at the allocation, not only in the initial budget, but we are limited to here the mid-year review. And we saw that 2 million was given for sports and community development. $2 million, Mr. President. I think Senator Richards mentioned briefly how important sports is to a country that is going through the kind of social upheaval that we are witnessing, where there's an increase in gangs, there's an increase in violence, communities have been shattered. He mentioned it briefly. I will go into a little detail on that. Sports, and I don't need to research this because I came out of sports. And I came out of that same East-West corridor community that Senator Richards mentioned. Sports, as mentioned by the United Nations, Office of Global Development, any office, drugs and crime, sports is one of the key indicators, key factors in arresting any crime upsurge, in contributing to economic development, bringing people who are outside on the fringes of society, bringing them into the mainstream. Sports is one of the most effective social, economic weapons that we can use. It is. Thanks for your agreement, Senator. And I give you the model of Belgium. Belgium experienced serious upheaval with their incoming Moroccan immigrants back in the 80s, into the 90s. I lived there for a while. What did they do? Simple infrastructure. They put every 400 meters, they put a field. Put a field, just put a field down. Open. Nice field, AstroTurf, left it there. Slowly, because of that one field. Sports. They put a basketball court, swimming pool, nice model, tennis courts, and they put that model every 400 meters in the so-called immigrant communities. After the first year, crime went down 6%. Second year, 9%. Second year, 12%. By the seventh year, crime was down 30%. Do they do research on that side, Mr. President? Where we've seen the opposite here. 2 million. And you know what that 2 million for? Let me pull it up here for you, Mr. President. So they don't think I'm doing like them, just talking. 2 million is required to facilitate the payment of gratuities, retirement benefits, and to meet operating expenses under Export Centers Company Limited to September 30th. Nothing, Mr. President, that our boys and you tell me, Mr. President, you're a young man yourself, tell me these young men in those communities who don't have now education, which has been cut as a pathway, who don't have jobs because the job market's close to them. Skill centers, they are now trying to revive. Sports, they don't even have that now. Nothing has been allocated. I won't even go into the original budget. It's poor allocation as well, 13 million or something like that. Under the UNC, we had upward of 200 million. People were involved in mentorship programs. The Football Association was getting money for their football league. Cricket the same. Swimming. This is how you keep boys on the margins, Mr. President, out of crime. Not talk, not old talk, not give them a hamper and a grant. That is it. That is a superficial way to deal with crime, to deal with community development. That is superficial. Nothing substantive in that. But if you give them serious sporting policy, if you give them a pathway, a roadmap in sport, you tell them, okay, we'll fund primary school leagues in a substantive way. Not just tell them go up to the savannah where the grass reaching up to your neck, but we'll give them incentives. Whatever school produces a player for a national team, under 13, under 14, under 15, we'll invest in that school, maybe laptops, maybe something. You have some kind of interactive policy, but no, this is our government bereft of ideas, as Senator Lizama Singh. I think she was referring to our own government. We bereft of ideas, intellectually bankrupt. And that is why you have the crime rate where it is. So you could come with all the numbers you want, but I'm reading your own numbers. 2 million for sports and nothing to do. Mr. President, to the Minister of Finance, nothing to do with anything that could take us out of this perilous situation that we find ourselves. So, Mr. President, as I promised, will not be long, only to say that again, once again, this government has failed us with this mid-year review. Failed us completely. Failed this country. Talk, and we will do this and we will do that, while they have done nothing. And I think not only is the goodly senator fed up, but so is the entire country. And once again, we ask them, please step aside. As Minister of Tourism said, leave the country. Leave the country. And let us take over this country. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Dayal Singh.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to contribute on the supplementation of appropriation bill for fiscal year 2023. We are asked to approve more than $3.85 billion in supplementary funding for fiscal 2023 in this mid-year review. Total expenditure for fiscal 2023 was budgeted at $57.685 billion, and this supplementary takes the budget figure to the year to $61.53 billion. That's a lot of money. We heard the Minister of Finance, who presented 8 budgets before, say that the country's Heritage and Stabilization Fund has been doing well, and the country's overdraft is in very good shape. And while there is a shortfall in revenue over the last 6 months, it has not been too large to manage. So all these are comforting things that I've heard. He had called before for sacrifice to be made in the citizens to make sacrifices for the country till we get back on track. And before, the police officers took a 4% increase in salary. And recently, the prison service followed suit and were willing to take this 4% also, at least showing that they have a level of patriotism, waiting a little sacrifice, not striking out for more until the country could get in a better situation. So those groups, I think, are commendable that they has gone forward and at least have gone forward to make some sort of negotiation. And as the minister said, much of the supplementation is designed to clear off the backlog of bills that have accumulated arrears. Money is owed to suppliers and contractors over the last 7 years. And he thought it would be appropriate now to solve those problems that we had, to at least service those debts, because he said the cash is the livelihood of the industry, and so he felt it was appropriate to increase this appropriation by 3.8 billion to go and satisfy the suppliers. Now, he has some idea that he's hoping that this will stimulate the economy. But I may say some of those companies no longer exist. Some of those companies during the COVID trying to pay their old bills, not getting satisfaction, they actually folded up. So we have to still see if some of those companies could be stimulated to come back into business, open back their business, ease the unemployment. So this is something he has a hope for, and I'm hoping that it can also succeed in stimulating these businesses to start mobilizing their workers again. The minister said the government overdraft is in a very good shape, and the overdraft now stands at 39% and was now as low as 35% recently. So we have available to us 5 billion to 6 billion in overdraft. So we may not need to engage in loan. All these, again, very good points. Three main things I heard coming from the minister. Positive news that we are emerging from difficult years, economic years. Also the fact that he's paying off the debt accumulated, hoping to stimulate the economy more. And also he actually launched a defense against the detractors, some detractors out there who were criticizing certain things in the budget. But two things the citizens really would look at in the budget. They look at presently in our state of affairs. They want to hear the dialogue. How will this budget help crime? And also, how will the state of the economy, how will that give that ease, that burden that some of the citizens face? So the minister now was actually, when I looked at the following the budget, I saw he was praised by certain persons. The president of the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, Roger Roach, said the small and medium-sized enterprises and the manufacturing sector will benefit from the payment of VAT refunds, and which will allow the SMEs to reinvest, expand, grow, therefore becoming larger earners of foreign exchange for Trinidad and Tobago via exportation. However, he pleaded that something be put in place, that this would not be allowed to have that same lag occurring, and the business persons and those people with these companies wouldn't have to suffer. Also, again, praises came in from the Confederation of Regional Business Chambers Coordinator, Jai Lihadar Singh, who said that while VAT refunds being accelerated is a good move, and the announcement that the VAT bonds are 100% redeemable by bondholder before the maturity date, this is a step in the right direction. He said he welcomed the development that more tax national revenue is being realized by the non-oil sector, and the CRBC would like to see more growth and productivity in the non-oil sector, as this will prove to be a vital financial buffer should the price of our energy commodities enter into a state of decline. But we all know this. The CRBC is urging the government to pay greater attention to the agriculture, agro-based industries, enhanced manufacturing, infrastructure, hospitality, tourism, etc. But the Minister of Finance mentioned the CSO's data, which showed in 2020, within the non-energy sector, the manufacturing sector, excluding petrochemicals and LNG, it had expanded by 16.5%. So this, again, is something positive for us to see. He said that the report stated that the biggest increase was in food and beverages, which surged by 27.6% during the first 9 months of 2022. Again, I was happy to hear that. But I was dismayed when Senator David Narang mentioned the fact that the beverages is really looking at alcohol. And I will have more to say on that when I'm looking at health. So again, the minister did chide critics to the point, he chided critics to the point and pointed errors in some of the analysis and expert and the assessment of TT's economic health. And some praise did come from the IMF. And I always try to see positive things in our country. I always try to see something as a sign of hope. Some people say he was too optimistic, but again, we need something for the citizens to hold on to, something that, a message that things will get better. So we have to be grateful to the attempt in balancing the books, but we also need the awareness that balancing the books is one thing, but citizens at the grassroots level who've borne the brunt of the economic fallout and experienced hardships further exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic, also the Russia invasion of Ukraine, the bread and butter issues facing ordinary citizens, particularly given to the fact that inflation, which at the end of 2022 was at 8.7%. Citizens got a painful reminder of that fact when every time they go to the supermarket, they go to the pharmacy, it's difficult for them. So therefore, yes, we have improvement, but we have the real bread and butter issues facing the citizenry. We got a positive message. And we also got a positive message from the IMF. And the IMF actually said, the most recent report on TT, it actually recommended the government continue providing targeted and temporary support to alleviate the rising cost among the most vulnerable. So a message I got here is the praise that the government got, one, and two, it seems that the government was in a path giving support to the poor and downtrodden, the most vulnerable. And this is something commendable. And this is when I now want to swing to head 78 of the Ministry of Social Development, $348,172,804,000. I support this any sort of allocation given to this ministry. I think it's too little, and I think this ministry needs to expand. I see the suffering from persons. I get complaints. Social workers are at wit's end to help all. The Ministry of Social and Family Services, the Minister of Social Services and Social and Family Services mentioned about all the grants that are given out. But I know, she said there's grants and the food cards and all the good things her ministry is doing. But I know some persons have also gotten food cards, taken away from them. It's like pulling the rug from under persons in these trying times. I know of some mentally ill patients with food cards being pulled from them. I had to write letters to appeal for some. But what I might say, the social workers are really our hidden heroes. They are the ones who decide to help, to act as a buffer for counseling persons who don't want to come to our mental health clinics. They do their family counseling to hold the family unit together. Their role in society is not fully appreciated. They can rescue a child from abuse, and we looked at the appropriation to the Children's Authority. And then we also realized that if you could take a child and make that child who has been abused an emotionally stable citizen, we will get that child to be a productive citizen who may not get in a wall of depression, who may have to come to clinics to take antidepressants, which are very costly, to do psychotherapy. So their intervention at that earlier stage is very important. We live in an evil place, rampant child abuse. And if you rescue these children and mentor and give them the love, they will not add to the health burden to our psychiatric clinics. And Prozacs and counseling will cost more. So I support more money into this ministry, and I think the social worker has a greater role in saving our nation than all the Silkadon lawyers or doctors in society. I think we should also consider remunerating social workers more, lift the profession. We need them in society to save society. From the little youth who can turn to crime because of abuse and neglect, to victims of poverty, and also to the elderly widow with the dead husband, no children are wrong, who has to speak affairs, who is lonely, who we say have the emptiness syndrome, persons with dementia. All those individuals benefit from the social workers. The aging population needs the Department of Aging to reach out to them, carry them tai chi, carry them tours. All these are things we need. It helps the burden of persons coming to clinic. So therefore, I would have to thank the minister for having the Social Worker Year Award. And I would like to publicly and put on record to congratulate winner Farisa Mohammed, who has a patriotic heart, and other persons who got second place, third place, Victor Joseph, Nayada Andrews, Alina Karamat. These are the true heroes. These are the angels on earth. So speaking of grants, I must say the minister did say that people got the 10,000 flood grants, but I still know persons who are still waiting on some of these grants, and we're expecting more rainy season ahead. And so those are persons I know. And even today in the Daily Express, if you allow me to read the editorial, Mr. President, the Daily Express actually said preparing for disasters and said for several years and counting, the rainy season has become synonymous with flooding and is associated with disruption, anxieties, and damage. And it made mention that there's a prediction that there will be 44% chance of near normal activity and a 34% chance of above normal hurricane activity between June and November. And next month, they say there is a 36 to 57% chance of above normal rainfall in western Trinidad. They forecast 10 to 18 days of heavy rainfall during the season. And in some instances, in excess of 50 millimeters of rainfall a day is expected. This is frightening. It is frightening to some persons who even in my community, because we have not just to deal with flood in some areas, but we also have to deal with crime. So the Minister of Works actually met with persons from my community, and we expressed our fears about the flooding, and even, he had promised to do some desilting. Today, he had actually make mention that he's going ahead to do some things, and we pray and hope that he can do this as quickly as possible. Persons are saying are distressed anytime, as they say, you see dark clouds or you see a heavily tinted car passing in the neighborhood. That raises that anxiety. So therefore, the minister of Works and Transport, as I say, met with us. And you see, it's not just us, because the aging infrastructure is all in America. If you look at America right now, they had an infrastructure bill to get funding to fix the roads, the bridges. They are also crumbling. They have problems. Recently, the Fort Lauderdale airport was flooded out after some small amount of rain, and people were trapped for, I think, 2 days in the airport. So it's globally, we are seeing something is happening to the old infrastructure. And what I may say is that I would have to also, I had made mention in a previous budget that persons under flood zones, so please, let the government consider they pay less property tax, allow them to bring in replacement appliances tax-free. Some got relative to send furniture but had no money to clear. Also, tax-free importation of flood relief equipment like barriers, sump pumps, technical, and give them technical advice from the corporation. Tax rebate for those who need to buy these things. All these we have to consider. We are living in unpredictable times, aging features, global warming, rising sea levels, and torrential rains. We don't know what's going to fix us. The Minister of Works and Transport he doesn't know what will fix us. The weather can change anytime, it can get worse. And we expect it to get worse. And we have the infrastructure crumbling. I would have liked to see more detention ponds being built in various areas than any sort of highway extension into Tokos. I must put that on record. So while let me go back to the inflation now. While forecast for inflation, that inflation will to slow down to 4.5% at the end of the year as international prices continue to decline. So this is something, again, we could look forward to, and consumers would experience, hopefully, relief further down. So we are being optimistic. We are looking for this inflation to slow down. But it's not just us. You see, Mr. President, I compared us to the United States and the UK. United States, there are persons there they are undergoing some economic distress. Interest rates has risen. Persons are on edge. This capitalistic center has its population hurting. They're on edge. Persons on the fringe, just waiting to ignite, to destroy, to pull on their country if there's any sort of social distress. So therefore, compared to them, let's look again to the UK. In the United Kingdom, the cost of living increased sharply across the UK during 2021 and 2022. The annual rate of inflation reached 11.1% in October 2022, a 41-year high. Before easing in subsequent months, it was 10.1% in March 2023. So the price of food, just as how we have this problem here, the price of food, goods, energy and fuel have been increasing, and most due to the high demand from customers and problems with supply chains. The war with Russia and Ukraine also contributed to this. Low-income households are most affected by high food and energy prices. Households have reported cutting back on essential spending. The poorest households report skipping meals or using food banks. Thankfully, we have the food cards, but we have to make sure it reaches the population that really needs it. So therefore, so it's a global thing. It's not just us. Consumer price inflation rose in many countries during 2021, 2022. Pandemic, as I said, this is supply shortages a major factor. But as we started to, as there was an increased demand for products and materials, and the thing is, this has resulted in pushing up inflation around the world. Inflation rates seem to have peaked in many economies in the late 2022, with a decline in the annual rate of inflation evident in early 2023. So there's hope for them, there's hope for us. So the inflation rate is expected to slow 2023. That is, unless there's some other unforeseeable global event that takes place. So there are signs that some global global price pressures are subsiding. For instance, supply bottlenecks have eased and wholesale gas prices have fallen on financial markets, though this will take some time to trickle down. So therefore, Europe, let's look at Europe. So despite an unemployment rate of only 6% in the European Union, 1/5 of the European Union population is still at risk for poverty or social exclusion. Experts say predict there'll be a slowdown in the inflation rate from 9.2% in 2022 to 6.4% this year to 2.8%. So people are having that expectation, and we realize now that they are getting back. As the bottleneck is being released. We are now getting back food, and I was ecstatic when I read that global food prices have dropped. So yes, I felt happy. I said, well, soon our citizens would benefit from this. I felt that persons were waiting for this. I heard food prices would decline, but I also have to look, and with your permission, I want to quote an article from Newsday. Rajiv Dipti explains why food prices can't go down. This was on the Newsday, February 8, 2023. And in this article, he made mention that this exposition came on the same day the Minister of Trade and Industry, Paulo Gupiskun, called on businessmen to be reasonable when it comes to price of food on their shelves. The ministry said it had noted a decline in global food prices for the 10th consecutive month, as recorded by the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization, the FAO. And the minister called on supermarkets, distributors, and other retailers to be fair and make appropriate adjustment to the prices charged to consumers if market conditions improve. And she also expressed disappointment in a statement made by SATT that food prices were not likely to drop soon. I too was disappointed because, you see, even the shipping cost has gone because there's gone down. There's a steady decline in the Freightos Baltic Index from last October to this January. And the Baltic Index is the benchmark used to measure spot rates for 40-foot containers. So all those were indicators things could have gone better. We would have gotten that price reduction, but we still have to hold strain. But hope is there. Hopefully it will trickle down soon, and it's something that we have to look at. So Mr. Dipti responded, there's a lag time that comes into play with price decreases on international markets filtering into local production, which can then turn up on the grocery shelves at lower prices. So we have to wait, right? So there was a disappointment there, but we also saw that we were still hoping that we can gain from some sort of oil and natural gas exploration while trying to wean ourselves from being dependent on these products. We have to produce more. The Minister of Trade has been trying her best to get us producing more. And we heard a list of pages that she would have come and told us today that certain things, and I think her list is not exhaustive, of non-energy export manufacturing products. And so therefore, those things are excellent. But remember, we're still competing with China, who could mass produce and compete with anything that we could produce. So we may have to start thinking, why not set up a trade zone within the Caribbean where we could now produce our within the Caribbean? Barbados has now been moving to the pharmaceutical industry where they are now tiny to an Indian company. We will be fertilizers. Guyana is now the oil and natural gas king. So we, within the Caribbean, we may have to see if we could now have that interdependency and forget the outside world. And remember, there's a CARICOM meeting coming up soon under Head 65. And if I look at 02000166, the cost of hosting that meeting is I think, 20 million. So two things I have with this. We recently had a very productive, I say, crime conference on public health, crime as a public health concern. And Senator Dillard Remy and myself did get some good information. But that cost us 3.4 million. Why couldn't we have whole strain with that meeting and put it with this meeting that we're going to have, carded down the line that we got in Head 65? You see, I'm saying is that money doesn't come easy. We could save any little thing we can save. And if you were looking at under Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, you're looking at hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. $20 million would be needed to host a 45 regular meeting of conference of heads of government of the Caribbean community and related in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment CARICOM. And this would be held in the period July the 3rd to the 6th, 2023. I'm thinking we could have put this crime conference with this and save some money. This is just my take on it. But therefore now, I must say that we have to, in my point of view, consolidate what we have. Because any money saved could have gone. It may be good PR for the CARICOM leaders, but you see, we could have gone to purchase CCTV cameras. We could have gone to purchase body cameras, vehicles for police. We see under Head 22, these things are being considered for the cameras. And we see there's Head 64, where we are looking at TT police service, where we have to get vehicles for police. And in St. Joseph area, Mr. Vice President, there's only one working police vehicle for a big area of St. Joseph, which covers at the end of Tunapuna, going into Mondo, Champlain, going into Caroni Bridge. So therefore, you know, it's a bit frightening to know we have that alarming crime situation. Only one. They have to depend on the vehicles from the 999 emergency branch. You have to depend on the international task force, the task force vehicles to come on board if they need any others. But I am hopeful and I'm praying that the Head 64, which asks for some sort of monies to buy more vehicles, you know, I'm thinking we definitely need that. And we, Senator Deinang did make mention about the cost and people not taking care of certain vehicles. But you see, we have to go a little further. Our police officers are now being met with persons with AK-47s. These vehicles could penetrate, these weapons, these bullets could penetrate cars and easily. We may need now to arm our police officers with armored vehicles. We may need to look at putting bulletproof glass now for them to not expose even members of the public, because you see something, you're driving on a highway and people could shoot at you. Probably we have to look at giving us a tax break for persons to put those sort of bulletproof glass in our cars. All these are things we have to consider to protect the citizenry. Because if I get shot, the crime conference recently stated the cost of treating a bullet wound is tremendous. It's an economic burden to the state. So therefore, we could also look at other reasons that we can help. Look, for instance, taxpayers are now considering, give persons a tax benefit or rebate to buy burglar alarms. All this can help the citizens. VAT off, tax rebate. Also, even consider VAT and motor vehicle tax off to communities who have set up community watch groups and want residents to patrol their neighborhood. Consider bringing back the civilian community patrol to help other communities. And even some of the old derelict vehicles in the police station, instead of it just remaining there, you can't fix it, give it to communities. If they can fix it, it can help their patrolling of their communities. So I want to now make mention of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. And monies there came under head 42. And we see that it is really monies that you would have to give to the corporation. And really speaking, we know we are moving to a different time with corporations getting more involved in getting their property tax. And actually giving in the community because they would see the needs there. But yet still, I realized the secondary road rehab improvement company was formed. I'm not sure if it'll be taken away from the corporations. Because you see, if this is another company and the corporations know, well, these roads have to be fixed and they are responsible, and now we are going to point fingers to them saying that, look, you're taking our taxes, you have to fix our roads for us. You know, that will bring a greater liaison with us and the councillors. But if a secondary road rehab company is now formed, would that now somehow not make persons in a community, burgesses, be able now to get our roads fixed? Now we have to look at a different company. So we still have to see how that is going to pan out. I also say that our community in Valsain, we have been liaising with the chairman of the Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation, Mr. Kwesi Robertson, to how we could ease our community crime concern. And I'm pleased that he has been very, very welcoming to us. And I'm hoping they get more staff. I'm hoping they get more monies allocated to them. I'm looking forward for municipal police to come on board to add to our protection. I was disappointed, Mr. Vice President, when I saw Point 14 Borough had a celebration on the Borough Day. Now, I know people need to celebrate, but we just had Carnival recently. I know funds are hard. And when I see big party going on and money spent in Point 14 Borough Day, and I look, could that money not have gone to get food hampers and give to poor people in the area? Could it have not gone to give burglar alarms to persons, water tanks to persons? Could that body not be celebrated, a celebration of the people who are there, people who are citizens, people who are living on the edge of poverty? And you see, why I was displeased when I saw that display of partying and liming, and I think I know people are suffering in that community, and I think money could have been better spent for that. However, I also say now, look at this. One corporation would be spending money, wine and jam. But I want to quote corporation call for funds. It's an article by Kimoy Leon Singh, where she mentioned the Couva Tabaki Talpawa Regional Corporation. They are pleading for government to release funds because the rainy season is approaching. And they said some places in central Trinidad have yet to recover from heavy rainfall. And we are concerned about the Ministry of Works Drainage Division completing its program of works before the start of the rainy season, especially in flood-prone areas. So the cleaning of major watercourses by the Ministry of Works directly affects the risk of flooding. So they are crying out for fixing the Grand Couva Main Road, which has been closed since November 22 due to landslides. Yet still we see other corporations being able to party and whatnot. I mean, some things sometimes may not look fair to persons out there, persons suffering. And this, I think the chairperson there, I want to urge the Minister of Works and Transport to prioritize the repair of this landslide on the Guayakara-Tabakit route in order to avoid endangering the lives of hundreds of children and residents who use the route every day to travel to and from work and school. So therefore, money spent should go towards things like that. Now, I want to make mention that I made mention to the Confederation of Regional Business Chamber Coordinator, who said that he was, be disappointed that we never really developed agriculture property, and he asked for a push there. And I must say, I'm happy to see University of West Indies had met with stakeholders to see if they can boost our local agriculture ventures. So this is one thing I look at. And I must say, I did, in fact, had a discussion, Mr. Vice President, with Shiraz Khan. And Shiraz Khan, for those who know, he was the president of the TT Farmers Union. He's presently the executive member, and he's an advocate for farming and industry since 1998. And yes, we are talking about small business enterprise. Yes, we are talking about medium to stimulate. But look what he mentioned. And this is something I'm hoping that we could help solve it for him, because he's been there for years as a farmer since as I say, he said since 1998, and yet still he says, since 1984, he was an advocate in the farmers' body. But what he said is now he's having a hard time. That how within the recent Eid celebration, he hardly got any sale. And he's recommending this. If we want to support these persons, he's recommended that the Ministry of Agriculture look at giving a rebate on feed for livestock to keep this small business going. He said rebate for each bag of feed from the companies from the NFM, and he's pleading for that. He also made mention that the fact that there was, in terms of getting benefits. So we all know government said that persons will get benefits, they'll get loans, they will be helped as farmers. But he's saying they cannot be helped unless they are in lands that are regularized. And he said this is a problem. Only 10% of persons could register as farmers because they are on lands that are regularized. So he's pleading for the 90% who budgets will say we're going to help these farmers. They are not getting the incentive offered unless we look at regularizing this land for them. So this is something we have to know. If we could stimulate that economy, we don't have to get things from New Zealand, beef and lamb and all these things. Also, he also made mention that the businessmen were encouraged to come into farming, and they were given a 40% tax break. And this is not afforded to the smaller farmers. So I think he's also suggesting if we could get some concession to these smaller farmers to level the playing field. So I understand why the government will give that concession. They want big business to go in. But if big business goes in, what will happen to the small farmers? They will just be gone to the wayside. So therefore, farming, I think we have to look at farming. We have to look at agriculture. We have to look at stimulating that to decrease any sort of expenditure will be important. And I know we had sugar, cocoa years ago. We had met local demand. We canned orange, grapefruit juice. We were world class in cocoa and sugar. We import watermelons, but oil spoiled us. And we had experts recently telling us about the COVID pandemic. It's a pity we didn't have experts telling us how to fight this Dutch disease. Economists have long known that large resources discoveries could be harmful to economies in the long term. And I think we are still feeling the effects of this. And probably we have to tell Guyana and give them a lesson now in any CARICA meeting we are having in July that they may be, they may catch this also. So after oil entered the picture, we let the agriculture industry go down, and we had dreams and planners who did see the benefits.
Senator, yes, sure. You have 5 more minutes.
We did go into petrochemical industries, fertilizers, metal, etc. But the time has come today that we know the refinery is dead or dying and oil production is dwindling. And we still have a natural gas proportion of our industrial base and a disproportionate percentage of our balance of payments and national revenue coming from this source. Thankfully, we are now moving away from this. Now, I looked at other concerns that was raised. I saw certain other bodies. I looked to see what they were saying about this budget, and the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce said that the minister provided valuable insights into the oil and gas revenue over the 6 months, but they said we were lacking about projected remaining in the fiscal year. I know, so this is some concern that the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce mentioned. They also said it is concerning that in such a short space of time between reading the budget last September and now, such a large increase in expenditure has been identified in 2023. The American Chamber of Commerce of Trinidad and Tobago actually said that with a further reduction in actual expenditure in the next 6 months of the year due to the likelihood of reduced petroleum and petrochemical prices, the government expenditure should be focused on activities and initiatives which will generate income. Chan said the decision to accelerate VAT refunds and announcement of an intent to clear outstanding receivables is welcome. So again, they praise the minister there, and I'm saying also different persons like University Valmiki Arjun said the news of positive growth was a welcome treat, but cautioned the government not to fall into a comfort zone yet. I want to look at the fact that Head 13 Children's Authority will receive the highest allocation since inception, and this is something they need. They need to get this going. Tobago House of Assembly in Head 15, they are also faced with infrastructure failing, and the tourists there we have to ensure that the country, the roadways are there. Education Head 26, needed for our children. Ministry of National Security. We see that we keep spending more but not getting results. With the 6th highest crime rate in the world, our orgy of violence must stop. We have to do more to stop our citizens under attack in their homes and streets. The National Security Ministry will be getting some $4 million to provide for parts and servicing of emergency tenders for fire service. So we saw an unfortunate event where we realized we were not up to mark with our fire service equipment. I'm glad that is so. We looked at the SSA providing cameras, and I'm saying that we have such a small mass, 4,780 kilometers. We should have cameras all over that car thefts, we can follow them anyway. We keep hearing for body cams for police, and probably if we had that, it'd be less money given to the PCA. So, and also, I may say, I saw more ammunition was needed for Defense Force. I got alarmed. Are we preparing for some unrest, a coup? A lot of money for ammunition for the Defense Force. But in conclusion, I want to say that after 7 years of steep economic decline, it is nice that we can celebrate 2022 as a year of growth, duly certified by the IMF. But it's no small feat for the IMF to have given a positive review and indication of the Minister of Finance conduct and management of our economy. Article 4 report states that the economic activities is recovering, supported by higher global energy prices and the rebound of the non-energy sector, leading to real GDP growth in 2022. So they also warned that the current account will narrow because of lower energy prices, and that balance of risk of growth is tilted towards downsides. Minister of Finance is like a lookout in a ship to look out for dangers to steer us out of a storm. He has led us out of stormy waters. External markers and external markets and uncertainty to what's out there. We keep hearing about a BRICS nation now going to develop a new economy. All this he has to face with. We don't know what will happen to the US dollar. Our lookout has uncertain events ahead. He's dependent on other ministers or sailors delivering while weathering the global storm. Some like trade, education, health, shipmates have done well. Others like national security have the challenges. So I say we are all here in this together, and we need optimism in these difficult times. We citizens have to be grateful for a recovering economy and hope we can soon begin to recover from social distress and effects of crime. Thank you.
Acting Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Or Vice President, sorry. I must say I really appreciated that contribution from Senator Dialsing. But I appreciated it for a particular reason. Of all the contributors on that side, he got it. He got the point that with all the negativity around us, we must be optimistic. We must. We cannot be pessimistic. And perhaps that is because of his medical training that he came with that. But I thank Senator Diyal Singh for his entire contribution. I was very, very uplifted by it. Now, I want to deal with some issues very, very quickly before I go into detailed comments on various contributions of senators. I was really disappointed in Senator Nakid's contribution. I timed him. The honorable senator said he was going to speak for a little while. He spoke for 26 minutes. But 10 out of those 26 were spent saying the same thing over and over, that in this supplementation of appropriation, we have only allocated $2 million for sport. And the honorable senator went on to allege that in the 2023 budget, only 13 million or some figure like that, those were his words, was allocated for sport. Nothing could be further from the truth. And that is why I'm disappointed, because all senators received this document, Mr. Vice President, the finance supplementation and variation of appropriation, with all the explanations for all of the supplementations. And on page 12 of the Senate document, it is clearly indicated under head 79 that under the development program, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development is being allocated an additional $103,192,097. The actual supplementation to the Ministry of Sport in this bill is $105 million. It's not $2 million. And further, the actual original appropriation for the Ministry of Sport in the original fiscal 22 budget was $459 million. It's not $13 million. So really, for the honorable senator to spend 10 minutes saying over and over and over and over and over, we don't care about people, we don't care about poor people, only $2 million for sport, when it's 105. Add that to the 474, you get almost $600 million appropriated for sport in the 2023 budget. Not 2 million and 13 million. So that dispenses with that. In addition, and I heard Senator Leiter just saying, yes, tell them. Typical of that honorable gentleman, that honorable senator. When he made an astonishing comment where he said that we have lost 100 and, let me get his exact words, Mr. Vice President, with respect to the national insurance situation. The honorable senator's exact words, I have it here. Just 1 second. Yes. Senator Leiter said, some 112,000 persons, and said it in a very high-pitched tone of voice, some 112,000 persons lost their jobs, according to the NIB report. That's so. When I go to the National Insurance Annual Report for 2022, which is the most recent annual report, in 2022, there were 455,448 contributors to the National Insurance Scheme. It is now much more than that. But using the annual report in December 2022, 455,000 contributors to the National Insurance Scheme. In addition, in 2022, there were 214,490 beneficiaries of national insurance benefits. 214,490 beneficiaries. In 2015, there were 514,000 contributors, and only 177,000 beneficiaries. So the number of beneficiaries in the National Insurance Scheme has increased by 37,000 since 2015. 177,000 in 2015, 214,000 in 2022. And the number of contributors has declined from 514 to 455. So the net change between contributors and beneficiaries is 22,000. But what had happened is that Senator Mark, and by the way, Mr. Vice President, I timed Senator Mark to see how long it would take for him to start to shout and scream. It took 1 minute and 39 seconds. Senator Sininan saw me using my stopwatch, and I showed it to him 1 minute and 39 seconds before Senator Mark started to scream. And he told me he must be having a bad day. He normally takes 39 seconds. And you know, I do wish I could come into this Honorable Senate one day and engage in some kind of learned discourse with the opposition bench. But it's impossible, because when one looks at what they say, it bears no relationship whatsoever to reality. For example, I don't know who wrote that speech for Senator Mark. I have no idea. But he kept carrying on and carrying on about the GDP under the UNC being US 185 billion. And he kept saying it over and over. It was 185 billion US dollars. That was our GDP under the UNC. In fact, he went up to 189 at one point in his contribution. US, If our GDP in 2015 was 189 billion US dollars, you know how much that is, Mr. Vice President? That's over $1 trillion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Senator Mark can't even get his currency right. It is not US dollars. And the figures are all wrong. And I want to make the point. Some commentators, even when they are not members of the opposition, they get trapped by the negative nonsense that comes from the opposition. I have looked very carefully as what has happened in this economy. When one goes to the CSO website, it's there for everybody to see. And if one is honest and one looks carefully at what is on the CSO website, one will see there are a number of graphs on the CSO website that will give you an indication of the changes in various productive sectors in the economy over time. And if one looks, for example, at the manufacturing sector, one sees that in the 2012 to 2013 period, the contribution of the manufacturing sector to national GDP, when one excludes value-added tax and other tax influences on the GDP per quarter, was somewhere in the vicinity of $1.3 billion per quarter. That was the contribution of the manufacturing sector. Now, 2023, sure.
Sorry. Mr. Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matters on the adjournment. Two of them. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of matters on the adjournment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In fact, I have the CSO graph up here, and you can go there, and there are various links, and I'm on the food, beverages, and tobacco products, GDP constant prices, which is real GDP, food, beverages, and tobacco products subsector. And in 2014, the contribution of that particular subsector to real GDP was actually 1.2 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars per quarter. If we go now to 2022, third quarter, it's 2.2 billion. So the contribution of the manufacturing sector, subsector, food, beverages, and tobacco products within the manufacturing subsector has grown from 1.2 billion per quarter to 2.2 billion. That, Mr. Vice President, is a 75% increase. When you look at the graph, it's a steep upward trend. Steep upward trend. And it began, believe it or not, Mr. Vice President, during COVID. When one looks at the tremendous growth in the food, beverages, subsector of the manufacturing sector in terms of real GDP, which measures volume, because, honorable members, really, I do want to have a learned discussion with members of the opposition, but come on, you could do better. The difference between real GDP and nominal GDP, Mr. Vice President, is that real GDP is reference to a base year, and I'll come to that in a little while because our GDP was rebased in 2017 and rebased at 2012. Prior to that, our real GDP was based on 2000 prices. But in 2017, the Central Statistical Office rebased our real GDP to the prices in 2012. So you can't go and look at the old data because you're comparing apples and oranges. You have to look at the CSO's publications with the rebased GDP, with the base year being 2012. You can't use the 2000 base year data, it's irrelevant. But that is beside the point. Let me go now to the growth in the food and beverages subsector of the manufacturing sector. When I look at that in 2020, the contribution of that sector was just about $1.5 billion per quarter. And that is up from 1.2 and 1.3 back in 2013 and 2014. And there's a steep, sharp incline upwards. It goes from 1.5 to 2.2 in just a space of about 3 years, Mr. Vice President. And you see, one of the honorable independent senators, for reasons unknown, told us that that honorable senator had done some investigation into the food and beverages sector, which increased by 27% in the first 9 months of 2022. 27% in real terms, Mr. Vice President. And an independent senator told us that she looked into the data, she got feedback, and it is rum and wine. Firstly, I don't think that is entirely accurate. I don't believe that is so, because I've been looking at the various subsectors within the food and beverages sector, and it is not all rum and wine. But be that as it may, assuming that it was, these are products produced in Trinidad and Tobago by Trinidad and Tobago citizens for export. So whether it is rum and wine, or whether it is other products within the food sector, and I happen to know that a lot of our food, our manufactured products, especially packaged food, is exported to Central America, is exported to the rest of the Caribbean region, and even further afield into North America. But that's beside the point. Whether it is packaged food or whether it is alcohol, it doesn't matter. A 27% growth in that subsector in the first 9 months of 2022. And this is why I really appreciated Senator Diyal Singh's contribution. Because what happened in 2020? It seems that some members opposite forgot that something happened in 2020. It was called COVID-19. COVID-19. And if one looks at the economic performance of Trinidad and Tobago prior to COVID-19, anyhow you want to look at it, whether you want to look at it in real terms, whether you want to look at it in nominal terms, one would see a consistent improvement in the Trinidad and Tobago economy up to 2019, continuous improvement. Then COVID hit us. And yet, even though COVID has hit us, and like the rest of the world, we had issues in 2020. We had significant economic contraction, like every other country in the world. We didn't do as badly as some other countries. The world average decline in 2020 was 11%. Our economy did not decline by 11% in real terms in 2020. We did better than many countries. Some of the Caribbean countries, Barbados, declined by 18%. That is what happened within the Caribbean. We declined by 8%, 8.5%. COVID caused that. You had lockdowns. You had a complete cessation of virtually all activity in the country for 2 months. Then you had public health restrictions. So that when I hear negative commentators coming out of our university talking about, oh, well, the GDP now is so much lower than before, it's as if they weren't living here when COVID hit us. They were not here. But even so, even with the economic pressure caused by COVID-19, not just our economy, but the entire world, what we are seeing, and the Minister of Trade spoke about it, you are seeing that our manufacturing sector has improved its production to surpass pre-pandemic levels. Pre-pandemic levels. And I was talking to the Minister of Trade, and I think the Honorable Minister needs to go and let people know what the truth is. Because if you listen to some of the opposition senators in this debate, you would think you're living in a different country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For example, I keep hearing talk about our crushing debt and increase in crushing debt and huge expansion in contingent liabilities. Poppycock. When I was hearing all of that, I asked the debt unit in the Ministry of Finance, give me the figures. And at the end of 2022, our total government debt, adjusted government debt, which includes contingent liabilities, was $129 billion. At December 2022, $129 billion was our total adjusted government debt. Now, in May of 2023, our total adjusted debt is $129.7 billion. So an increase of less than $1 billion, an increase of 0.6%, 0.6% in our adjusted total government debt, which includes contingent liabilities, of 0.6%. I have to listen to people talk to me about crushing increase and huge expansion in contingent liabilities. People have to get their facts straight. And worse than that, in 2021 and in 2020, our debt to GDP ratio, which is important because you need to understand the significance of real GDP. The significance of real GDP is that it measures volume. So you take a base here, in our case, our base is now 2012, and the CSO is working towards rebasing again to 2017 as the base year. But you take the prices in 2012, and you look at the volume of production, the amount of goods and services produced in your economy, the volume. And then you measure the change in volume. So the prices remain the same, and then you measure volume. So that real GDP is a measure of the increase in the volume of production. Nominal GDP, on the other hand, takes current prices, today's prices, and multiplies it by volume. So even if you don't have an increase in volume in a particular sector, you may have an increase in the value of the goods produced in that sector by as much as 50%. So when you see our nominal GDP going from 150 billion in 2020-2019 to 200 billion today, 195 billion today, a 25% increase, what that does, and that is what the credit rating agencies look at, that's what the world looks at, that's what the international banks look at. What that does when your nominal GDP increases by 25% and your debt remains flat, as has occurred here, we have not increased our public debt by 1% in the last 12 months. When you have an increase in our GDP and the debt remains flat, your debt to GDP ratio goes down. So in 2020, our debt to GDP ratio was 81%. COVID, at the end of 2020. In 2021, it was still high, 79.5%. By 2022, it began to go down because of the increase in value of goods produced in the country. It dropped from 79.5% to 70.3%. And today, as of May 16th, it's 67%. So we have reduced our debt to GDP ratio from almost 81% in the COVID years down to 67% now. That's a tremendous, significant increase. There's no other country in the Caribbean that has had that kind of performance, reducing its debt to GDP ratio from 81% to 67% in just about 2 years, Mr. President. And these are the things we need to talk about, because when the agencies, the international institutions look at Trinidad and Tobago and they talk about debt, you can't talk about debt in isolation. You have to look at it in terms of the country's ability to repay debt. So that when you look at a country like Barbados, for example, struggling with a debt to GDP ratio of 150%, they're struggling with it, 150, 140, 135, they're struggling. Jamaica with 100% debt to GDP ratio. When international agencies look at countries like that, that's why they have to go to the IMF, because the IMF is the lender of last resort. So when you exhaust all your options in terms of borrowing on the world stage, in terms of borrowing from international banks and on the international capital market, which we in Trinidad and Tobago can do very easily, when you exhaust that, when nobody wants to lend you money except at very, very high rates, that's why you go to the IMF, because it is the lender of last resort. So these countries in the Caribbean which are in IMF programs, they have to go there because they don't have the sort of credit rating that we have in Trinidad and Tobago. We have gone on the market twice, 2016, 2020, in the middle of the pandemic. And on both occasions, we were able to get international banks, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, Citibank, a series of international commercial investors. On each occasion, within a matter of hours, in 2016, while oil prices had dropped from $100 in 2014 down to $25 in 2016, Trinidad and Tobago was able to go on the international capital market in the United States, in New York and California, and raise $1 billion over a 10-year period at a very attractive interest rate of 4.5%. And we did that in 2 hours. I remember we opened up Bloomberg at 8 o'clock. And by 10 o'clock, we had offers of $3 billion available to us. We closed it off. So we were able now to get value investors, the investors that will keep Trinidad and Tobago paper. $1 billion, just like that in 2 hours, 4.5%. We did it again in 2020 in the middle of COVID. And we were able to raise $500 million in 2 hours, again at 4.5% over 10 years, in the middle of COVID. Those other countries in the Caribbean are not able to do that. They can't do it. And what I don't understand about some of the commentary outside there, I can understand the opposition trying to paint the most dismal picture of Trinidad and Tobago because that is their modus operandi. I can't understand people from academia just making up stories. And then, you know, Senator Leida decided to repeat the nonsense that was put into the public domain
by a university professor who, on reading the IMF report, where the IMF said that the Trinidad and Tobago economy is recovering and that we expect to have growth in the economy in 2023, that university professor decided that this is not the first time, did a whole press release. That university professor decided that even though the IMF was saying that the Trinidad and Tobago economy has recovered, it has grown in 2022, it will grow in 2023, that particular individual decided to make up his own data and said, I'm not worrying about what they say because they like to talk flowery, whatever that means. And instead, he went to the data and he saw a 4.5% decline in the economy. Totally untrue. When you go to the data, you see a 3.2% increase, positive growth in the economy. And you see, as I said, I don't mind if the opposition makes up its own facts. That is what they are accustomed doing. I don't mind. But when commentators decide they have to be negative, make up stories, talk a set of nonsense, and it is published in the media. Why I mustn't say that, Mr. Vice President? I understand they don't like what I say. But when a UNC MP masquerades as a university lecturer, a UNC MP, there's a particular lecturer at UWI, sat down in this parliament, sit opposite me, representing a UNC constituency. The Minister of Trade spoke about that individual, UNC MP, who after that went for screening on a number of occasions at the Rienzi complex. And I have to be told that that is a neutral and dispassionate commentator? Come on. Come on. So anyway, let me move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me go to contributions. So that Mr. President, how much more time do I have?
You end at 8:15. One second, Minister. Members, the Minister is on the floor, wrapping up. Minister, you have till 8:15.
And you see, you know, you could have your own opinion, but you can't make up your own facts. So anyway, I am looking very carefully. Mr. President, why are they screaming? It took Senator Mark, I think he had left us for a little while, and he came back. It took him less than a minute to start to scream. I am looking at various comments from senators. And the main point which has been missed, my dear friend Senator Timol complained about the explanations given for the supplementation, but in the same contribution complained about government not paying its bills. My point, Mr. President, is one cannot have one's cake and eat it too. What has happened in this country is we've had 7 hard years. And you see, if in 2014, the national expenditure was $62 billion, Mr. President, there's a murmur over there. Can you get him to?
Okay, so the minister speaks to the murmur and then you raise the voices to ensure that he's correct in what he's saying. Minister, continue. Let's just have silence while the minister wraps up. He finishes at 8:15. Continue, Minister.
If in 2014, the national expenditure was $62 billion, 9 years later, 9 years, we are now looking at a supplementation where if all of the money that has been appropriated is spent, and that is not always the case, quite often there are implementation challenges, especially with the development program, but assuming that the entire supplemented budget will be spent, 9 years after the country became accustomed to government expenditure of $62 billion, we are spending $61 billion. How could that be wrong?
Are we supposed to stay in a situation where the government decides to squeeze expenditure forever? No. The whole point is that, and former Finance Minister Dukaran has been saying this for a very long time. Very long time. Didn't always agree with him, but I took note of what he said recently, a couple of months ago. And his view is that one should always spend to stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and so on. And that there should not be a sort of a slavish adherence to balancing the budget and so on. Yes, a balanced budget is great, but if you want to maintain momentum in the economy, government has to put cash into the system. And therefore, the whole point of this supplementation is to deal with long outstanding bills owed to suppliers and contractors, Mr. President. Now, what could be wrong with that? What could be wrong with that? If the complaint is that the government doesn't pay its bills and the government brings a supplementation to allow it to clear off a series of arrears owed to suppliers and contractors, what is wrong with that? The whole point, Mr. President, is to continue to stimulate the economy. And the other thing I want to say, the Minister of Trade referred to this briefly. You know, come on, I can't be bothered with these people. These people are unrequited and bitter. Unrequited and bitter. I can't be bothered with them. Let me deal now with what this government is doing for the small and micro-enterprise sector. The Minister of Trade referred to it, but I would like to go into some more details. Some time ago, and I've told my ministry that we need to advertise it more because it seems that it is not well known, so we're going to be doing a radio and a television program. In addition to the newspaper advertisements, there was one in The Guardian today, for our SME development financing facility. And the cabinet approved, it took us quite a while to get the commercial banks on board, but some months ago, the cabinet approved a brand new loan guarantee scheme for small and medium enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago. The value of the facility is $500 million. So that never been done before, never. And the government is guaranteeing 80% of the principal plus interest payments on the loan, 80%. And Mr. President, the eligible economic sector, and I need to emphasize this, is the non-energy sector. This is where we focus in. This $500 million loan guarantee program is for the non-energy sector, and listen to these words, with strategic allocations to benefit from economic diversification, so that the entities that will get first preference will be the entities that are involved in diversification of our economy. A $500 million guarantee loan program for small and medium enterprises. And we've defined small and medium enterprises with an annual turnover ranging from $500,000 a year, which is just $40,000 a month, to $25 million a year, with a minimum of 5 employees. So that any small business with a turnover of $40,000 a month or $500,000 a year, with just 5 employees and up to $25 million a year, will be able to benefit from this loan guarantee program. In addition, the loan will be for working capital, investments in tangible or intangible assets, and it has these features, Mr. President, not just 80% guaranteed by the government, but in addition, there's a moratorium on principal repayments for 2 years. There is loan amounts of up to $1.5 million for qualified SMEs. And the tenor of the loan, the period, will be up to 10 years, including the 2-year moratorium on interest payments.
And the rate of the loan would be the repo rate plus a small addition. So we've put this in place now. This is now in place permanently, this $500 million loan guarantee scheme, which provides this kind of financing to small and medium enterprises. This is what this government is doing for SMEs. So I heard somebody over there say we're doing nothing for SMEs. I think I'd need to do about 3 videos on this, yes? And run it on the TV. Because if one falls for the propaganda of the opposition, you will believe anything because they say anything they want. It does not have to have any relationship to reality. None. They just say it in the hope. Like.
Mark, again, you're shouting across the floor to the minister. That is not required. Minister, continue.
Thank you very much. The fact of the matter is, Mr. President, and this is to deal with another issue. In 2022, I came to this honorable house to present the 2022 budget after having presented it in the other place. And in that year, our estimate of the budget deficit was $9 billion. We expected to generate about $45 billion in revenue and spend about $54 billion. And the reason why we thought it necessary to spend that 54 is that we had to put more cash into the economy. So we decided we're going with it even though the estimates of revenue were $45 billion and the estimates of expenditure was 54. With a $9 billion deficit, we decided we're going with it because we want to maintain economic momentum. I didn't hear anybody carry on about the deficit on that time. They seemed to understand then what the issue was, that we need to maintain economic momentum. As it turned out, as we went through the year, our estimate of a $9 billion deficit was wrong. As we went through, the estimate dropped to $7 billion, then $5 billion, then $3 billion. By the time the 2023 budget was read, the estimate I received from the budget division was that the deficit had dropped from $9 billion to $1 billion. By the time we closed the accounts for fiscal 2022, and we looked at the revised figures, instead of a deficit of $9 billion, we had a surplus of $1 billion. So the whole point is, Mr. President, is that our economy has had to deal with fiscal deficits before. There's nothing new about that. We've been there and we've done that. We survived COVID, where we had to deal with deficits of $10 and $15 billion. We passed through that and we emerged. We managed our way out. So that I say to honorable senators, right now, obviously, with a small decline in revenue based on reduced commodity prices, we expect perhaps the revenue will be $1 billion or a little more than $1 billion less than we originally estimated. Yes, we have asked for supplementation of $3.8 billion. If you do the maths, you come out somewhere around the $6 billion figure in terms of the projected deficit with this increased supplementation. But last year we had an estimated deficit of $9 billion. The whole point about all of this, these are estimates, Mr. President. And it is in our considered opinion that it is far better to pump the money into the economy, to preserve jobs, to stimulate economic activity, to develop our infrastructure, to deal with long outstanding bills, the trade payables to the regional health authorities. I heard somebody query that. Why would you want to query that? Our health sector provides free health care. That's one of the issues that we have in this country. It costs a lot of money. You look at the education sector is over $5 billion. The health sector is over $5 billion. The social sector is over $5 billion.
take those three ministries together, you cross $15 billion per annum in expenditure, and it's all free.
4 more minutes.
Thank you. I'm almost finished. We provide a huge social safety net in Trinidad and Tobago. $5 billion plus in social grants. $5 billion plus in free education from cradle to grave. $5 billion plus in free health care. And these things don't drop from the sky. You have to get medication. You have to get medical equipment. You have to get oxygen and all these things in order to keep your health sector running. It's not cheap, it's expensive. And therefore, if we come now and we know that we have built up arrears to suppliers to the RHAs for essential supplies, and we come now and we want to clear off the bulk of those arrears, what's wrong about that? You see, that's why I liked Senator Dial Singh's contribution. You have to look at the upside. Stop looking at the downside all the time. And this government has demonstrated its ability to manage this economy with the limited resources that we have had to struggle with for the last 7 years. We have demonstrated our ability to manage this economy. We have demonstrated our ability to face external shocks, exogenous shocks as they are called. We've faced collapses in oil prices. We've faced a global pandemic. And we have emerged from it, Mr. President. And therefore, this supplementation is all about dealing with a number of issues that have arisen over time. With respect to some of the questions asked by Senator Remy, we do have a detailed list of answers to a number of questions asked in the other place in the Standing Finance Committee. I will make this available to the Honorable Senator because it's impossible in 45 minutes to answer everybody. And we did have 12 speakers on the other side on this occasion, 6 on the upper bench and 6 on the opposition bench. It's impossible to do justice to all the questions that have been asked. It's impossible. So that I apologize to any senator on the independent bench whose questions I have not dealt with. But I want to close, Mr. President. I want to close by saying that, as far as I am concerned, this government has done a good job in managing this economy under difficult circumstances. Mr. President, as I said, the senator is just screaming as usual. I am not going to depend on the opposition to recognize the good work of this government, because they won't. It is our responsibility as government members to let the people know the good work we have been doing. And with those words, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022 be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Act 2022, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023, Act 2022, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Supplement and Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2023 Act 2022.
Honourable Senators, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Friday, May 12, 2023, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act, Chapter 653, and the Criminal Procedure Act, Chapter 1202, and for related matters. Honourable Senators, on the last occasion, Friday, May 12, 2023, there were 16 speakers on the second reading debate of this bill. The Attorney General, Senator the Honourable Reginald Amor, SC, commenced his wind-up of the debate and utilized 7 minutes of his speaking time. Therefore, the Attorney General has 38 minutes of speaking time remaining. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I begin the end of my wind-up, may I offer congratulations formally to the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, on his doctorate awarded by Howard University. And may I offer sincere congratulations to Senator Paul Richards on his continued academic achievements. Mr. President, on Friday last, I opened with a restatement of my first remarks that the act which we are today assembled to amend the miscellaneous provisions trial by judge alone Act 2017 has demonstrably, since its proclamation in 2019, produced a successful working platform from which we are seeking to build. I emphasize that, Mr. President, as of May 11th, 2023, accused persons have availed themselves of the option of judge-alone trials. On average, 2 requests were made per month for judge-alone trials during the year 2022, while 13 requests were made for the month of January 2023 alone thus far. The records therefore suggest emphatically that requests for judge-alone trials are continuing to increase despite the resumption of trials by jury in June of 2022. And I emphasize this, Mr. President, in order to state categorically that it is not correct, as some have attempted to suggest, to describe the data which I have referred to in my previous remarks as being limited to the pandemic period. The data which has been collected is post-pandemic and demonstrates the platform from which we are seeking by this amendment, these amendments, to continue to build. Of the 59 completed judge-alone trials, there have only been 6 appeals, which demonstrates confidence and trust in this mode of trial. Mr. President, in examining this bill, it is important to employ the first principle of statutory construction. The bill and the bill which seeks to amend 2 acts, the Jury Act and the Criminal Procedure Act, must be read as a whole. By this bill, Mr. President, we are addressing two acts, as I've said, the Jury Act and the Criminal Procedure Act. Simply put, the Jury Act has been amended to repeal those parts of that act dealing with special jurors and to reduce the number of jurors in a trial of judge and jury trial. The jury trial, Mr. President, and I emphasize this, is not being abolished. The intention by these amendments is to retain trial by jury and to fine-tune and to improve on how jury trials are to be operationalized into the future. The cost of jury trials has been spoken to by my colleague, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, and I'm afraid has been exaggerated in the reports that have led on from her remarks, because the intention of this government is not to fine-tune and improve on jury trials because the cost of jury trials is too high. That is a misrepresentation of what my learned colleague, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, has said. There is no interference with an accused being able, on his election or her election, to be tried by a judge and jury according to law and applicable principles. In my opening remarks last Friday, Mr. President, I addressed, and I will not repeat, the principle of law established by the Privy Council in this, coming out of this country, that trial by jury, coming out of Jamaica, that trial by jury is not an entrenched constitutional right, and that principle applies to this country. What we must therefore be concerned with in examining the proposed amendments is that the trial process proposed by these amendments is a fair process. That is unequivocally so, Mr. President. The Criminal Procedure Act has been amended to improve the operationalization of the criminal trial process by building on the improvements which are shown to have been effected since 2019 and are now a confirmed part of our working criminal trial process. That is to say, trial by judge alone. Ample checks and balances are maintained in a judge-alone trial. The accused is to be provided with reasons for the decision of the judge, unlike a jury trial where the jury is not required to give reasons for a finding of guilt of an accused. The accused retains the option to apply to have an indictment quashed or amended. The accused can make a submission of no case to answer, and the accused has a right of appeal. All procedural safeguards, Mr. President, which maintain a fair trial are preserved under the judge-alone option. This bill has made no inroads into trial fairness and, in fact, maintains and upholds all key principles of a fair trial. Any objection to this bill on the basis of an absence of trial fairness before a judicial officer is, in my respectful view, not only unfounded, but unwarranted. The act, I repeat, must be read as a whole. So if we were to look at one of the first sections that are to be amended in the Criminal Procedure Act, we remind ourselves, reading that section and reading it against the principle of statutory construction, that the act must be read as a whole. We read section 6.1, which is introduced by the amendment in the bill, clause 4. A person against whom an indictment has been filed shall, subject to the provisions of this act, be tried by a judge alone, unless he elects to be tried before a judge and jury, and the court so directs in the interest of justice. An important part of section 6.1, therefore, is that part which says, subject to the provisions of this act. So when we look at section 6.1, we have to read the entirety of the act, including the entirety of all of the amendments which are being brought before this House in order to improve trial by judge alone and trial by judge and jury. And that therefore means that we must spend a little time, Mr. President, looking at some of the other provisions of the bill and the amendments which are proposed by the bill. So if we were to go to, remembering that it is subject to the provisions of the Act, Section 6.1, and remembering that the accused has the right to elect to be tried by a judge and jury, and that the court may direct in the interest of justice, that's in Section 6.1, we can then look at Section 6.4 of the amendment, which reads, the court shall make an order that the accused person be tried by a judge and jury, that's the amendment. The words by a judge alone was struck, and the words a judge and jury are introduced by the amendment. The court shall make an order that the accused person be tried by a judge and jury if it is satisfied that the accused person has sought and received legal advice from an attorney at law in relation to a trial by a judge and jury. So what do we have here? We have here an amendment which is not only preserving the right of an accused, the election of an accused to be tried by a judge and jury, but ensuring that when the accused so elects, the judge must be satisfied that he has proper legal advice consistent with the law of this country, that an accused is entitled to an attorney of his choice. That is part of the considerations of the interest of justice, which is spoken to in Section 6.1, the first amending section introduced by Clause 4 of the bill to the Criminal Procedure Act. If even the accused does not, and this is Section 5, subsection 6, beg your pardon, Section 6, subsection 5 of the amendment which is proposed, where an accused does not wish to be represented by an attorney at law and elects to be tried by a judge and jury, the court shall make an order that the accused person be tried by a judge and jury if it is satisfied that the accused person is competent and has waived his right to consult an attorney at law for legal advice in relation to a trial before a judge and jury. So again, the interest of justice considerations are brought to bear that if even the accused says, I do not wish legal advice, but I want to be tried by a judge and jury, the judge has to be very careful, bringing all of his training to bear to appreciate and to have that accused understand the significance of his electing to be tried by a judge and jury, but waiving his right to legal representation. All of this is what is contemplated in the expression in the interest of justice. And that is why it is important, Mr. President, with the greatest of respect, that the Act must be read as a whole. It is not just Section 6, subsection 1, that says the default option, judge alone, unless the accused opts to be tried by a judge and jury. So we have to bear all of that in mind, Mr. President, as we look at the amendments that are being brought to this House and which this House is being asked to approve in order to go forward with the trial, either by a judge alone or by a judge and jury on the election of the accused. Further even, if there are joint accused, the judge, this is Section 6, subsection 6, also introduced by Clause 4, the judge must be satisfied that the accused, all the co-accused, elect to be tried by a jury in order to ensure that everyone gets a fair trial. These, Mr. President, are all instances of the interest of justice consideration, which must be kept foremost in mind by the trial judge on the election of the accused to judge trial by judge and jury. And it bears emphasizing, Mr. President, even though it is regrettable that in the discourse that takes place elsewhere, we might be misled into questioning the efficiency, the competence, and the knowledgeability of our judges. It bears emphasis that the exercise by a judge of her discretionary evaluation is to be understood and applied against the background that our Supreme Court judges are chosen by a system that is now codified under the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, introduced in this country in 1964, which requires them to be competent in their fields of endeavor, with experience of not less than 10 years' practice as attorneys, and which equip them competently to bring to the bench their knowledge of the law with dispassionate qualities as trained judicial officers capable of applying to the facts before her and over which she presides as a judge. Judges are appointed, Mr. President, by the Judicial and Legal Service Commission, and this bears emphasis. Judges are appointed by the Judicial and Legal Service Commission after a rigorous recruitment process, which includes psychometric testing. It is one of the few jobs in this country in which an office holder is subjected to a recruitment process that includes psychometric testing. The competence, value, and capacity, training, objectivity, and dispassionate ability of our judges cannot be called in question. And it must be presumed, Mr. President, that this Honorable House will understand in the discussion taking place now and accept that our judges will apply their training, their experience, their dispassionate judicial acumen and disposition according to law, and will apply properly a judicial discretion which is valid and rational. And that comes to when Section 6.1 is being looked at, or indeed Section 6.1a. And let us turn to 6.1a, which is an important part of the amendment which is being proposed. 6.1a says, notwithstanding subsection 1, a person against whom an indictment has been filed may be tried by a judge and lay assessors to be appointed in accordance with section 6c if the court considers it necessary in the interest of justice. So we have the first option in section 6.1, trial on default by judge alone. We have the second option, trial by a judge and jury. And section 6.1 tells us, and it bears repeating, notwithstanding subsection 1 above, a person against whom an indictment has been filed may be tried by a judge and lay assessors to be appointed in accordance with section 6c if the court considers it necessary in the interest of justice. Again, we are reading the act as a whole, Mr. President, so that the qualities of the judge which are called for in the judicial consideration of the application of section 6.1 and section 6.1a of the proposed amendments, where the person against whom an indictment has been filed is to be tried by a judge alone or on his election by a judge and jury, are subject to those considerations of the interest of justice. And we ask ourselves, Mr. President, what are we looking at when we speak to the introduction of the judge having the view that the election by an accused of trial by judge and jury should be addressed by a judge with the assistance of lay assessors? And let us speak about that a little bit. And may I go on record to acknowledge the very erudite and learned contributions of the minister, my colleague, the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, who spoke in terms that I adopt wholeheartedly on the applicability of the provisions of the amendments which bring into being the factor of lay assessors. First of all, Mr. President, lay assessors must be qualified. You will find that at section 6D of the proposed amendment. 6D tells us a person is qualified to be a lay assessor who is over the age of 18 years and under the age of 70, is ordinarily resident in Trinidad and Tobago, was born in Trinidad and Tobago, or not been so born, has resided in Trinidad and Tobago for 2 years or more, is able to read and write the English language and understand the same when spoken, and possesses experience in the administration of justice or qualifications, experience or skill in any matter which may be considered at the trial as prescribed in the rules and pursuant to section 6L, and we'll come to section 6L. So that lay assessor must be qualified in accordance with the proposed amendment. Secondly, those lay assessors, Mr. President, are to be trained. They are to be trained, and you will find that prescribed at section 6L of the proposed amendment, which says the Rules Committee may make rules subject to negative resolution of Parliament to generally regulate lay assessors and in particular to provide for the selection, appointment, qualification, exemption, and training of lay assessors. Again, we remind ourselves, Mr. President, the Act must be read as a whole. So when we are reading section 6.1 and section 6.1a, we remind ourselves that when lay assessors are brought into the picture by the judge, they are of a particular qualification and they are to be trained. We remind ourselves as well, Mr. President, that those lay assessors are to be recommended by the judge for the trial of the accused by a judge assisted by a lay assessor in relation to particular types of offenses. Not all of the run-of-the-mill offenses, not in cases of offenses punishable by death, and this is provided for section 6C of the proposed amendment. For the purposes of section 6C to H, lay assessor means a person qualified to serve as lay assessors pursuant to section 6D. Subsection 2, the High Court may, in respect of any indictable offense, except any offense punishable with death, and in particular in an indictable offense, order lay assessors to be appointed for the trial. And the offenses which are listed from 1 through to 15 are offenses of a particular kind, quality, and type, which require a particular skill, a particular level of understanding, a particular level of expertise, involving fraud, involving offenses under the Proceeds of Crime Act, misbehavior in public office, offenses under the Anti-Terrorism Act, under the Anti-Gang Act, under the Trafficking in Persons Act, under the Economic Sanctions Act, under Part 7 of the Securities Act, which deals with market conduct and regulation, persons known as market actors. Those are highly specialized areas of potential fraud that the lay assessors will be trained in so that they can assist the court when the court comes as a judge alone to adjudicate on an accused who is charged with a particular offense. That is the thinking, Mr. President, behind the amendment which is being proposed. And may I say this, in the final analysis, that judge whose competence is beyond question is not necessarily to be bound even by the opinion of the lay assessor. The judge retains her discretion to evaluate the quality of the advice received and to either accept it or not to accept it. That is provided for by section 6I subsection 2. Very importantly, Mr. President, when we read in the proposed amendment that the lay assessors are to be trained in consistent with rules made by the Rules Committee, we ask ourselves, what is this Rules Committee? The Rules Committee, Mr. President, is provided for, and this has been the case in Trinidad and Tobago since independence, under the Supreme Court of Judicature Act. By Section 77 of that Act, the 1976 Act, the Rules Committee has been in existence since 1976. They consist of, that Rules Committee, a judge of the Court of Appeal nominated by the Chief Justice, a judge of the High Court nominated by the Chief Justice, other members of the legal profession, 2 members of the Law Association, a representative out of the Attorney General's office, and other specially qualified persons. That is the Rules Committee. Very interestingly, Mr. President, they have elaborate rulemaking powers. And it is very interesting to remind ourselves, that by Section 84 of the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, the Rules Committee has been making provision for trial assessors since 1976 under the Supreme Court of Judicature Act. Trial assessors in areas other than criminal proceedings. Now, what this amendment is seeking to do is to endow the Rules Committee with the power to appoint and to train lay assessors in the area of criminal practice and procedure. So that the idea which has been brought to this House by way of the proposed amendment for lay assessors to function in preference over special jurors hasn't been plucked out of the sky. It has been introduced as part of a measure and given over to by the enabling provisions of 6L of the proposed amendment to a body whose competence has served this country well since independence, the Rules Committee of the Supreme Court, which has developed its experience and its competence in this area. And there was a criticism, Mr. President, which I can understand, that the sections of the proposed amendment are not sufficiently prescriptive. They must spell it out in more detail. It's a challenge for legislative drafters. Do you get an act of parliament, and this is a lawyer's nightmare or sometimes a lawyer's dream. It depends on your preference as to what you prefer in the area of the practice of law. But a reality is that when you pass what is called enabling legislation, you don't burden the legislation with too much detail. What you do by the enabling legislation is you create the power, you create the provisions, and you leave the details to be spelled out in the rules. And this is what is being done by the power being granted to the Rules Committee by Section 6L of the proposed amendment to make rules to provide for, among other things, very importantly, the training of lay assessors. Mr. President, all of that goes back to the first point that I make. The Act must be read as a whole, so that we have to understand as we bring ourselves to appreciate the amendments that we are asking this House to accept and to adopt, that we are asking this House to propose, to confirm amendments that are going to refine and improve the system of trial in the case of judge alone, which is the first default position, and to refine and pay appropriate tribute to the right of an accused who elects trial by judge and jury to fair trial rights, assisted every step of the way by judges of exceptional competence. Mr. President, part of the reality, if I may say so with respect, of this government bringing this bill to this House is that it is not a stand-alone piece of legislation. I've spoken to that before. I will not repeat myself. But there are any number of other provisions, any number of other pieces of legislation that are already on our statute books that are part of the government's commitment to improving our criminal justice system. There are other measures in place, administratively and otherwise, to improve our system of criminal justice so that we can address the question of our backlog. I heard the comments, I heard the criticisms to say, well, there are other problems facing the criminal justice system, in the DPP's office here, in the time it takes in case management. We accept all of that. But we can't stand still and say we are not going to make the incremental improvements along the process because there are other problems that exist in other chains, other stops in the chain on that process. We have to take it a step at a time, and as we move forward, we are committed to improving the criminal justice system. It is against that background, Mr. President, that the multiple legislative reforms that this government has introduced to this parliament and will continue to introduce is the backdrop against which we are saying one necessary step, building on the success of the judge-alone trials, which came into being in 2019 under the pandemic period, but have been demonstrably successful since then, post-pandemic. We are looking to improve that trial by judge-alone system and of trial by jury. This government, Mr. President, has a proud record of respect of the citizens' rights to liberty and the right not to be deprived thereof except by due process of law. We've kept those rights at the forefront of this amendment, which is before this House, and we are cognizant of the fact that what we are seeking to do is to improve so that judge-alone trials, which on the records that are now before us, can be completed in a matter of days as opposed to taking the months and weeks and months that otherwise bewail our system. The system is therefore able to move that more quickly, more criminal trials can be heard, and we are addressing the issue of backlogs. It is not, and I repeat this, it is not this bill that brings the amendments to the Jury Act and the Criminal Procedure Act is not a panacea for all the ills of our criminal justice system. It is part of a work in progress, which we must move forward with as one of the objectives of supplementing the efforts in overhauling our criminal justice system. Mr. President, the policy behind this bill has been in development since 2020, with a feedback from stakeholders who were invited to participate as far back as 2020 and the feedback was received by my predecessor in the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. And I regret to have to go on record to say this. One of the early stakeholders who was invited to contribute and did contribute in that consultation process was the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago. I am saddened today to be able to acknowledge that notwithstanding that process of earlier consultation, correspondence invited of the Law Association by the Office of the Ministry of Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs in developing this bill, that I found myself here on Friday to be told by colleagues in this August chamber that the Law Association had produced a submission which was being commented on and spoken to by other members of the House, which I had not received, not even a copy of, until after the House had begun its sitting. I am saddened by that, but that fact notwithstanding, may I say this unequivocally, Mr. President. I have listened attentively, as I said at the beginning of my wind-up on Friday, to all of the concerns that have been placed before this House by all of the senators, and in particular, and I've paid tribute to them already, the independent senators on a number of issues, not least the issues raised regarding jury numbers, informative data, criteria to inform the interests of justice, that concept which is time-worn from time immemorial, the rationale introducing the introduction of lay assessors in place of special jurors, and the role of those lay assessors. I believe that such matters, Mr. President, can be further explored to enable this bill to be passed into law in this chambers in the shortest possible time, and accordingly, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act, Chapter 653, and the Criminal Procedure Act Chapter 1202, and for related matters be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act, Chapter 653, and the Criminal Procedure Act, Chapter 1202, and for related matters.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act, Chapter 6, number 53, and the Criminal Procedure Act, Chapter 12, number 2, and for related matters, be referred to a special select committee of the Senate, hereby established to consider and report on the bill by Tuesday, June the 6th, 2023, and that the following senators be appointed to serve on the committee. Mr. Reginald Armour, Senior Counsel, Chairman; Mr. Randall Mitchell, Member; Ms. Alison West, Member; Mrs. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, Member; Mr. Anthony Vera, Senior Counsel, Member; Mr. Evans Welch, Member, and one opposition member to be named by the Leader of Opposition Business.
Mr. President, I would like to bring to your attention eminently reasonable proposal that I proffered in earlier discussions with the acting leader of government business in this honorable Senate. And in those discussions, I did offer for consideration the following proposal. I suggested, Honorable President, that in the interest of diversity, depth, breadth, and broadening the whole democratic process, that the government, through the leader of government business, and through her to the Honorable Attorney General, consider having a joint select committee to consider these very important issues as enunciated earlier by the Honorable Attorney General. And I would like, Mr. President, through you again, to urge the Attorney General to kindly consider bringing in members of the House of Representatives to sit side by side with their colleagues in the Senate, constituting a joint select committee so that we can collectively put our wisdom together to bring forth a product that the Senate and the House would be proud of, rather than we take the decision to only allow members of this honorable Senate to deliberate on an issue that has at least generated so much concern and interest throughout the nation. So, Mr. President, I would just like to suggest, before you put this to the House...
Okay, Senator Mark, we got the gist of it.
Yeah.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I would acknowledge that Senator Mark did raise that matter with me, the proposal by himself, and I suppose in collaboration with the other members of his team, that we use a joint select committee for the reasons which he cited here today. And I had said to him at that time, look, in coming up with the decision that we go to a select committee, we did consider the joint select committee as well. It was consider all of the options, and it is a government view. The government's view that we go with a select committee. We do believe that this can work and will involve at least all three benches, including the opposition and the independent bench. We've had a precedent with a previous bill, and it has worked very well. not into the, quite recently actually, probably 2 or 3 years ago, and it's the government's decision that we go with a select committee.
Honourable Senators, the question is, Senator Mark, no, it's not a debate. I know it's not a debate, which means that you've raised a concern. The acting leader of government business has answered. I'm now going to put the question. Say again? To do what, Senator Mark, specifically? So there's no, Senator Mark.
I'm just answering you. If you can allow me at least a minute, just to put in perspective where we go from here in context of this.
And I'm ruling that there's no need because you've raised the issue and the acting leader of government business has responded. So I will now, Senator Mark, I will now put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled an Act to amend the Jury Act, Chapter 653, and the Criminal Procedure Act, Chapter 1202, and for related matters, be referred to a special select committee of the Senate, hereby established to consider and report on the bill by Tuesday, June 6, 2023, and that the following senators be appointed to serve on the committee. 1. Mr. Reginald Amor, SC, Chairman. Mr. Randall Mitchell, Member. Ms. Alison West, Member. Ms. Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, Member. Mr. Anthony Vera, SC, Member. Mr. Evans Welch, Member. And 1 opposition member to be named by the leader of opposition business. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill is now committed to a special select committee of the Senate.
That decision and our proposal to have a joint select committee, I am a Democrat.
Senator Mark,
I am suggesting, sir, with your leave, that we appoint Senator Jayanti Lakshmidiyal to sit on the committee reluctantly, but that is where we have to go.
Senators, Senator Leida and other members, please allow me to finish the procedure properly. So, Acting Leader of Government Business, Independent Coordinator, Senator Mark, Leader of Opposition Business, has named Senator Jayanti Lakshmidiyal to the Special Select Committee. It is so now constituted. Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to now move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m., which is to be Private Members' Day. And I'm thinking that Senator Mark would like to now give an indication of what he'd like to speak with. When you're finished, I'd like to say something else, please.
Honourable President, I shall want to conclude the motion on parliamentary autonomy. I anticipate that would be done, and once we would have completed that motion, we'll go to the other motion, which I don't know if it's number 2, but that is the one in the name of Senator Jayanti Lakshmidiyal.
Yes. Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Senator Mark, for giving us notice of the motion to be debated. I wish to also advise that there's a strong possibility of a second sitting next week, so I'm doing the courtesy of advising from now on, giving you a little heads up, and you certainly will be updated by the end of the week. I couldn't say just yet, but there's a strong possibility, and definitely by the end of the week we'll let you know. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for 2 matters to be raised and the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have 2 matters which I would like to pursue at this time. The first one, I would like the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport to provide clarity on a matter that has been brought to my attention. The matter concerns, Mr. President, the need for the government to explain its decision to require the provision of a utility bill for processing the renewal of one's driver's permit. Now, Mr. President, it has come to my attention that several citizens who may not be in possession of legal status in this country are being captured by this particular provision. I have a copy of the application form for a driver's permit. And Mr. President, in the last part of this form, 6, it reads, application must be accompanied, literally, Mr. President, by a utility bill. Now, I don't want to deal with exactly what it has said, but in essence, to save time, this section of the application form says if you are renting from some landlord, you produce the lease agreement. And other than that, you are called upon to produce a utility bill, be it TNTEC or be it WASA. Mr. President, I'm raising this matter to ask the Minister of Works and Transport to provide us with the following information. Can the Minister indicate to this Senate what is the legal basis for the decision of the Transport Commissioner to insert in the driver's permit application form a provision that says that a citizen who might be squatting has to produce a utility bill. And if that person does not produce that utility bill, then it logically follows that that person may not be able to renew his or her driver's permit. And that is why I have brought this matter, because this could mean that an individual constitutional right to the enjoyment of property without being deprived thereof, unless due process is effected, can be challenged. That is, if you are denied that right, it can result in a constitutional challenge. So I have attempted to raise this matter, as I said, for clarification. For example, did the Minister of Works, and if that is the case, the Minister has to guide me, this legal action that has been taken, does it mean Honorable President, that the minister would have required to have the motor vehicles and traffic and road traffic ordinance amended, because this is a new policy. This policy, I would like the minister to indicate how long this new policy was effected by the Transport Commissioner and the Ministry of Works and Transport. This is literally what you can call, Mr. President, a legislative change. And hence the reason clarification is being sought. Mr. President, there are many persons in this country who are citizens, but they are squatting on state land. And because of their squatting status, they are unable to have access to electricity and water. So therefore, such citizens would not be able to produce a utility bill to the Transport Commissioner if that person has a vehicle and the person requires his license or permit or to be renewed. So this is why, because of representation made to me, I said, listen, let me bring this matter to the attention of the Minister of Works. Because what we have observed, Mr. President, is that there have been a number of changes taking place at the licensing office that are being implemented without parliamentary scrutiny or parliamentary approval. Mr. President, several scheduled forms, and I will not raise that today, but several scheduled forms in the Act have been amended or changed unilaterally without any parliamentary scrutiny and or approval. This is not a place and time to address these schedules, which I will do at another occasion or on another occasion, Mr. President. Today, my simple submission is to get or to seek from the minister clarification on this matter. And if he can advise us whether the law was broken, what is the legal basis for this request made by the Transport Commissioner of persons who are seeking to renew their driver's permit? And, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, what will happen to citizens who do not have utility bills, but they need their driver's permit renewed, and they are living and squatting on state land? So I'm just asking the Honorable Minister, through you, to clear the air and to clarify this matter for the citizens who do not have that legal status.
And Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to speak on the motion before us, which seeks to establish the need for the government to explain its decision to require the provision of a utility bill for processing and the renewal of driver's permit. Mr. President, let me take the opportunity to show this Honorable Senate and to ensure the population that implementing this measure is reasonable since the License Authority under Section 57 of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, states, and I quote, "The licensing authority shall keep a register of all driver permits issued showing the name and address of the holder, the date of issue, the class of the vehicle authorized, and a record of any conviction by a competent court." I repeat, the name and address. Additionally, Mr. President, under Section 93(1) of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, it is clearly stated that it is an offense to provide false name and address. Again, an offense to provide false name and address. And I quote, "Any driver or conductor of a motor vehicle who commits an offense under this act or any regulations made thereunder and refuse to give his name and address or give a false name or address is guilty of an offense, and it shall be the duty of the owner of the motor vehicle, if required, to give any information which it is within his power to give and which may lead to the identification and apprehension of the driver or conductor, and any owner who fails to do so within 4 days of his being notified of such request is guilty of an offense." Mr. President, in accordance with the MVRT Act, and as I highlighted under Section 57 and 91, to ensure that the address data of license holders is accurate and up to date, the licensing authority is duty-bound to establish procedures, checks, and balances in order to ensure persons comply with the legislation. More so, to ensure as far as possible that the information provided is accurate. Mr. President, it is important to note that apart from the address verification, ensuring that a person lives where they claim to live assists with preventing fraud and postal communication, especially where it is necessary for the license authority to communicate with a person via registered mail. Further, the MVRT Amendment Act 2017 introduced a system of traffic violation for certain breaches of the MTRT Act, provides for implementation of a red light camera system, a demerit point system, and the reform of the fixed penalty system. These systems rely on the accuracy of information in the register of the licensing authority to communicate for communication purposes. One such information is the address of the license holder. In other words, communication with the license holder is done through or at the address where they are registered. A driving license permit, as we know, Mr. President, also operates as a form of identification. Therefore, it is critical for an accurate address to be obtained in the verification of a person's identity. Mr. President, may I add that such a requirement is not new, since other national agencies require utility bills as proof of address for access to service. For example, financial institutions like banks, credit unions, and then there are credit facilities like hire purchase businesses, to name a few. A lot of these quarters do operate through places like courts, where they require utility bills. So this is no new creation. It is also noteworthy, Mr. President, that the licensing authority require the proof of address is not a novel idea. The Department of Motor Vehicle in other jurisdictions also mandate proof of address when applications are made for first issue and renewal of driver's permit. In other words, we are not the only country that requires this. Mr. President, in conclusion of this aspect of the response, I wish to highlight that this requirement also facilitates the further streamlining of accurate records and a more efficient system designed to enable the license authority and, by extension, public institutions to meet the needs of the citizens in an efficient, transparent, and secured manner. Mr. President, the Ministry of Works and Transport is committed to bringing about changes, bringing about transparency and accountability, bringing about transformation and modernization to the licensing division. More importantly, this means aligning with the government's vision to change the culture, organizational model, methods, and processes, ensuring that accurate information is received, enable public institutions to meet the needs of citizens and businesses so that at the end of the day, all citizens can benefit from an efficient and robust process and be proud of the achievement of this government. Mr. President, yes, there are a lot of changes taking place at the licensing office, and it's all for the better of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, the other matter I wish to raise here is the need for the government to address the rising unemployment and underemployment among university graduates in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Mr. President, the last set of data I was able to put my hands on revealed that the number of persons in Trinidad and Tobago with university education, they are undergraduates or graduates of the University of the West Indies, was at the end of 2021. The data reveals that at the end of 2021, there was 6,950 graduates or undergraduates of the University of the West Indies unemployed. What happened is that when you compare this number with the number that we had in 2015, the number in 2015 was 3,575. We're talking about a difference of roughly about 3,400 or thereabouts. So under the PNM, the unemployment among graduates in Trinidad and Tobago went so: 6,950. So, Mr. President, what are we doing with those persons who have graduated in engineering, in management, in agriculture, in education, and several other disciplines, and they are not engaged productively because there's no jobs available for those university students? Mr. President, let us examine the implications. No, you don't interrupt me. Mr. President, let us examine the implications of this. When you have such a large pool of university graduates unemployed in this land, you know what it does, Mr. President? It leads to migration, what is called the brain drain. And we have hundreds of young people who have graduated and they have to leave our shores. Some they have migrated to other lands, whether it's Guyana, Barbados, the United States, the United Kingdom. They are leaving our shores. Now, Mr. President, that is extremely serious. What is causing our university graduates to also leave this land through migration is the high crime rate in our land. And the university students who have graduated, they are living also in fear. So their crime is running these graduates out of the country, and so too, Mr. President, high unemployment. Mr. President, another implication that is leading to this situation is that we have a lot of disgruntled youths with a sound education, and they cannot find jobs. You know what is the end result, Mr. President? Several of these young people who are better educated, have a sounder knowledge of the world, they can become victims of recruitment by criminal elements in Trinidad and Tobago, adding to the crime situation that we are facing in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, this is a matter that is very important. When university graduates are unable to be employed in Trinidad and Tobago, and there are 7,000 at the end of 2021. You know what it does, Mr. President? We, the taxpayers who have invested in those students' education, we take a longer time to get the return on our investments. And therefore, the public coffers suffer as a result of it. So that's another implication that we have to pay attention to, Mr. President. Many youths who have graduated from the university, they have become disgruntled. They have become discouraged, Mr. President. They have become disenfranchised. And therefore, economically, they are scarred, literally, for life. And they end up dropping out of the labor force. That is why the unemployment rate is standing at 4.5%. Not because it is 4.5, that is what is being reported. But there are thousands of people who have become discouraged, and therefore they're not captured at the time when the survey is being conducted by the CSO. So that's another implication, Mr. President. Mr. President, because of the underemployment and unemployment facing university graduates, what do we have, Mr. President? We have these youths, men and women, having to engage in activities, whether it is selling chicken and chips at KFC outlets, whether it is at a pump in the gas station, whether it is selling watermelon, Mr. President. These are some of the reality facing our young people. What is the government doing to improve the quality of our labor force? Why do we have 7,000 young men and women who are unemployed in this country? What is the government doing to make sure that these young people are employed so that we can use their skill sets to increase output, to increase production, to improve the quality of the labor force? Why are we not utilizing these young people? Why are we encouraging the brain drain to take place? Why are we allowing our young graduates to migrate to other lands? These are issues that has to be addressed, that must be addressed. And this is why I've raised it today, so that, for instance, we could get some answers from the government. And we have the Minister of Labor today. And I hope, Honorable President, that we'll be able to get some answers for these 7,000 graduates who are crying out for opportunity and for jobs in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Labor.
Mr. President, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion raised by Senator Wade Mark. Mr. President, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to providing an enabling environment to promote employment for the people of our country. The development of our greatest asset, the human resource, will help the country progress towards the realization of our national development goals. Despite the challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic brought, Trinidad and Tobago strives to return to its trajectory of sustainable development by 2030. It is imperative that we rebuild the economy through innovation, creativity, and critical thinking skills while leaving no one behind, making it more resilient in the face of possible future shocks. Mr. President, with regard to the issue of rising unemployment and underemployment of university graduates, I wish to call into question the source or sources of data utilized by Senator Mark in raising this motion. According to a recent data from the Central Statistical Office, from 2019 to 2022, the number of unemployed university graduates per year averaged just below 5,000 persons, which represented under 16% of the total unemployed persons and approximately 4% of the total number of university graduates in Trinidad and Tobago. The stock of university graduates in Trinidad and Tobago in 2021 was 136,164 persons. The data also shows a gradual decrease in the unemployment rate among university graduates in Trinidad and Tobago from 4.1% in 2019 to 3.2% in 2022. Additionally, Mr. President, there has also been a marked decrease in the underemployment of university graduates from 2019 to 2021 with respect to hours worked. Whereas in 2019, 172 university graduates would have worked less than 33 hours per week, this number increased to 58 in 2021, meaning that more of our university graduates are being engaged in full-time employment. Mr. President, we must bear in mind that the declining trends in the unemployment and underemployment of university graduates in Trinidad and Tobago, as the data shows, have been realized amidst a historic pandemic that has severely affected labor markets globally. This has been possibly due to deliberate, proactive, and progressive actions by the government of Trinidad and Tobago in developing a talent pool and maintaining it. I heard Senator Mark indicate that we have underemployment in such areas as engineering, business, etc. And one of the things that I note from the debate earlier today, the Minister of Trade and Industry clearly indicated statistically a lot of the work that is being done in that ministry to encourage investment and create sustainable jobs and employment. The government fiscal measures and incentives have also and is also playing an important role in bringing new and sustainable jobs into the economy. So, Mr. President, what have been some of these actions or measures? Speaking from the point of view of the Ministry of Labor, which plays a strategic role in promoting decent work, enhancing employability and equal opportunities for all in the labor market, as well as maintaining industrial peace, there have been a number of measures that have contributed to integrating our university graduates into decent jobs. These include enhanced labor market information systems, improving our public employment service, and the strengthening of the on-the-job training program, among others. Mr. President, in an effort to gain a better understanding of the demand for labor in Trinidad and Tobago, so as to inform career choices of students, decisions to be made by policymakers, as well as program and curriculum design by education and training institutions, the Ministry of Labor recently completed a public sector vacancy census on vacancies within the government ministries. Mr. President, let me say that one of the issues we have or have had in Trinidad and Tobago resides around data and labor market information. The ministry is working very diligently in creating, through our labor market information system division, the data that would guide how we make choices and where we spend our resources based on what the market requires. In many instances, we create educational opportunities that have no basis in what the real world really wants. And unless we know what the real world really wants, then we are likely to be struggling with placing a number of students who would have made career choices that were not based on labor market information. The surveys we designed are producing indicators such as turnover rate, the separations rate, the job opening rates, the average time to fill vacant positions, as well as other characteristics of the establishments where vacancies exist. It is projected that these surveys will be undertaken on an ongoing basis, and the information gathered would give a better understanding of the structure and trends in the domestic labor market, and provide the necessary evidence for students to make informed career choices and for policymakers to make evidence-based decisions before matching the demand for labor and the supply of labor. Additionally, Mr. President, the implementation of these vacancy surveys and other related projects form a part of a wider initiative to establish modernized labor market information systems. The LMIS, as it is called, is understood as the set of institutions, instructional arrangements, procedures, mechanisms, and tools that are designed to collect, evaluate, and disseminate labor market information about both the supply side and the demand side. The Ministry of Labor has also been playing its part in facilitating opportunities for job seekers through government's free public employment service, the National Employment Service, NES. The NES network of offices throughout Trinidad and Tobago has been continuously assisting job seekers and employers by matching qualified applicants with vacancies in the public and private sectors and enabling access to sustainable job opportunities. To further expand the service, the Ministry of Labor is currently engaged in developing a new user-friendly virtual platform known as the National Employment Online Network, or NEON. This platform will allow job seekers and employers to network easier with a view to fulfilling their respective demands effectively. Additionally, the NES conducts World of Work seminars with students in secondary and tertiary educational institutions to prepare them for transition to the labor market. Additionally, how much time do I have? I'm done?
Seconds, yeah.
Okay, well, I have plenty more to say, so I could engage Mr. Mark later on.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now stand adjourned to Tuesday, May the 23rd, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, the 23rd of May, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.